Section 1 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy, Chapter 21. Swedish Charles and Czar Peter. There were at this time 2 European sovereigns, either of whom might, were he disposed to intervene on the one side or the other of the great struggle then going on in Europe, have exercised a serious influence on the fortunes of the war. These sovereigns were Charles XII of Sweden and Peter the Great of Russia. Neither Sweden nor Russia had any particular interest in the conflict one way or the other. The keenest observer of European politics could hardly have ventured to say, at the opening of the war, whether the inclinations of Charles XII or of Peter the Great might or might not have led him to this side rather than to that. But then both these rulers had already shown themselves to be possessed by such an adventurous temper and by such an ambition for extended dominion and influence that it would hardly be possible to count on their patient neutrality under all the conditions of the struggle. The war had not gone on for very long before it became evident that it was destined to bring about some material changes in the territorial system of Europe, and at any moment, therefore, new conditions might arise which could be well calculated to inspire a man like Charles or a man like Peter with the hope of obtaining some sudden and substantial increase to his dominion if he were to lend his military support to the arms of the Allies or to the arms of France. The whole territorial system of the continent on its western side seemed likely to be cast first into confusion and then into reconstruction by the process of events. New divisions of territory were already beginning to be laid out, new states were claiming recognition, new titles for new sovereignties were in process of creation, and an ambitious, adventurous, ruling outsider might at any moment see good hope of some great reward for his direct intervention on either side. Sweden and Russia were alike outsiders so far as the causes of the war were concerned, but how long would either remain an outsider if tempted to come in? Long before the war had come to a close, and even before the secret negotiations for terms of peaceful settlement had begun, the English government had made efforts to secure, if not the cooperation, yet at least the benevolent neutrality of Peter the Great and of Charles XII. Russia was then only beginning to make herself known as a power in Europe. The policy of Peter the Great had seemed to be directed above all things to the internal organization and the economic strengthening of his country, to her improvement in all the industrial and mechanical arts, and to promoting whatever trade and commerce could bring out and employ the natural resources of the country. That Peter had in his own mind some ambitions and some projects for the expansion of Russia's territorial domain and for the strengthening of his empire so as to make it formidable in war as well as in peace, there cannot be the slightest question. But thus far he had shown no inclination to mix himself up with the interests and the quarrels of states which had no direct concern in Russian affairs. When the alliance with Germany and Holland was in process of formation, it did not occur to the English government that Peter would be likely to take any part in such a federation, or that his active cooperation could be of great value to the Allies. But it had always been thought desirable for England to keep on good terms with the Russian ruler. Peter was a great admirer of Marlborough's military genius, and he sent to Marlborough a Russian decoration of the highest order, which was acknowledged by the English commander in a letter written for him, as we may well believe, the epistle being all in grandiloquent Latin. It was addressed to Serenissimo ac Potentissimo Magno Domino Czari ac Magno Duci Petro Alexeyewicz, and much more to the same effect, in profuse acknowledgment of Peter's title to the world's homage and reverence. Burton remarks that the letter was written with the grandiloquent superfluity of courtesies and titles that renders the recent use of the Latin language in diplomacy so bewildering a contrast to its severe simplicity in its classic days. At present, the states of Europe do not feel bound to transact their diplomatic correspondence in that Latin which Caesar and Cicero knew not how to write, and which, we may take it for granted, Peter the Great knew not how to read. Marlborough had more direct dealings with Charles XII, whose cooperation, if it could be obtained, was considered by the English government much more important than that of Peter. Charles had been a disturbing influence throughout a great part of the European continent since his succession to the throne of Sweden, and he was looked upon as a man who might easily be prevailed upon to take an active and important share in any dazzling enterprise which seemed to promise military glory. At a very critical period in the war, Marlborough, whose presence it might have been thought could ill be spared from the field of action, was sent on a special mission to Charles with the real, though not the avowed, object of securing, if possible, the cooperation, or at all events the neutrality, of the Swedish sovereign. In a letter which Marlborough wrote to Harley, he noted his understanding of the mission entrusted to him as an effort to secure the friendship of Charles, on account of the great advantage the Allies may reap from him, or the damage he may do us. In another letter, Marlborough tells Harley all about his first audience of Swedish Charles. "This morning at 10 o'clock I had an audience of the king, at which I delivered the Queen's and the Prince's letters. It lasted till dinner, and was afterwards renewed for a considerable time. The king expressed great tenderness and respect for Her Majesty, as well as friendship for His Royal Highness, and seeming to be very well inclined to the interest of the Allies, so that hitherto I have had good reason to hope my journey may have all the success Her Majesty and the public expect from it." Marlborough further mentions that he was accompanied by an interpreter during his audience with the king, "though I always expressed myself in French, which the king understood for the most part himself." Marlborough appears to have delivered, after the fashion of the time, quite a florid and pompous little discourse to Charles when presenting him with Queen Anne's letter. "I present to your Majesty," he said, "a letter not from the Chancery, but from the heart of the Queen my mistress, and written with her own hand. Had not her sex prevented it, she would have crossed the sea to see a prince admired by the whole universe. I am in this particular more happy than the Queen, and I wish I could serve some campaign under so great a general as your Majesty, that I might learn what I yet want to know in the art of war." There were many difficulties, however, in the way of any cordial political agreement between the representative of England and the King of Sweden. Charles, as usual, had his mind filled with all sorts of schemes for securing his crown, extending his territory, and obtaining triumphs over his foreign enemies, and at the same time the one public purpose which then especially occupied his attention was to obtain full religious liberty for Protestant communities in all parts of Europe. Marlborough himself would no doubt have been inclined to favour all these latter projects, But when he remembered that England was engaged in arranging the succession to the throne of a Catholic kingdom, he felt bound to deal very cautiously with any plans or proposals which must bring up in a new form the perplexing religious difficulty. Nothing of any definite nature came from the personal interchange of complimentary speeches and political discussions between the two great soldiers who had so much in common on subjects of military interest. After Marlborough's return to England, he wrote to the British resident at the court of Sweden, thanking him for the constant account he had given of his negotiations with the Swedish sovereign. "I see with a great deal of concern," he wrote, "how obstinately the King of Sweden insists upon the article of religion." These proceedings cannot but tend to the greatest advantage of our common enemy at this juncture, and will be so far from advancing the Protestant religion in general that it must, of course, be a great prejudice to it, and will hinder anything we might do in favour of it at a general peace. These comments, coming from Marlborough, are characteristic alike of the times and of the man. Marlborough's sympathies would naturally go with the cause of the Protestant communities who suffered from religious intolerance and oppression, but he was essentially a man of the world, and his enthusiasm for any particular form of faith was never likely to carry him into even a momentary forgetfulness of the political and military difficulties which might be created by the display of too great fervour for the general principles of religious liberty. They are characteristic also of the times, for we find that every state in Europe was quite ready to make use of the religious question when its use could be turned to the disadvantage of the enemy, and equally anxious to keep it out of sight when its obtrusion might tend to embarrass the state itself. Louis XIV persecuted the Huguenots, but professed much concern at the intolerance which the English government displayed toward the fellow religionists of the exiled Stuarts. England welcomed on her battlefields and in her commercial and industrial life the help of the banished Huguenots, and was herself meantime actively engaged in oppressing the Catholics of Ireland. Statesmanship then had not risen to the height of accepting the doctrine of religious freedom as a common and equitable principle. Each state regarded as religious persecution that very policy in her neighbour which she insisted on as the just maintenance of religion in her own case. But at the same time, the statesmen of every country felt themselves perfectly free to let the true religion take care of itself in any instances where an untimely or inconvenient championship of its cause might have interfered with projects of a more practical and worldly order. Charles XII, therefore, was able to obtain from Marlborough but little support in his schemes for the protection of the Protestant communities, and the Allies did not gain much direct advantage from the negotiations carried on for them by England. The Allies had before long good reason to know that Charles was not likely to disturb the movements of the alliance by any interposition of his own. The king's mind was bent on other projects. Those projects Marlborough, during his conversations with Charles, found it easy to penetrate. Voltaire, in his Life of Charles XII, gives an interesting and vivid description of the manner in which Marlborough came to understand that the one dominant passion in Charles's mind just then was his desire to throw himself into fierce antagonism with the sovereign of Russia. When Marlborough mentioned to Charles the name of the Czar, he saw, Voltaire tells us, that the eyes of the king lighted up at the mere sound of the name. He saw, too, that a map of Russia lay always on the table of the room where he conversed with Charles, and it needed nothing more to enable him to judge that the veritable design of the King of Sweden and his sole ambition were to dethrone the Czar after the King of Poland. He left Charles XII to his natural inclinings, and satisfied with having penetrated them, he made no proposition to him. Voltaire is always anxious in his Life of Charles to give his readers precise authority for every statement he makes, and he informs us that all the particulars which he has given concerning the conversations between King Charles and Marlborough have been confirmed to me by Madame the Duchess of Marlborough, his widow, still living. There are few chapters in the history of that age more interesting, more curious, more picturesque in the true sense than that which illustrates the meeting of these two great soldiers, so much akin and congenial in military genius, so unlike in the capacity for the practical business of war, the one filled only by the glamour of his own personal ambitions and projects, the other quietly resolved to learn all he could and to give out in return as little as possible of the policy and purposes which his own government had at heart. The passages in which Voltaire describes the meetings and the exchange of ideas, so far as it could be called an exchange of ideas, where so cautious a man as Marlborough made one of the figures, is well worthy of further quotation. The King of Sweden, Voltaire tells us, received at that time in his camp the ambassadors of almost all the princes of Christianity. Some came to supplicate him to quit the territories of the empire. The others would have much desired that he should turn his arms against the emperor. The rumor even was spread abroad everywhere that he was about to join with France in order to bear down the House of Austria. Then we come to Marlborough's part in the negotiations. Among all these ambassadors came the famous John, Duke of Marlborough, on behalf of Anne, Queen of Great Britain. That man who never besieged a town which he did not take, or begin a battle which he did not gain, was at St. James an adroit courtier, in Parliament a leader of a party, in foreign countries the most skilful negotiator of his age. He had done as much harm to France by his intellect as by his arms. The Secretary to the States General, M. Fagel, a man of great merit, has said that more than once the States General, having resolved to oppose some measure which the Duke of Marlborough was expected to propose to them, the Duke arrived, spoke to them in French, a language in which he expressed himself very badly, and persuaded them all to accept his suggestions. Voltaire adds that Lord Bolingbroke himself has confirmed me as to the accuracy of these statements. It will be remembered that Voltaire, at a period somewhat later than that which we are now describing, spent some years in England. He was always getting into trouble with the authorities in France, had been twice thrown into the Bastille, and on the second occasion was released only on the condition that he should take himself off to England. During his period of exile he passed his life very pleasantly, and made the acquaintance of many among the most distinguished English men and women then living. Bolingbroke became one of his friends, and by Bolingbroke he was introduced to Pope, and became a familiar figure among Pope's set in the famous villa at Twickenham. He came into association with Peterborough and Chesterfield, with Young, Thomson, and Gay, was welcomed by the Duchess of Marlborough, and dedicated his poem, the Henriade, to Queen Caroline, who received the compliment most graciously. We can easily understand, therefore, how Voltaire came to be able to confirm so many of his historical statements by the authority of English men and women who were in a position to give him authentic confirmation. We return to Voltaire's appreciation of Marlborough. Voltaire observes that Marlborough sustained with Prince Eugene, the companion of his victories, and with Heinsius, the Grand Pensionary of Holland, all the weight of the enterprises of the Allies against France. He knew that Charles was embittered against the Empire and against the Emperor, that he was solicited secretly by the French, and that if the Swedish conqueror should embrace the cause of Louis XIV, the Allies would be oppressed by such a strength. It is true that Charles had given his word not to mix himself up in any way with the war of Louis XIV against the Allies, but the Duke of Marlborough did not believe that there could be a prince so completely a slave to his word as not to sacrifice it to his own greatness and his own interest. He set out from The Hague with the purpose of sounding the intentions of the King of Sweden. M. Fabrice, who was then with Charles XII, has assured me that the Duke of Marlborough, on arriving, addressed himself secretly not to the Count Piper, First Minister, but to the Baron de Gortz, who is beginning to share with Piper the confidence of the king. He even arrived in the carriage of that baron at the quarters of Charles XII, and there was a marked coldness between him and the Chancellor Piper. Presented to Piper with Robinson, the representative of England, he spoke to the king in French. He told him that he should esteem himself happy to be able to learn under his orders all that he did not know of the art of war. The king replied to this compliment by no civility, and appeared to forget that it was Marlborough who was speaking to him. I know even that he found that the great man was dressed in a manner somewhat too elegant and had too little the air of a soldier. The conversation was fatiguing and general. Charles XII expressed himself in Swedish, and Robinson serving as an interpreter. Marlborough, who was never in any haste to make his propositions, and who had by long habitude acquired the art of thoroughly understanding men, and of penetrating the relations which exist between their most secret thoughts and their actions, their gestures, their discourses, studied the king most attentively. Then follows the passage to which we have already referred, telling how Marlborough read in a glance of the king's eyes his determination to assail the Emperor of Russia, and how Marlborough went away well content, with the conviction that the Allies had just then nothing to fear from Charles XII. Voltaire adds some characteristic observations which are worthy of quotation, if only because of the rather lurid light they throw on the code of political morality supposed to prevail even among ministers of state at that time. As few negotiations finish without money, and even ministers of state are sometimes seen who sell the hatred or the favour of their master, it was believed throughout all Europe that the Duke of Marlborough had succeeded with the King of Sweden by giving with that object a great sum of money to Count Piper, and the memory of that Swedish statesman has remained tarnished by that report up to this day. Voltaire, however, is inclined to be charitable. For myself, who have gone back as far as it would be possible to the source of that report, I know that Piper did receive a present, mediocre in its amount, from the Emperor through the hands of the Count of Wratislav, with the consent of the king his master, and nothing from the Duke of Marlborough. The position of Peter the Great was one which caused considerable anxiety to the Allies during the earlier stages of these negotiations. Times had greatly changed with the Russian sovereign since the days when Marlborough had seen him in a Dutch dockyard dressed in the dress of a common seaman and studying the practical art of building ships. He was at last coming to be recognized as one of the established sovereigns of Europe. For a long time he had been treated by Western diplomacy merely as the Duke of Muscovy, and when the original Grand Alliance was in process of formation, the thought had not come into the minds of English or of German statesmen that he could possibly be regarded as a fitting personage to take part in such a federation. Since those days, however, Peter had asserted and established his position, and had for some time been admitted to the honour of representation by ambassadors at the courts of the great European powers. During the earlier stages of the Russian sovereign's advancement to his dignity, a mishap had befallen his representative at the English court, which caused an immense sensation, brought about a dispute between Peter and the English government, and actually threatened an outbreak of war between England and Russia. The story, although at one time it seemed destined to have a very serious conclusion, has a good deal of the comical and almost of the farcical about it. Even an international war could hardly have elevated the episode, which was the original cause of controversy, to anything like the dignity of history. In 1708, the ambassador to England of the Russian sovereign was about to leave London and return to his native country. It so happened that the Russian ambassador, like many other statesmen of the time, had a way of running into debt and putting off as long as possible any satisfactory arrangement with his creditors. He had bought a large quantity of lace and other goods from certain London tradesmen living in the region of Covent Garden, and these worthy traders, when they heard that he was about to leave the English capital and return to his native land, seem to have come to the conclusion, after a consultation among themselves, that the diplomatic representative of Peter the Great had no other purpose than to abscond without paying his just debts. The tradesmen took measures accordingly, and the ambassador was arrested in one of the streets of London by a party of men who were, no doubt, duly authorized by a legal warrant to commit an absconding debtor to prison. As everybody knows, the law at that time, and down to a period much later than the days of Mr. Pickwick, enabled a creditor to consign his debtor to a prison cell for an indefinite time, or at least until the legal claim and the charges for costs were fully liquidated. But at the period when the Russian ambassador was stopped in the London street, it happened that the metropolis was still overrun by those roistering bands of Mohocks who have been described in a former chapter. The Russian ambassador apparently thought that he understood what Thackeray in one of his ballads described as the ways of this wicked town, and he took the officers of the law for mere street ruffians bent on robbing or otherwise maltreating him. He offered a vigorous resistance, but the officers of the law were too strong for him. He was overpowered, made captive, and carried off in custody to a sort of intermediate station as a preliminary to his incarceration in an ordinary cell. The story spread like wildfire over all that part of the town, and before long an English nobleman who knew the Russian ambassador came to his relief, accompanied by a well-known and substantial London tradesman, and the two, by their joint influence, succeeded in bailing out the foreign captive of English law. Then, as if to make the matter more complex and more comical than before, it came to be known that the Russian ambassador had actually made full arrangement for the payment of all his debts before his departure from London. Here, then, was indeed an international grievance of a very serious order. The Russian ambassador peremptorily demanded that the English government should visit with exemplary punishment the minions of the law who had dared, in defiance of all the comity of nations and the rules of diplomacy, to arrest and capture a representative of a foreign sovereign. From the language used by the ambassador himself and by other foreign diplomatists who sympathized with him, it seemed as if the scaffold, or at very least the pillory, could alone be the fitting doom of the misguided men who had thus insulted the ruler of a great dominion in the person of his representative. Some of the offending minions of the law were temporarily committed to prison while the weighty question was under official discussion, although it does not seem that any reasonable fault could be found with the men who merely executed, in the best way they could, the legal warrant with which they had been entrusted. The whole subject was discussed with much anxiety by the Queen and her Privy Council at several meetings. The trouble was that it did not seem as if any breach of English law or even of international usage had been committed. Queen Anne was deeply troubled by the affair, and was most anxious that everything possible should be done to appease the wounded pride of the ambassador. But then, although it was quite clear that the person of a foreign ambassador should be held sacred from interference or molestation, yet it was not altogether so certain that the immunity extended far enough to secure a foreign ambassador against being compelled to pay his just debts by the ordinary process of civil law. The question was surrounded by perplexing troubles, one of which was the great difficulty of explaining to such a sovereign as Peter the Great the fact that Queen Anne had no power to overrule or suspend by her own decree the action of the laws which dealt with the arrangements between debtor and creditor. To make matters worse, the Russian ambassador flourished in the faces of the British statesmen a letter from the Czar himself, in which Peter demanded that the offended dignity of Russia should be at once conciliated by the doom of death to the offenders. What was to be done? Was there to be a war with Russia, or were British officers of the law to be sent to the scaffold because they had done what it was part of their legal business to do? The matter seemed to Peter to involve no particular difficulty, for if he felt anxious to gratify any demand from the Queen of England, he could have ordered the instant execution of a Russian or a number of Russians without any one to say him nay, and he probably could not understand why the great Queen of England should not be equally obliging with a number of her subjects. In order to show that something was being done, the government directed that the men who had captured the Russian ambassador should be prosecuted in due form before the Court of Queen's Bench, and Chief Justice Holt, one of the greatest lawyers of his time or of any time, had the whole case brought before him. All this had much the appearance of a mere performance for stage effect, seeing that nobody could possibly have expected a judge like Chief Justice Holt to countenance any straining of the law in order to oblige any number of imperial or royal personages, or even to evade the chance of an international war. The trial dragged on for a long time, but it ended in nothing, and meanwhile the Queen and her advisers were naturally anxious to show that the whole business had given them much cause for regret, and that it was not their inclination to sanction the slightest want of deference to the dignity of the Russian sovereign and his representative. The Queen's advisers at last hit upon the idea of preparing and carrying through an Act of Parliament, the preamble of which could contain a public expression of regret for the whole incident, a disclaimer of any intention to disregard the dignity of an ambassador, and could introduce fitting clauses to guard against such inconvenient accidents in the future. There was much discussion among the ambassadors and other foreign representatives in London as to the terms of the preamble and the clauses of the measure itself. The measure was termed an Act for preserving the privileges of ambassadors and other public ministers of foreign princes and foreign states, and the preamble of the bill was itself an elaborate expression of regret for the insult offered to the Russian ambassador, a disclaimer of all intention to interfere with the recognized privileges of the diplomatic fraternity, and a declaration that measures must be adopted for the prevention of such irregularities in the future. The preamble was, in fact, the whole point of the story, and the Act did nothing more than to put on record the parliamentary recognition of the privileges extended by international courtesy and convenience to the persons of those who represent in London the authority and dignity of foreign states. No harm of any kind was done by this measure, and a magnificently emblazoned and bound copy of it was presented with due ceremonial to the offended Czar. Nothing in particular came of the whole episode, but Burton tells us that Peter was not altogether pacified in his temper, even by the solemn parliamentary homage which was paid to his sovereign dignity. Burton gives an amusing account of one illustration of the Czar's still abiding dissatisfaction. 2 young Russians visiting London and claiming the title of prince were received at the palace with great hospitality as royal persons. That they were in some measure related to the royal family seems certain. Peter, however, proclaimed loudly that they had no right to compromise him by accepting courtesies from the sovereign of Britain. At no period, therefore, during the progress of the war was there much chance for any friendly negotiations between Great Britain and the court of Russia. Peter had other schemes and projects to occupy his attention, and he did not concern himself much with the war that was going on between the Allies and Louis XIV. The object of Great Britain throughout the latter negotiations for the restoration of peace went no further than a general effort to keep the Czar from any active interference with the policy of the Allies, and in these negotiations Marlborough took a frequent part. This history has little more to do with the career of the Czar. No other European sovereign of his time accomplished anything like the work achieved by Peter in the extension of his dominions and the strengthening of his power. He found Russia a country almost entirely landlocked, so far as his European territory was concerned. But it was his great ambition and his firm determination to create for her a way to the sea, and he set the policy going which was destined before long to accomplish this object. He found Russia a semi-barbarous and in almost every sense an Oriental power, and he succeeded in establishing her firmly as a recognized European dominion, admitted on equal terms to the position of European sovereignty. Peter's reign was indeed a despotism of the most thoroughly Oriental character, but unlike all other Oriental despots, he had a keen eye to the advantages of European civilization, and he understood, as hardly any other European sovereign of his time could have done, how to build and consolidate the fabric of national greatness. From the opening of his career, he had no antiquated prejudices to set him against new systems, and everything in Western civilization was so new to him that his mind had a free choice for the selection of whatever seemed most suitable for his purpose to imitate and adopt. He created the Russia of modern days as distinctly as the French Revolution had created Republican France. His empire is only yet in its beginning, but we can hardly doubt that it is destined to be one of the greatest influences of the coming time. His personal character was disfigured by many evil qualities and stained by many a vice, but he must ever take his place among the founders of great empires. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 22. Malplaquet and After. The French were now preparing for a great effort. The spirit of the country was thoroughly roused, and King Louis well knew that despite all the prevailing hardships and poverty, he could rely upon his people to support him in what he hoped might prove the final struggle. The policy of the French sovereign was now directed merely to an enforcement of the terms which he had already offered to the Allies, and the abandonment on their part of the conditions which they had endeavoured to force upon him in his hour of extreme necessity. No one knew better than Marlborough how much the population of France had suffered during the exhausting war thus far, and no one felt more certain than he that King Louis was preparing for a decisive and tremendous struggle. Marlborough's policy continued to be just what it was before the futile negotiations for peace had set in. It was the policy represented by the siege and capture of Lille. Marlborough's plan was to force his way into the heart of France, to leave no French stronghold uncaptured which came between him and his line of advance, and to hold his course until he could dictate terms of peace in the French capital. With this object in view, he used all his influence to convince his government that he must have additional troops sent out to him, and he succeeded in this demand, although at the time Queen Anne's advisers were already thinking that it might be safe to recall some regiments from the field. The Dutch allies were also persuaded or coerced by him to send some additional force to his assistance, and he had at last got an army of more than 100,000 men under his command. King Louis entrusted the command of the French troops to Marshal Villars, the general who had done so much by his military skill and by his generous clemency to bring to something like a peaceful conclusion the insurrection of the Camisards. Marshal Boufflers, who had won the admiration of Prince Eugene and of all the civilized world besides by his splendid defence of Lille, was senior in rank to Villars, but promptly offered to serve under his command, and this action on his part gave one other impulse to the enthusiasm of the French army. There were 3 strong fortresses which stood immediately in the way of the advance contemplated by Marlborough. These were Tournai, Mons, and Valenciennes, and it was naturally the business of Villars to maintain these strongholds to the last possible moment. Marlborough began his movement by one of his characteristic stratagems. He directed in advance in such a manner as to mislead the enemy. He made as if he contemplated a direct attack upon the main army of Villars, and Villars was deceived by the movement. The French commander apparently made up his mind that if the first attack were to be directly on him and on his main army, it was his duty to strengthen that army at whatever risk. Accordingly, he withdrew at a moment's notice some of the troops from Tournai, and with them strengthened his own forces in the field. This was exactly what Marlborough would have wished him to do. The allied forces instantly made for Tournai, and by a night march succeeded in their plan for investing it. Tournai was splendidly fortified, and its defensive works had long been regarded as the noblest illustration of Vauban's engineering skill. The town was taken in about a month, but the defending forces then withdrew into the citadel, and there bravely held out for yet another month and more. The defence of the citadel was made memorable by the skill, audacity, and pertinacity with which the besieged garrison turned to account the use and the explosion of subterranean mines to destroy successive parties of assailants. All the attempts at defence proved in vain, and there was nothing for it but to surrender. Marlborough, who, like every great general, could appreciate and admire the bravery of his opponents, paid to the defenders of the citadel the well-deserved compliment of allowing them to march out with all the honours of war. Having accomplished this success, the work which came next in the plan of the allied forces was to get possession of Mons. But a great military event was to take place before the accomplishment of this object. This great event was the Battle of Malplaquet. In order to invest Mons, it was found to be indispensable that a passage should be made by the allies through a part of the French lines, and to accomplish this it was necessary to cross a small river. A strong force under the Prince of Hesse was entrusted with the execution of this part of the general plan, and the work was successfully carried out. The Prince of Hesse and his men succeeded in finding a place which was not effectively occupied by the French lines, and they were able to pass the river at some distance above Mons itself, and thus to come between the town and the French. The prince and his force then invested the town on the southern side. This movement was accomplished without any serious difficulty and almost without the notice of the French commanders, and it might have been of the most signal advantage to the Allies. A portion of the Allied forces was thus established between Mons itself and that part of the country into which the French, if defeated in open battle, would naturally endeavour to make a retreat. Marshal Villars found himself compelled either to abandon Mons or to risk everything on a battle. Marlborough was in favour of undertaking the battle at once. A division of opinion among the Allies took place here, such a division of opinion as had on many a former occasion led to a delay in the onward movement. Marlborough wished above all things to strike a blow at once and give the French forces no opportunity of establishing themselves in a strong position. The Dutch commissioners were in favour of delay, because there was an expectation that some reinforcements would soon come up from before Tournai, and the Dutch did not believe that the Allied army was strong enough just at that time to risk a decisive battle. All through the campaigns in this region of the war, the Dutch allies had been cautious about general engagements and had set themselves as far as they could against any movement which seemed to involve a serious risk and might be delayed with advantage. The policy of the Dutch had been always that which is natural to a small population, a policy habitually of defence and resistance rather than one of enterprise. It had been the fate of the Netherlands in their previous history to have to contend against forces numerically far stronger than any they could bring into the field. No country in the world has ever shown a greater capacity for stubborn and untiring resistance than that of the Netherlands, but their struggle against the domination of Spain, prolonged as it had been through successive generations and victorious at last, had trained them above all things to a policy of defence. It is therefore not surprising, nor is it to be reckoned to the discredit of a brave and intelligent people, that the Dutch did not always, under the new conditions, throw their whole souls into such daring measures of enterprising attack as those which the genius of Marlborough was ever ready to undertake. What seemed to Marlborough the course best calculated to ensure success at a momentous crisis often appeared to the Dutch commanders a disproportionate risk. In this particular instance, Prince Eugene, who was then, as at all times, perfectly ready to fight, was yet quite willing to listen to the counsels of the Dutch and to take the chance of waiting for the further reinforcements. 2 days were thus lost to the plans of Marlborough. To those who can now calmly look back on this chapter of history, it seems perfectly clear that if Marlborough had been allowed his own way and had been supported with enthusiasm by his allies, the result would have been a complete victory, obtained without anything like the tremendous loss and sacrifice which marred the success of Malplaquet. The French forces were able to obtain by this delay the one advantage which they most desired to have. They were enabled to take up a strong position and to entrench themselves effectively, and thus to make the victory obtained by the Allies as dearly bought a triumph as the history of modern warfare records. The ground around the village of Malplaquet had at one time been a mere forest, and although much of it had lately been cleared and cultivated and made habitable, it was still thickly wooded here and there, and the troops who now occupied it had every opportunity of making their resistance strong and their defeat costly. The Battle of Malplaquet was fought on the 11th of September, 1709. It was a battle of desperate attack and desperate resistance. The French troops fought with splendid courage and with a pertinacity which at one time must have seemed well nigh indomitable. When once the actual engagement had begun, there was little chance for strategic movement or for sudden inspirations of military genius. It was a contest of hand-to-hand fighting on a gigantic scale. The commanders on both sides certainly did not spare themselves. Marshal Villars, the French commander, received a severe wound at an early part of the engagement. He absolutely refused to be carried off the field and insisted on having a chair brought to him that he might still direct the movements of his men. The gallant Marshal, however, was not allowed to carry out his brave purpose. He fainted from loss of blood and had to be borne insensible from the field of the fight. On the side of the Allies, Prince Eugène met with a somewhat similar mishap. A bullet wounded him in the head, just behind the ear, but he utterly refused the urgent requests of his officers that he might retire even for a few moments and have his injuries looked to, declaring resolutely that there would be time enough to think of all that if he survived until the end of the battle, and if the wound were mortal there would be no use in wasting moments over it. Marlborough himself was in a very poor condition of health on the day of the battle, and a report actually spread abroad for a while among the Allies and among the enemy that the great commander had found his death upon the field. Marlborough's time, however, had not yet come. The victory was with him and his allies, but the French were able, when the day had turned decisively against them, to accomplish a retreat in good order. Marshal Villars is said to have declared, when all was over, that one other such defeat to the French would have meant the ruin of the English army. His words may have been meant as an adaptation of a famous classical saying, but he had good practical and present reason for his boast. The victorious Allies lost in the battle more than 20,000 men, while the defeated French, who had all the advantage of their strong position, suffered a loss of hardly more than half that number. The Battle of Malplaquet was memorable in one especial sense for Marlborough and for history. Malplaquet was Marlborough's last great battle. He was a student of Shakespeare, and if he could have been favoured with a glimpse into the future, he might have said, "Here burns my candle out, aye, here it dies, which, whiles it lasted, gave light to England and to England's victories." Under the same conditions, he might also have said again, in the words of Shakespeare, "If 'twere now to die, 'twere now to be most happy." Meanwhile, the campaign on Spanish soil had been dragging on at a slow and staggering pace. The victory obtained over the Allied forces at Almanza had proved even more damaging in its effects than had been expected. So damaging had it been that it might almost be called decisive. It forced the Allies into a complete change of policy, and instead of the brilliant and daring movements which had signalized on their part the earlier progress of the campaign, they appear to have made up their minds only for defensive action, to hold their own as long as they could, and not to expose themselves to any serious risks. Lord Galway, whose command had failed so signally at Almanza, was recalled from his position and put at the head of the English troops in Portugal. The Emperor was urged to give the command in Spain to Prince Eugène, who could have made something of it if anybody could, but the Emperor would not remove Eugène from the field on which he was then engaged, and a sort of compromise was effected by the appointment of an English and a German commander. General Stanhope was the English commander. Stanhope, says Lord Macaulay, was a man of respectable abilities both in military and civil affairs, but fitter, we conceive, for a second than for a first place. The qualification is perfectly just, but at the same time it is only right to say that Stanhope had some of the best gifts of a commanding officer, that he had a thoroughly soldier-like spirit, and might have rendered great service under a great commander. The German commander was Starhemberg, whom Macaulay describes as a methodical tactician of the German school. It is probable that no commander endowed with less than the genius of Marlborough, or at any events less than that of Eugène, could have accomplished any great results for the Allies during this period of the Spanish campaign. The Allied armies were badly provisioned, were ill supplied in every way, and had lost heart after the disaster of Almanza. The Allied generals, however, although they were not able to do anything worthy of record on the mainland of Spain, were able, by the sheer favour of events, to obtain for their cause the accession of the island of Sardinia and to effect the capture of Minorca. Sardinia was willing and eager to declare for the Archduke Charles, and when an English fleet was sent within sight of the island, the declaration was at once made, and the island was for the time secured to the cause of the Allies. The capture of Minorca was an actual conquest, and one of great importance. The English fleet had been put to incessant trouble with the recurrence of each winter by the want of some sheltering harbour during the worst part of the year. The lack of such a shelter had compelled the fleets to return time after time to the protection of English seaports, thus giving their enemies opportunities for quietly and safely repairing their strength and their defences during the interval. It had long been the desire of Marlborough that Port Mahon, the principal harbour of Minorca, and indeed one of the very best ports in all that Mediterranean region, should be taken by the Allies. It is a certain historical fact that Marlborough, just at the right moment, strongly urged upon Stanhope the immense importance of making a sudden effort for that purpose. The credit of the manner in which the capture was effected belongs unquestionably to Stanhope, but the original idea of attempting the capture was the inspiration of Marlborough, who, like an accomplished chess player, never allowed his mind to lose sight of any part of the board. Stanhope had no easy work to do when he set about prevailing upon the naval commanders to accept his plan for the seizure of Port Mahon. Port Mahon was well known to be strongly defended, and the general belief among the Allies was that those in possession of it would hold out to the very last in its defence. Stanhope had a nature and a spirit which inclined him to favour daring plans, and he seems to have made up his mind that nothing should hinder him from attempting the enterprise he had at heart. He compelled the acceptance of his project by a stroke of happy audacity. When he had explained and discussed his plans long enough, apparently without carrying conviction to the naval men whose help he needed, he withdrew from the futile debate and went to work on his own account. He had his transport vessels got into immediate preparation. He embarked his troops on board them, and then dispatched a message to his naval friends announcing that he was setting out on his way to Port Mahon, leaving it to them to follow him or remain behind according to their inclination. It need hardly be told that the result of this message was to bring the fleet promptly to his support. It was not likely that brave naval commanders would hang back at such a time from sustaining him in his daring expedition. The work of landing his men and his artillery on the steep and rocky coast proved the hardest part of the undertaking, and it took him nearly a fortnight to accomplish this work, but once he had begun, the end of the struggle was not long delayed, and within 4 days Port Mahon was occupied by the troops of the Allies. Stanhope was so thoroughly impressed with the importance of securing this harbour for England that he earnestly recommended the government at home not to give up their new possession to the Archduke Charles, but to retain it as their own, for the present at all events, and to hold it as a security for the repayment of the large and liberal advances which England had made to Charles for the purpose of enabling him to carry on his part of the campaign. With this object in view, Stanhope, of his own motion, filled the place with English troops only as an occupying force, and the Archduke had no choice but to put up with the arrangement. Minorca, in the course of later history, was taken from the British and retaken by them, and was captured and recaptured until it was finally handed over to Spain at the settlement of Amiens. it has a melancholy association for English readers, from the fact that in an attempt to relieve Minorca, then blockaded by a French fleet, the unfortunate Admiral Byng committed the error of judgment which led to his being brought home under arrest, tried and convicted of neglect of duty, sentenced to death, and executed. The capture of Minorca appears to have made a decided impression on some at least of those who were engaged in maintaining the cause of France. The Duke of Berwick was no longer in command of the French forces in Spain. He had been succeeded by the Duke of Orleans, whom we have already mentioned in this history, and whose peculiar reputation has little or nothing to do with military enterprise. The Duke of Orleans was a nephew of King Louis, and was destined, after the death of that sovereign, to become regent of France. His private life was one which might fairly be described as infamous, and he is remembered as the patron and the pupil of Cardinal Dubois. The Duke of Orleans endeavoured to enter into negotiations with Stanhope for the purpose of arranging a basis of settlement on which he believed, or professed to believe, a satisfactory peace could be concluded. The proposal made by Orleans was that the two rival candidates for the throne of Spain should be withdrawn, the allies to withdraw the Archduke Charles, and King Louis to withdraw Philip of Anjou. If that part of the proposal could be agreed upon, then Orleans modestly suggested that he himself might probably be regarded by the two principal disputing states as a suitable and acceptable occupant of the Spanish throne. Nothing could be more absurd than such a proposition, but from what we know of the character of the Duke, it seems quite possible that it might have commended itself to his wayward and fantastic humour as a sort of compromise which would help all the disputants out of a difficulty. Orleans had in his nature some of the whimsicalities as well as the love of freakish debauchery which we commonly ascribe to the typical Oriental despot. The ingenious arrangement which he suggested might have suited very well for a story after the fashion of the Arabian Nights, or for a comic opera of more modern days. Stanhope, we may be sure, did not take it seriously, but for the time at least he affected to give it some consideration, and while he declared that it would not be possible for the allies to throw over the candidature of the Archduke Charles, he suggested that means might perhaps be found of constructing out of the wreck and welter of disputed territories something like an independent kingdom, on the throne of which the genius and the ambition of Orleans might find a fitting place. Unluckily for Orleans, some knowledge of the negotiations he had opened and was attempting to carry on with General Stanhope reached the ears of men for whom it was not intended, and was conveyed before long to King Louis himself. The king did not find it possible under these conditions to leave his nephew any longer in command of the French troops in Spain. It was not convenient to make any public scandal about the whole business, but it was clear that the Duke of Orleans was not quite the man to represent, as head of an army, the interests of the King of France. The whole incident has to a modern reader something distinctly farcical about it. It has to be borne in mind, however, that Europe was at that time a field for the working out of all sorts of fantastic schemes, for the setting up of new thrones, and even the creation of new states. The Duke of Orleans, himself a member of a royal family, may perhaps be excused for thinking that he had as good a right as any other prince to become a candidate for a disputed throne. Stanhope showed himself through all this part of the campaign an energetic commander, eager to carry out a forward policy. Until the capture of Port Mahon, nothing of much importance had been done by the allies in Spain since their defeat at Almanza, and Stanhope was certainly doing all that lay in his power to put an end to the long period of comparative inaction. He had succeeded so far as to obtain from the government at home such reinforcements as put him in command of a larger army than any which had yet displayed itself on that field of the war. He was doing his best to prevail upon Starhemberg, his colleague in the control of the allied forces, to accept his plans for active and unceasing movement. Starhemberg, who was a commander of the old school, was probably of opinion that campaigning ought to have its regular alternations of activity and repose, and he does not appear to have appreciated Stanhope's idea that the enemy ought always to be kept upon the move. Bishop Burnet, who, like many other very good men, is somewhat given to discerning a sinister motive in the action of public personages whom he does not thoroughly admire, gives it out that Starhemberg had lately become jealous of Stanhope's growing reputation and was not anxious to assist him to any increase of fame. Burnet is even of opinion that in some actual movements where the prompt cooperation of Starhemberg might have secured an immediate success, the imperial general deliberately held himself aloof and allowed the plan of his colleague to become a failure. Whether this be just to Starhemberg or not, it is quite certain that Stanhope had much difficulty in obtaining cordial cooperation for the policy which he desired to carry out. On one particular purpose Stanhope had especially set his heart. The allied forces in Spain had had their field of operations limited for a long time to the province of Catalonia. Stanhope was most anxious to break bounds and find some more extended field. There was a generous impatience in his spirit which protested against narrow limitations, and his intellect told him that the Allies could hardly pass themselves off as champions and saviours of the Spanish people if they were never to show their faces outside one single province of Spain. Stanhope made up his mind to cross into Aragon, and after a long effort he succeeded in persuading the Archduke Charles and Starhemberg to accept his plan. The crossing of a river which during a part of its course forms a boundary line between Catalonia and Aragon was easily accomplished toward the close of July 1710. The allied forces were not long without encountering an enemy. The enemy was the Spanish army, which, under the command of a brave old soldier, Villadarias, who had already distinguished himself at Cadiz, was drawn up in battle array to resist the further progress of those who were not unnaturally regarded as invaders. Stanhope was for an immediate engagement, but his colleagues still urged counsels of caution and delay. The Spanish army did not give their opponents much time for calm consideration. The Spanish general sent forward a large force of cavalry in order to begin the engagement at once. A feeling of genuine passion went through Stanhope's ranks at the evidence thus given that the Spanish general actually found it necessary to force them into an engagement. The common thought was in every English mind that such was not the character which English armies had usually won for themselves on foreign battlefields, and probably no one in Stanhope's ranks was more passionately stirred by this feeling than Stanhope himself. Although the hour of the day was late and darkness was close at hand, and night battles were not then recognized as necessary events in warlike movements, Stanhope put himself at the head of his cavalry and led a tremendous charge. No romantic story belonging to the early days of European chivalry has in it any incident more striking and more dramatic than that which belongs to the first shock of battle between these two opposing hosts. Stanhope himself encountered in hand-to-hand combat the general in command of the Spanish cavalry, and dealt him one sabre stroke which left him a corpse on the battlefield. The engagement did not last long, and had come to an end even before night had fallen upon the scene. The result was a complete success for the Allies. the Spanish camp was taken, and the disaster to the Spanish force was so sudden and complete that all thought of further resistance was abandoned by the Spaniards, without a chance having been given to the infantry of the Allies to take any active part whatever in the engagement. This was the Battle of Almenara, a victory for the Allies which, because of its suddenness and its instantaneous and overwhelming success and its picturesque incidents, has won for itself a peculiar fame among the events of that long and far-divided war. Another great battle was fought immediately afterwards within sight of Saragossa, the ancient capital of Aragon. After his success at Almenara, Stanhope prevailed upon the Archduke Charles and Staremberg, although not then without some difficulty, to continue their forward movement as rapidly as possible, and he was able to cross the river Ebro without encountering any active resistance on the part of the Spaniards. The crossing of the Ebro might well have been thought to give the Spaniards a most favourable opportunity for checking the progress of the Allies, but for some reason or other Stanhope and his forces were allowed to cross the stream without opposition. Soon the Allies encountered a Spanish army numbering some 25,000 men or more, and therefore numerically greater than the force under the joint command of Stanhope and Staremberg. The Spanish troops fought bravely on the whole, although there was a lack of discipline and of nerve among some of their later levies, but on the other hand the veteran Spanish regiments held out to the last with desperate tenacity. The result was a complete victory for the Allies, and that same night the Archduke Charles occupied Saragossa. The Allies had a short period of rest in the famous city, and Charles was in no particular haste to leave it and go forward. Stanhope, however, would hear of nothing but that the Allies should press on without a day's unnecessary delay and occupy Madrid itself. He had his way. The Allied forces continued their forward movement, and for the second time during the war saw themselves in occupation of the Spanish capital. If Charles had had any fond hopes that his arrival, even at the head of a victorious army, could have been welcome in the capital of the kingdom over which he claimed to rule, he must have been at once and completely undeceived by the manner of his reception in Madrid. The city was not in a position to resist his entrance, but it took good care to show that the lack of resistance did not come from any inclination toward him or his claims. Everyone who could possibly leave Madrid went out of its streets before the Allied forces had fully entered. Only those remained who had not the means of finding or paying for a residence elsewhere, and even these made every effort to prove by silent evidence that they regarded the Archduke and those with him as strangers and enemies. The Castilians remained firm to what they believed to be their national cause, and Stanhope's victories could not conquer the heart of Spain. Meanwhile, events were going on at home which must have filled the minds of English commanders on the fields of war with melancholy misgivings as to the practical value of their best efforts. The reception given to the Archduke Charles by the capital of Spain was not in itself more significant than some of the demonstrations of public opinion which were engrossing the attention of London and of many another great English city. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 23. The War in its Embers. There can be no doubt that the new English ministry came into power with hope and expectation to put an end to the war at once. The time, however, did not seem quite propitious for any sudden announcement of such a policy. It was not that there could be supposed to exist on the part of Louis XIV. Any desire for the continuance of hostilities. Nothing could be more clear to the minds of the English statesmen in office than the fact that King Louis had had quite enough of the struggle, and was most anxious to bring it to an end if he could only obtain some concession or compromise which might enable him to get out of the difficulty without any actual surrender of all his claims, and by consequence a sacrifice of his dignity. The two great opponents were at this period of the struggle in very much the same condition of anxiety and embarrassment. Each had now had quite enough of the war, but each had made too definite an assertion of objects and claims, and neither could see a way to any satisfactory settlement. So far as the fortunes of the battlefields were concerned, England had unquestionably been victorious thus far, but the Tory statesmen, who had never from the first had any heart in the strife, were quite content that England should rest upon her laurels if only they could find some plausible reason for proclaiming their willingness to come to terms. France, on the other hand, had now no further hope of gathering laurels from the contest, and her ruler would have been even more glad if some conditions of settlement were suggested which would give him a decent excuse for throwing up the sponge. While the leading powers on both sides thus stood anxious for peace and perplexed as to the means of getting creditably out of the war, an event occurred which seemed to give to both a providential opportunity of reconsidering their position. This event was the death of the Emperor Joseph, which put the Emperor's brother, the Archduke Charles, whom England and her allies were striving to create King of Spain, in what may be called direct succession to the imperial throne. According to the usages of the German states, the new emperor would have to be elected to the imperial position by the vote of the electorate at Frankfurt, but there seemed little doubt that the voices of the electoral states would invest him with the imperial title. The electors, as Bishop Burnet tells us, were all resolved to choose King Charles emperor. Some delays took place. Even at a much more recent date, the Germanic Confederation was never inclined to be precipitate in its actions, but after a lapse of nearly 6 months the due formalities were all accomplished, the electors of Germany saw their way, and the claimant to the Spanish throne was duly proclaimed German emperor. Here, then, it would certainly seem that a favourable opportunity was given to both the leading states in the war to reconsider their pretensions and their objects. England and her allies could hardly entertain any serious desire to make the new German emperor also the new King of Spain. Louis XIV, on his part, could not but see that the chances of a peaceful settlement satisfactory to him were much advanced by the event, which to all intents and purposes must modify most seriously the policy of his allied opponents. For the time, neither disputant seemed inclined to come forward as the first and most eager to suggest a final settlement. The state of affairs at Frankfurt itself appeared for the moment as if it were destined to bring about a prompt renewal of the war. The idea got abroad among the Allies that the French monarch was planning a military movement to interfere with the election at Frankfurt, and orders were dispatched from Vienna to Prince Eugene, the purport of which was that he must withdraw all the troops he had in Flanders under the command of Marlborough and take up a position of defence against the expected invasion of German soil by the French troops. Marlborough, of course, was much weakened by the withdrawal of Prince Eugene and his men, and the knowledge of this fact appears to have inspired the French commander, Marshal Villars, with the unlucky boast that he was now in a position to prevent the great English commander from passing into the territory of France. Marlborough promptly gave proof that his old capacity for accomplishing that which was proclaimed impossible had not yet deserted him. He proved without delay that Marshal Villars had made a signal mistake. He advanced into France and captured the town of Bouchain, in what is now described as the northern department of France. We may linger for a moment over this achievement, because it was the last success of any importance in Marlborough's military career. The plan to besiege Bouchain was entirely Marlborough's own. Marlborough's idea was that as soon as his advance on the place came to be understood by the French, it would induce them to make some effort for the definite purpose of preventing the capture, and thus give him, with his comparatively small force, an opportunity of encountering a large part of their army on something like equal terms. On the other hand, he felt convinced that the effect must be most disheartening to the French side if Bouchain could be captured without opposition in the very sight of his enemy's forces. The Dutch commissioners and some of the general officers were disinclined to adopt Marlborough's plan, believing it impossible, or at least very unlikely, that a well-fortified place, provided with an effective garrison, and standing in the midst of a large marshy ground, could be captured within a mile or so of a French force superior in numbers to Marlborough's own. All about the Duke, says Bishop Burnet, studied to divert him from so dangerous an undertaking, since a misfortune in his conduct would have furnished his enemies, by whom no doubt Burnet meant his enemies at home, with the advantages that they waited for. Marlborough, however, saw his way and was determined to go on. The siege lasted 20 days, and Marshal Villars made some efforts to interfere with Marlborough's movements, but the efforts proved wholly in vain, and the garrison of Bouchain had to capitulate and to be made prisoners of war. Burnet declares that as this was reckoned the most extraordinary thing in the whole history of the war, so the honour of it was acknowledged to belong wholly to the Duke of Marlborough, as the blame of a miscarriage in it must have fallen singly on him. Besides Bouchain, Marlborough took one or two other places, as if to make clear to his opponents that they had better not vaunt themselves too lightly and too freely as to their power of resistance. These may be regarded as the last of his military successes, and such as they were, they gave him no chance of surrounding himself with a new blaze of glory. They were but incidents which proved that the fire within him had not flickered. It remained for his own sovereign and his own government to put the fire completely out. Meanwhile, the government in England had planned out elaborately, at Bolingbroke's instigation, an expedition against Quebec, with the object, apparently, of bringing sudden pressure to bear upon the French from a new field of hostilities. To many observers at the time it hardly seemed possible that there could be any serious purpose in this enterprise, so far as the existing campaign was concerned, and this sceptical mood was not discouraged by the fact that the command of the expedition was entrusted to Colonel Hill, the brother of Mrs. Masham, the Queen's new comrade and adviser. In many minds the belief prevailed, and there were apparently good grounds for its existence, that this new undertaking was intended rather as a demonstration against Marlborough than against King Louis. Just at the time it would have been of immense advantage to the Tory government if some sudden success could have been obtained in any military expedition without the presence, the help, or even the co-operating counsels of Marlborough. Anything that could have called away, even for a moment, the attention of the public at home from the achievements of Marlborough and the necessity for upholding his command, anything that could have shown the possibility of winning victories without him, would have been of inestimable advantage to the purposes of the ministry just then. The doom of Marlborough was already fully determined, and come what might, that doom was to be carried into force. But it would have seemed in some degree less inappropriate and less paradoxical if it could have been put into effect immediately after any manner of success that proved that Marlborough was not indispensable to British victory. The result of the enterprise was only the most dismal of failures, and it might, under other auspices, have acted as a serviceable warning to the ministry. The whole expedition was badly arranged and miserably provided. The transport ships were too few, and were left wanting in all necessary supplies. As Burnet says, "A commissioner of the victualling then told me he could not guess what made them be sent out so ill furnished, for they had stores lying on their hands for a full supply." The understanding, according to Burnet, was that the ships had supply enough to carry them on to the shores of New England, but the elements were against their arriving within the necessary time, for they were harassed by continual gales off that coast, and they were badly provided with pilots, as with everything else. The ill-managed fleet met with a violent storm at the mouth of the St. Lawrence. Many of the vessels became mere wrecks, and there was nothing for it but that the unlucky fleet should return to England as quickly as possible, and with as little further damage as possible. Britannia certainly did not rule the waves on that occasion, and the struggle for the possession of Quebec had to be put off to some more favourable opportunity. The Quebec expedition was not by any means the most important undertaking which the ministers were endeavouring to carry out on their own account. Negotiations had already actually been opened by the Tory government with the ruler of France. These negotiations were begun and conducted for some time in perfect secrecy, at least in such secrecy as could well be kept up between two hostile sets of negotiators, each of whom was alike distrustful of the other and alike willing to commit and betray the other where any stratagem could have that effect. The Tory ministers were fully determined to come to terms with Louis, whether their allies were willing or unwilling to accept such a policy. They did not trust the allies, and did the best they could to keep from them all knowledge of the arrangements which were the subject of intercommunication between England and France. For the purpose of the ministers, it was above all things necessary to get rid of the Duke of Marlborough. The objects of the Tory government and those of Marlborough were absolutely irreconcilable. Marlborough was at least perfectly consistent in his policy. Quite apart from the victorious general's ambition to continue the war, which he had thus far carried on so successfully, until he should have made its success complete and final, Marlborough, as a statesman, was utterly opposed to the idea of giving up the main objects of the struggle just when the struggle seemed on the very eve of accomplishing all the purposes for which it had been undertaken. He was still resolute in pressing on the government his long-cherished plans for an advanced movement which would make the soil of France the closing battlefield of the war, and by means of which he felt convinced that the terms of peace would be dictated by English plenipotentiaries in the French capital. Of late he had received no encouragement from home for the carrying out of his policy, and it had always been difficult for him to inspire his allied commanders with any enthusiasm for his projects. Still, it was one thing for the government at home to withhold all encouragement from Marlborough's definite and daring plans, and quite another thing to seek for peace on almost any terms, while the man who declared that he could compel the enemy to accept his terms was yet in the command of the allied armies. In point of fact, a peace could not have been made in spite of Marlborough and over Marlborough's head, while he was yet actually the commander-in-chief of English forces, nor was it possible for the ministry to make England believe that the Queen's civil advisers knew more about war than Marlborough did, and were better judges than he as to the value of the plans which he proclaimed to be sure of success. It had become clear to the minds of the Tory statesmen that so long as Marlborough remained in command, he would still be the actual and not the nominal commander. He was in the way, and means must be found for getting him out of the way. We shall presently have to give some account of this most extraordinary chapter of history. Just now it is better to describe at once the few incidents of importance which mark the closing scenes of the whole war. The negotiations between England and France for terms of settlement were not carried out in such secrecy that the full meaning of them could not come to the knowledge of Prince Eugene. Marlborough's brilliant comrade well understood the purport of all that was going on, and he soon became convinced that the English ministers were determined to enter into arrangements with France, whether England's allies approved of the terms of settlement or were utterly opposed to them. Eugene took prompt and active but ineffectual steps to prevent Queen Anne's government from following out the policy on which they were evidently bent, the policy of bringing the war to a close under whatever conditions and obtaining peace on any terms. He hurried over to England, and there did all he could to press his views upon the Queen's advisers. He was, of course, received with great respect and even cordiality. He was overwhelmed with civilities, with marks of royal favour and of popular homage, and he became, in fact, the hero of the hour. But his representations were all in vain. His advice was urged upon ears deaf to any such suggestions. The question had already been settled in the minds of the Tory statesmen, and it had ceased to be with them a matter of argument. Eugene went back to his place in the campaign, or rather, it should be said, to the place where a campaign had lately been going on. He had now to cooperate with a new British commander. The Duke of Ormond had been appointed to hold the highest position in the army of England. Prince Eugene received from the States of the United Provinces the command of their forces, and was assured that he should have their full support in any course he thought it needful to adopt. The whole force of the Allied powers was now considerably stronger in numbers than any army the French king could put into the field. Bishop Burnet comments on the sensation which the news of their superiority created in England. Now would have been the time for the forward movement so often recommended by Marlborough, but even if the Duke of Ormond had been a soldier of Marlborough's capacity, he could have done nothing to carry out that policy. He was only a nominal and not a real commander. He was sent out with instructions which amounted in substance to an order that he was to do nothing without the previous sanction of the authorities at home. No military commander with any genuine claims to such a position would have accepted the office of commander-in-chief under conditions which made it impossible for him to put his capacity to any practical test. The present ministry, Burnet observes, had other views. They designed to set the Queen at liberty from her engagements by these alliances and to disengage her from treaties. Burnet also observes that the Duke of Ormond was well satisfied both with his instructions and his appointments, for he had the same allowances that had been lately voted criminal in the Duke of Marlborough. This seems perhaps a little hard upon the Duke of Ormond, but it is quite certain that he had humiliated himself by consenting to take, under whatever conditions, a purely nominal command, and to submit to be, as he was scoffingly called by many at the time, a general of straw. The next incident in the story was the arrangement of an armistice between the English and the French. Then the Duke received sudden orders to separate the English soldiers and all soldiers who were receiving English pay from the forces of the Allied States. A large number of these soldiers who, although receiving English pay, according to the arrangements of the campaign, were not British subjects or Englishmen, refused positively to obey any such orders and to detach themselves for the purpose of forming a separate army under the Duke of Ormond. Their governments, seeing clearly that the whole alliance was coming to an end, backed them up in their refusal. There was nothing left for Ormond but to withdraw those English officers and soldiers who were willing to follow him in this unexpected reconstruction, and the result was that he took with him only about 12,000 followers. The truth was that England had all along been working out the campaigns rather with her funds than with her own native-born soldiers, and that the number of British subjects enrolled in these forces was small indeed when compared with the numbers of mercenary troops from various German states whom England had hired and paid to do the work of fighting. Down to a much later date, the forces of England engaged on various foreign battlefields, and even on battlefields at home, at all events on battlefields in Ireland, were always made up in a large proportion by Hessians and other Germans who were willing to accept the pay of the English crown and do such business of fighting as might be put into their hands. Nothing, it is said, could exceed the dissatisfaction and even the indignation with which the English officers and soldiers received these new orders, and the unwillingness with which they obeyed the command to separate themselves from comrades who had fought side by side with them, who had shared their dangers and privations, and helped them win their victories on so many fields of hard-fought battle. The orders, however, had to be obeyed, and they were obeyed, whatever might have been the personal emotions of many of the brave Englishmen who had to carry them out. When all was done, Eugene still remained in command of an army numbering about 100,000 men, and Eugene himself saw no reason why the campaign might not even yet be carried on with good hopes of success. His army was in a strong position and occupied what was still called the road to Paris, that road which, there can be little reason to doubt, would have been followed despite all resistance if Marlborough could have had his own way and were still at the head of the Allied forces. But it soon became clear that the English troops had been the heart and the moving spirit of the campaign, and when they were withdrawn from their central place in the armed body, there was not much chance left for Eugene to accomplish anything like a substantial success. Eugene was then besieging the town of Landrecies, and if he could succeed in capturing that place, there seemed nothing for the time to stay his further advance into French territory. Eugene's movements still excited great alarm in France, or at all events in the court of King Louis, although nobody could have known better than the king that the union of the great allies was fast coming to an end. Louis was in one of his heroic moods, in one of those moods which he was wont to relieve by the issuing of some portentous proclamation or the writing of some grandiloquent letter. He wrote a letter to Marshal Villars, assuring the Marshal that his sovereign had perfect trust in him, but declaring that if by some unexpected misfortune Villars should fail in preventing the enterprise of Prince Eugene, the king himself would rally all his troops around him, would take the command, and would perish on the battlefield at the head of his men, or would die in defence of his country. This can only be regarded, under all the accompanying conditions, as a display of the mock heroic. Nobody could have known better than King Louis how little intention there was on the part of the most important of the allies to press the campaign too closely against the sovereign with whom they were already conducting negotiations for a peaceful settlement. King Louis must also have known very well that Eugene's lines were so widely extended as to render a rapid concentration impossible, and that if a strong attack were made on one part of Eugene's army, it would be extremely difficult for him to receive prompt succour from another. Nobody would be rash enough or unkind enough to say that Louis, if driven to such a desperate resolve, would not have carried it out to the end. The whole life and training of great sovereigns usually prepares them to meet the worst danger with dignity and courage. But it may be taken for granted that King Louis knew perfectly well, as he penned this despatch, that there was not the slightest chance of his being driven to so sublime a resolution. Villars, however, seems to have become animated with the determination to show that he could do something. He took advantage of the difficulty imposed upon his enemy by the comparative weakness of Eugene's too widely extended lines in many parts. He made what seemed to be an attack on Eugene's camp outside Landrecies, and then, suddenly changing his apparent plan, when Eugene had been put somewhat off his guard, he won a decided victory over Eugene's troops at Denain. So sudden was Villars' attack that Eugene himself was taken wholly by surprise, and was not on the battlefield in time to retrieve, if he could have retrieved, the fortune of the fight. He was even compelled to give up the siege of Landrecies, and Villars actually recaptured 3 of the towns which the Allies had taken, one of them being that very town of Bouchain, the capture of which had been the last achievement of Marlborough's military career. The war had burnt to its last embers. The defeat of Eugene's troops had naturally the effect of making the Dutch more than ever determined to come to a peaceful settlement with France on the best terms possible for the security of their own country. It was clear to them, no doubt, that when the English withdrew from the struggle, and when the latest event in it was a defeat for those of the Allies who still lingered on the field, there was little hope for any further continuance of military operations. The War of the Spanish Succession was over. Prince Eugene lived to fight other battles and on other fields. It was still his fortune to inflict defeats upon the Turks, as he had done in his earlier days, to scare many a Turkish encampment, as the German poet Freiligrath puts it in one of his spirited ballads. But so far as these volumes are concerned, the brilliant figure of Eugene appears no more. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 24. Bolingbroke at his zenith. Bolingbroke had now reached the highest point of his political career. We may assume that the strongest ambition of that mind, which held so many ambitions, was success in the great game of politics. He now divided with Harley the actual business of ruling the state, and it cannot be questioned that he entertained high hopes and occupied himself with secret plans for becoming the one ruling power under the Queen herself. Nature had endowed him with a genius for success in more than one field of conquest. He aspired to be a great writer, and he believed himself to be a great thinker. He had a thirst for social success and loved to be regarded as a star in the artistic firmament. He delighted in the consciousness that he was looked up to by men, and he was proud of his triumphs over the affections of women. He could not endure the thought of playing a secondary part in any game, and philosopher as he professed to be, we cannot picture him to ourselves as a contemplative observer of life in any field of action, or as content to study the movements of others in such a field without a passionate desire to show that he could do better than all the rest. It could hardly be said that he loved political life, or philosophy, or literature, or art for its own sake. Each department of man's intellectual power seemed to him, according to the mood he was in, a sphere in which to assert his supremacy. We are often told by serious writers, and in obedience to their teachings we sometimes try to believe, that modesty is the usual accompaniment of genius. The reading of great biographies, and indeed one's ordinary observation of life, might make us feel well assured that there are many cases in which the highest intellectual faculties are found in companionship with a supreme self-conceit. This companionship is nowhere more strikingly displayed than in the life of Bolingbroke. Had his intellectual powers been even a little less great than they really were, he might never have risen above the level of the brilliant and clever amateur who loves to amuse his mind in various departments of study and work, who never distinguishes clearly between work and pastime, and who makes essay at too many crafts to become master of any one. Bolingbroke's splendid and genuine gifts saved him from such a fate as this, but great as was the success he achieved as a statesman and a writer, it is easy to see that a certain lack of sincerity in politics, as well as in thought, prevented him from rendering at any time full justice to his own intellectual capabilities. As a statesman, he seems to have been absolutely without any guiding principle, and his efforts to be a great thinker brought him to no higher place than that of a brilliant but an easy sceptic. One of Bolingbroke's biographers, Mr. Thomas McKnight, observes that his life abounds in vicissitudes. There are great changes of scene and fortune. He was born with great intellectual endowments, and also with the strongest passions, and it is assuredly a curious and interesting study to observe their effects through the eventful times in which his lot was cast. His character assumes by turns many varying and apparently contradictory phases, and yet, when carefully analyzed, it appears peculiarly consistent and uniform as a whole, working toward a definite, if not a very satisfactory end. The consistency, as it seems to us, is to be found in the fact that Bolingbroke followed through his whole career the light of his own instincts and of his own genius, and seemed to regard the whole course of living history merely as a path for him to tread toward the satisfaction of his own personal ambition. Other consistency than this it would be hardly possible to discern in his strange and varied life. Why was it, Mr. McKnight asks, that in action as well as in speculation a man so gifted as Bolingbroke was so completely unsuccessful? Why was it that his life was but a series of defeats? The closing sentence of this able and interesting biography answers very frankly the question proposed in the preface. The life of Bolingbroke, that sentence tells us, will not be without a memorable moral, full of warning to the most brilliant and ambitious, if it show that even great intellectual endowments, high rank, and the finest opportunities are not in themselves sufficient to constitute an enduring political success, but that all these qualifications, without some earnest and steadfast faith in a great cause as the representative of a great principle, without something which can be said to take a man out of his narrow individual selfishness and make him zealously uphold what he believes to be the best interests of his country and of mankind, cannot always avert mortification and defeat from their possessor, nor secure the lasting respect and approbation of the world. At the time which we have now reached, Bolingbroke may fairly be assumed to have got the conviction satisfactorily into his mind that he had found his place at last, and that the great work of his life lay all before him. No man ever enjoyed more thoroughly, or was better fitted by intellectual qualities, to undertake a political and especially a parliamentary career. The great art of parliamentary debate had only just begun to be recognized as a leading power in the movements of public life at the time when Bolingbroke began to prove his capacity for leadership in the contests of eloquence. He had now, while still only in the prime of his days, risen to a position in the state which, even in the case of men with gifts hardly inferior to his own, is commonly the reward of a career drawing toward its close. He had a marvellous capacity for hard work, and found a positive delight in the mere official labour which to so many eloquent debaters seems a wearisome and exhausting tax upon the nerves and the physical endurance. Not that Bolingbroke was in the habit of admitting that he took any delight in the exceptional work and responsibility put upon him while Harley was still recovering from the effects of his wound. He seemed, in fact, rather inclined to make the very most of the especial trouble thus imposed upon him, and sometimes amused his friends, and in particular those who believed they thoroughly understood him, by his frequent complaints concerning the work he had to get through and the official burdens he had to bear. Swift, for one, felt sure that he could see the real meaning of these complaints, which were not characteristic of Bolingbroke, and took it for granted that an inherent dislike to Harley was the chief inspiration of the dissatisfaction expressed so often in Bolingbroke's looks and words. It is quite certain that up to the time when Bolingbroke obtained his peerage, and especially during the considerable interval which followed after Harley had been removed to the House of Lords, the whole work of leadership in the House of Commons became Bolingbroke's duty. Never was any man in the history of the English Parliament better fitted for such a position and for such work. Harley had been a very skilful parliamentary leader. He was one of the men whom we have read of or observed in political life, who, without conspicuous abilities or commanding intellect, have a certain art, or perhaps it should rather be called a certain knack, for the management of parties, and who are able to acquire much influence and even a certain degree of fame by personal skill in their ways of getting round all kinds of men, suiting themselves to various tempers and temperaments, smoothing away difficulties, and making things easy all around. But Bolingbroke was born with a positive genius for parliamentary debate. He was a great orator, and his oratory was especially of that order which suits itself to the atmosphere of the House of Commons. In the boldest and loftiest flights of his eloquence there was always a strain of sustained argument. There was always an appeal to the practical and businesslike intelligence and habits of his audience, and even when he became most thrilling and most impassioned, his appeal never went wholly over the heads of his listeners, never soared beyond the level of their intellects, their purposes, and their sympathies. This is, of course, an essential condition of all true oratory, of all oratory which has for its purpose to touch the brains and the hearts of men. But it is especially true of that which we recognize as the highest order of parliamentary eloquence. We know that some at least of the greatest orators who ever addressed the House of Commons, let us take Edmund Burke as an example, have acquired their highest fame by the judgment of those outside the House itself, or of those who, belonging to the House, were at the pains of studying the great speeches as recorded works, but that their best efforts sometimes failed in their immediate effect upon the assembly which they were intended to persuade and command. Bolingbroke did not, like Byron's Marino Faliero, speak to time and to eternity, not to man. Bolingbroke spoke to man, to convince him, to captivate him, to master him, and his characteristic gift was all his own when he spoke to man in the House of Commons. Harley had nothing whatever of the orator's gifts. He had no imagination, he had no passion, he had no grace or beauty of style. He possessed neither wit nor humour. We all remember what was said about a once famous English Lord Chancellor, that no man could ever have been so wise as Thurlow looked. Something of the same kind might fairly have been said about Harley, and Harley had, at all events, a better private reputation than Thurlow possessed. But Harley's highest skill lay in his capacity for passing himself off as a wise and a profound man, and for contriving to make other men believe that it would be for their own advantage if they were to listen to his persuasions and to accept his leadership at his own estimate of its worth. Bolingbroke, on the other hand, had the way of sometimes making himself appear less genial and also less earnest than he really was, and it was perhaps owing to that peculiarity in him that Swift and others did not believe that he really disliked the hard work imposed upon him quite as much as he said, and became convinced that he really enjoyed the work to the full and only grumbled at it because it gave him an opportunity of showing indirectly his dissatisfaction with his friend and colleague Harley. Bolingbroke has often been compared with Alcibiades, and there is much of aptitude and justice in the comparison. There was a distinct dash of the frivolous and also of the theatric mingled with the stronger, more earnest, and more commanding qualities of his temperament and genius. When he came to conduct the business affairs of his office, nobody could be more careful, more methodical, or more precise. There was no chance while he was at the head of a department that important letters or state papers would be left lying about so that clerks in the office might be free to study their contents or to make copies of them if they felt thus inclined. Many of the important letters and dispatches which it came within Bolingbroke's province to issue, he actually wrote out with his own hand, in order that he alone among the officials of his department might know what they contained until the proper time should arrive for making them public. As a matter of course, it often happened that he desired to obtain an exact copy of one of these important papers, and in such cases he not merely wrote out the document with his own hand, but he was also careful to copy it with his own hand. Bolingbroke wrote and spoke French with fluency and accuracy, an accomplishment not very common among the English statesmen of his time, and in many of his dealings with foreign ministers he was able to make use of the language which was then much more familiar than English in all parts of the continent. So earnest was he for a thorough understanding of all the political affairs with which he had to deal, that during the diplomatic negotiations concerning the succession to the Spanish throne, he studied with intense care the language of Spain, in order that he might be able to read for himself all state papers, letters, and other documents written in Spanish. One cannot help recalling the story told so often about Harley's urgent advice to a seeker after some office at the Prime Minister's disposal, the advice to learn the Spanish language, and of the blank disappointment felt by the office seeker when, being able to return to the minister and announce that he had made himself well acquainted with Spanish, he was informed that he had now gained the immense advantage of being able to read Don Quixote in the original. We may take it for granted, without any biographical information on the subject, that when Bolingbroke had made himself acquainted with Spanish, he did not fail to read in the original Spain's greatest literary masterpiece. Bolingbroke loved literature of all kinds, and during his intervals of retirement, short or long, from official and parliamentary life, he devoted himself with equal eagerness to the study of books, to the delight of field sports, and the life of the country. He was a keen sportsman. He was fond of indulging himself now and again in the work of gardening. He loved trees. he loved flowers, and turned with zest every now and then to a close study of botany. Perhaps a certain amount of harmless vanity entered into the zeal with which he gave himself up to all these various pursuits. It pleased him, when he was staying at his country seat near Windsor, to think that the resident gentry admired his bold riding, that the local gardeners felt a profound respect for his knowledge of flowers and plants and trees, and that he was looked up to by the village farmers as a landlord who knew something about a farm. The fact was that at all times his natural inclination was to make himself the master of any work which he had to undertake, and of every official department in which he had to serve. No man of his time, not even Marlborough himself, made a more attractive and fascinating figure in society and in life generally than Bolingbroke. He was singularly handsome and graceful, picturesque in his appearance and in all his movements, winning and charming in his manners. He was all the more attractive as a companion because, while he had ever the courtesy and the dignity of what would then have been called a fine gentleman, there seemed to be nothing artificial or made up about him. He was not one of the fine gentlemen whose urbanity seems to be deliberately assumed as the bearing proper to his rank, the sort of studied and formal dignity which keeps all but intimates at a distance. On the contrary, there was a good deal of impetuosity about his manners. He was free to show that he had a temper of his own. He could enter with heat into a heated argument, and could sometimes meet opposition of opinion with a very blunt contradiction. All this made him the more captivating, not merely to his intimate friends and companions, but even and perhaps especially to his inferiors in rank. Some of these latter felt it a positive honour when a man of such position treated them so like equals as to condescend to sharp disputes with them, and he won on them by what seemed to be the ingenious and unrestrained impetuosity of his nature. A great man is never so charming to his inferiors as when he lifts them in that sense to his own level by showing that he wishes them to see him exactly as he is, and conceals his real feelings behind no mask of conventional dignity. Bolingbroke had two great weaknesses: his love of wine and his love of women. The love of wine he carried to an excess even for those hard-drinking days. He delighted in revels and orgies of all kinds, and it seemed at one time as if no excess in drinking could interfere seriously with his work as a statesman and a political leader. He would slave in his office or in the House of Commons all day, then spend the whole night in carousing with his companions, and present himself at the customary hour next morning, to all appearance ready for a full day's work. He delighted to entangle himself in all manner of amours, and although his first wife was a gifted and charming woman, completely devoted to him, he was ready to fall in with every opportunity of illicit intrigue that came in his way, or even to go far out of his way in quest of such an opportunity. He could make love to a fine lady of the court if the chance offered, and he could with equal zest devote himself for the hour to the captivation of some little milliner or some woman of a still lower order. Swift tells us in one of his letters that he sometimes left Bolingbroke's supper parties at a rather early hour because he could not permit swearing or blasphemy or indecent talk in his presence, and he did not wish to put too long a restraint upon the light-hearted company. For a long time Bolingbroke and Swift were close associates and friends, and Swift was constantly to be found at Bolingbroke's residence in town or in country. There was, so far as one can judge, a great inherent difference between the natures and the temperaments of the two men. Swift had depths of feeling which did not belong to the brighter and lighter mental constitution of Bolingbroke. Swift was never more profoundly in earnest than when he talked or wrote in a vein of levity or satire. Bolingbroke had a vein of levity running through all his most eager and earnest efforts at the mastery of any subject or of any set of men, coming within the range of his ambition for conquest. Swift was a philosopher even in his jest. Bolingbroke was something of a jester, or at least of a trifler, even in his philosophy. But the two men were close companions about the time which we are now describing, and those may well be envied who had frequent opportunities of listening to the unrestrained interchange of ideas between Bolingbroke and Swift. Bolingbroke was still in the early prime of life when he had thus reached what may be called the zenith of his career. His most devoted admirers might well deny that this highest reach of his political career is to be regarded as the highest measure of his fame. The works on which his reputation as a man of letters and a thinker must mainly rest were not accomplished by him until a much later period of his life, when his work in active politics was done. But at the time when he had become one of the two leading men in the government of Queen Anne, and was proposing to himself to become the one leading man in that government, he was still comparatively young. He was born of a good old family in 1678 at Battersea, that low-lying region south of the Thames, where his grave was afterwards to be made, and where there are still many memories, and even some enduring memorials of his life and fame. He was educated at Eton, and travelled a good deal on the Continent in his youth. In those days it was a natural event in the life of a young man who came of an influential family and had powerful friends that he should find a seat in the House of Commons. Bolingbroke entered Parliament in 1701 as a member of the Tory party, and he soon made it evident that he was a born master of the art of parliamentary eloquence. It is not too much to say that Bolingbroke was one of England's greatest parliamentary orators, that his name deserves to be classed with the names of the two Pitts, of Fox, Canning, and Gladstone. He became prominent in political life at a time when the principles of Whig and Tory were getting to be somewhat undefined in their character, or at all events in their application to the practical business of a statesman's career. Bolingbroke was not by any means a man to regulate his life too strictly by the tenets of a creed which was already getting to be somewhat out of fashion. The Queen on her throne saw herself compelled by the duties of her constitutional position to put up from time to time not only with Whig ministers but even with Whig doctrines. It is not surprising that a man of Bolingbroke's personal ambition, energy, and capacity for onward movement should find himself often compelled, for the sake of his own career, to make his devotion to the principle of Toryism a sort of private worship, and in the active business of life to make use whenever he could of Whig men and even of Whig measures. In this, indeed, he was not different from Marlborough, but Marlborough, if he had been so inclined, could always have pleaded that he was a soldier, that his work in life was the business of war, and that he had only to do his duty as a commander, whatever might be the ministry or the policy which had sent him into the field. Bolingbroke and Marlborough were close friends for a long time, and there must have been something peculiarly attractive to each man in the leading personal qualities of the other. Of Bolingbroke it may justly be said that even to those who study his life and his works at this comparatively remote distance of time, he always seems most attractive, not as a statesman, not as an orator, not as a writer, but as an individual, as a personality. When we think of many or most other great men, we think of them chiefly for what they actually did. But when Bolingbroke comes to mind, we are apt to think first of all of the man himself, of his individual character, of the personal force which he became in the world of his day. We can easily trace this influence animating some of the writers who have devoted themselves to what they believe to be his complete vindication. Some of them, however, acute and impartial in their judgment on other subjects, are evidently carried away by the fascination of the man. They cease to be critics and become devotees. They are not satisfied with claiming the fullest allowance for the political errors, inconsistencies, and wrongdoings of their hero, but set themselves to make out that he was always consistent and always right, that he was consistent when at one moment he acted on a principle which he had denounced a short time before, that he was right when he avowed one doctrine and acted on a doctrine which was distinctly its antagonist, that in every step he took and in every measure he pressed forward he was actuated solely by the most unselfish purpose and never was swayed by the impulses of his personal ambition. It is not necessary to Bolingbroke's fame or to our recognition of his noblest qualities that we should thus endeavour to set him up as that which he never claimed to be, a perfect model of political straightforwardness, sincerity, and virtue. A man gifted with such rare gifts and tried by such strong temptations, as Macaulay said of Byron, may well be excused, as human nature goes, if he sometimes strays from the direct path and sometimes mistakes the promptings of his own ambition for the dictates of patriotic inspiration. We shall see that Bolingbroke at the time which we have now reached was already well inclined to make small account of his friendship with Marlborough. Bolingbroke had undoubtedly sound and statesmanlike reasons for desiring that the war should come to an end, and that peace should be obtained on the best terms available for England under all the conditions. He saw, however, that Marlborough, as the soldier in command of England's forces, was not likely to regard the best means of bringing the war to an end from the same point of view as that which a Tory statesman of somewhat light principles and a sceptical turn of mind might adopt. Marlborough, as we have shown already, was, like many another great soldier, no lover of war for war's own sake. But Marlborough could not help believing that the honour and even the safety of England must depend to a great extent on her capacity to dictate the terms of peace. He was convinced that it only needed a bold and spirited forward movement to make it clear to France that England was in this position, and that France must take the terms she offered or accept still more humiliating conditions within the fortresses of Paris. Bolingbroke therefore made up his mind that Marlborough would be an impediment in the way of the negotiations for peace which were just then coming into action, and that these negotiations must be conducted without any knowledge of them coming to the ears of Marlborough until Marlborough could no longer have any chance of interfering with their progress. Bolingbroke had long seen that the feeling of Queen Anne was turning entirely against Marlborough. It may be questioned whether at any time the Queen felt personally drawn into cordial liking for her greatest soldier. At the opening of her reign she had always regarded Marlborough as a Tory, and for this reason was inclined to accept him with a certain degree of sympathy and confidence. But it soon became clear to her that Marlborough was quite ready to put his Tory principles aside when they appeared likely to affect his dealings with Whigs, whom it was important to conciliate for the purpose of carrying on the special work which was under his direction. Anne herself had to put up with the Whigs while they were strong enough to make it necessary for her to consult them in the administration of state policy, but she did not on that account make any greater allowance for the political flexibility of Marlborough. Probably she had intellectual acuteness to see that Marlborough had really no deep-founded political principles, and she would have preferred a man who could sometimes put aside sincere principles for present expediency to a man who had no principles at all. As time went on, it became more and more evident to those around her that the Queen was growing colder and colder in her bearing toward Marlborough, and this could be seen plainly enough even before the events came about which put an end to the rule of Marlborough's wife. Bolingbroke was not a man who could fail to observe the Queen's growing dislike to Marlborough, and he was not a man likely in the least to allow any feelings of former friendship to interfere with the promotion of his own career. The coming events were already casting their shadows before, and Bolingbroke soon saw that nothing was to be gained for him by adherence to Marlborough's side or by any regard for Marlborough's feelings. At the time, therefore, when definite negotiations for peace began to be in preparation, he did not feel the slightest hesitation or scruple in playing out his own part without taking Marlborough into counsel, in acting as if Marlborough were not in existence. There is not the slightest reason to believe that he really harboured any feeling of dislike to Marlborough, as he did toward Harley, but Marlborough seemed just then the man of all others most likely to stand in the way of the projects which Bolingbroke had at heart, and there was nothing for it but to put Marlborough out of consideration. Bolingbroke was not a man to cherish deep dislikes. Somewhat too much has been made by many writers of what is supposed to have been his implacable hatred for Harley. There is ample evidence, and evidence beyond dispute, that Bolingbroke felt deeply hurt by the priority of promotion given to Harley, and that he never concealed his feelings on the subject when among his intimate friends. In such companionship, Bolingbroke was never done with disparaging Harley, satirizing him, and making merry over his many oddities and weaknesses. There can be no doubt whatever that Bolingbroke's mind was set upon obtaining for himself the highest position in the Queen's confidence and in the administration of state affairs. The desire to be the first in every path of success was a passion ingrained in Bolingbroke's nature, and he may be fairly excused if he failed to see in Harley a man really qualified to be his rival in a struggle for political supremacy. Even if the two men had never been brought into rivalry, there was much in Harley which could not but have excited the ridicule and contempt of such a man as Bolingbroke. Harley's ponderous pedantries, his solemn affectation of profundity and wisdom, his narrow-mindedness, his transparent egotism, and his utter incapacity for following out any great purpose must have been in any case intolerable to a temper and an intellect like those of Bolingbroke. But there seems no reason to accuse Bolingbroke of any deep-seated dislike to Harley, or indeed of any feeling toward him beyond the idea that he was a pretentious and absurd sort of person, who just then stood in the way and ought to be got out of the way by some process or other as soon as possible. Bolingbroke was capable of strong likings and even of lasting friendships, where the accomplishment of his own work and the success of his own career did not seem to be endangered in any way by such sentiments and such associations, and he was not one of those whom Dr. Johnson could have commended as good haters. Charles James Fox once said of himself that he never could be much of a hater, and in the better part of Bolingbroke's character, as well as in his parliamentary gifts, there was much which seems to have a certain kinship with the nature and the genius of Fox. At the present moment, the two men who stood most in Bolingbroke's way were Harley and Marlborough, and the degree of liking or disliking he may have felt toward either would not have materially affected the course which he was ready to pursue. In the political history of Queen Anne's reign, the two greatest names by far were those of Marlborough and Bolingbroke. Each man was without a rival in his own field. There was no soldier like Marlborough, there was no parliamentary orator like Bolingbroke. Each man alike was wanting in that steadfast consistency of purpose which is only to be found in alliance with the most unselfish and exalted nature, and with profound conscientiousness. But there was an underlying levity in the temperament of Bolingbroke which had no place in the character of Marlborough. Bolingbroke gives one the impression of a man of genius who found delight in the contemplation of himself during his performance of some great artistic part, in considering how this or that accomplishment or achievement became him, and in congratulating himself on his success in winning the world's admiration for each particular performance. When Marlborough, on the other hand, had a great part to play, he felt nothing but the determination to play it to the very best of his ability, and never seems to have asked himself whether the world was likely to admire him more on this day and on this field than on any day or field which had seen his success before. Although he had come to be one of the two leaders of the government, Bolingbroke soon began to find that he was not growing much in the favour of the Queen. To Bolingbroke, who was content with nothing but complete success in every attempt, the comparatively distant terms at which he was kept by the Queen proved very hard to bear. He became possessed with the opinion, and had probably good reason for entertaining it, that the Queen believed him to be in too close and friendly an alliance with Marlborough, whom she had now come to regard with distrust and dislike. Then there came the utter failure of the Quebec expedition, a project which had had its origin in Bolingbroke's own active and adventurous brain. His idea had been nothing less than a scheme which was to accomplish the clearing out of the French altogether from the North American continent, and the securing to England undisputed possession of the whole American territory. One of his ambitions was to distinguish himself as a great and triumphant war minister, and some of those around him had reason to believe that he felt confident not only in the success of the scheme, but convinced that it would give him a fame in history surpassing anything that had been achieved by the victories of Marlborough on the European continent. Thus there came up in his mind a sentiment of rivalry between himself and Marlborough, and it probably seemed to him that the success of his enterprise would make him the most important man in the state, and give him the first place in the regard and confidence of the Queen. Even the very arrangements for the expedition he appears to have thought of turning to account with the view of ingratiating himself in the royal favour by the process of conciliating the royal favourite. He put all the land forces destined for the expedition under the command of Brigadier Hill, Mrs. Masham's brother, and he wrote a letter to Brigadier Hill urging him in fervent words to make the most of the great opportunity given him, and to pursue with vigour an undertaking wherein the honour of our mistress and the most durable advantages to our country are concerned. The expedition, as we have told already, proved an absolute failure. Much as the failure must have discouraged and disheartened Bolingbroke at first, it only after a while served to turn his thoughts to the necessity of some other enterprise which might prove beyond doubt his capacity for conducting the affairs of state. This time his thoughts turned rather in the direction of an accomplished peace than of a successful war. His great object was to come to some terms with France, whether with or without the full approval of the Allies, which should put an end to the whole struggle and open a new field for the genius of a great statesman at home. Under these conditions the preliminary arrangements for peace were begun without any knowledge on the part of Marlborough. The great soldier was still conducting his active campaigning work on the Continent, and for a time knew nothing whatever of the arrangements that were going on to bring the whole struggle to a sudden close. Up to this time Marlborough had been not only the soldier in command of the Queen's forces, the general who was authorized to conduct the whole of the military operations which belonged to the work of the Allies, but also the statesman, diplomatist, and envoy who was endowed with chief control of all negotiations and all arrangements. Now, on a sudden, Marlborough found himself quietly left out of the whole business, put aside and reduced to a powerless condition, while arrangements of which he had never been allowed to know anything were being carried on by the administrators or the administrator at home. The temptation had proved too much for Bolingbroke, and Marlborough soon understood but too well that he was sacrificed to the ambition of the man who had hitherto professed the most sincere admiration and loyal friendship for him. Bolingbroke and Marlborough had now to go their different ways. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 25. Gone to Swear a Peace. Some of the words spoken by Constance in Shakespeare's King John might well be quoted as an illustration of the feeling which prevailed with many in England, and probably with Marlborough among the rest, when it became known for certain that the preliminaries of peace were already undergoing the process of negotiation in France. "Gone to swear a peace," cries the indignant Constance, "false blood to false blood joined, gone to be friends." Even the name of Louis and the indignant question about the provinces which Louis was expected to acquire make the application all the more distinct and appropriate. "France, friend with England," is her impassioned exclamation of wonder and incredulous horror. Those who felt as Constance in the great drama did must have found it hard to believe, when the news came in Queen Anne's day, that the English sovereign and her advisers were actually preparing to make peace with France under almost any conditions. France was still regarded by a large proportion of English men and women as the hereditary and natural enemy of England. The war had been provoked, and had in truth been made popular among the majority of the English people, by the unfortunate policy of King Louis, when he refused to recognize the principles of the English Revolution, and actually treated the exiled Stuart as if he were the reigning King of England. But although that ill-omened act gave the immediate impulse to the war, there could be no doubt that the aggressive and grasping policy of the French sovereign had been the main cause of the long struggle. Englishmen had been told by some of the most impressive and influential among their leaders that if France ventured to make Spain part of her dominion, she would become a power which must be an intolerable menace to the liberties of continental Europe, and must before long be a dangerous rival to the influence of England abroad, and even to her security and peace at home. No one could tell at what moment France, thus encouraged to aggression, might not actually make the cause of the Stuarts her own, and endeavour by armed force to restore the pretender to the throne of England. During the whole course of the war there had been occasional alarms about French expeditions to Scotland to effect a landing there, and assist the Highland clans to begin a revolutionary movement in favour of the exiled family. Nothing that had occurred during the war, not even the most brilliant victories of Marlborough, had made so great a change in the conditions of the French power as to afford any guarantee to England that such a policy might not yet be put into execution by King Louis or one of his immediate descendants. Little was known in England at the time of the degree to which the resources of France had been exhausted by the long war, while there was full and disheartening knowledge of the extent to which the struggle had drained the treasure and lavished the blood of England. Even the preliminary conditions of the peace, so far as these were yet known to the great bulk of Englishmen, did not seem to promise any security against an early extension of France's actual dominion. Suppose that the grandson of the French sovereign were not formally and actually placed upon the throne of Spain by an agreement between France and the allied powers, who was to say how soon some new arrangement might not be devised which would make the Spanish monarchy a tributary to the House of Bourbon? Solemn pledges had been broken by sovereigns during very recent days, and secret engagements had been made, the meaning of which was only avowed and proclaimed when it became too late to frustrate them by any force but that of conquering arms. So far as the general public in England were able or were allowed to understand the full bearings of the whole controversy, it did not appear that the terms proposed to be secured by the peace were worth anything like the vast sacrifices which had been made for the undertaking and maintenance of the war. Of what avail were the victories of Marlborough, of Peterborough, and of Eugene, and the capture of Gibraltar, if the French monarch were now to be allowed to obtain such terms of peace as he might easily have obtained had he been so inclined at the very opening of the war? In what sense could the expansion of French dominion be said to undergo any abiding check from the conditions which the Allies, after their victories, were now willing to accept at his hands? Such were the questions which men at home in England, and Englishmen even on continental battlefields, were asking themselves when it became known beyond question that those who acted on behalf of Queen Anne were already entering into actual arrangements for a peace with France. The minds of Queen Anne and her confidential advisers were, however, clearly made up. The government of Harley and Bolingbroke were determined to come to terms of peace, either with or without the consent of the Allies. It is only just to say that the Allies, for their own part, were most eager to come to an immediate understanding with France, even without the cooperation of England, if such an arrangement could possibly be accomplished. There was no feeling of enthusiasm whatever among the English people, either for their German or their Dutch allies. The Dutch had for a long time been regarded chiefly as inconvenient competitors in the business of commerce and navigation, and the people of England, notwithstanding the Act of Succession, which provided them with a Hanoverian family to rule over them, had never felt or professed any particular sympathy with the German states. Harley and Bolingbroke were both well acquainted with the common feelings of their countrymen on these subjects, and did not believe that serious difficulties would be put in the way of their negotiations by any consideration on the part of the English public for Dutch or German interests. The reader of history will find, as he studies the origin, the progress, and the conclusion of this great war, that it involves two quite distinct questions with which the judgment of the world has to deal. The first question to be considered is whether the English government were justified in undertaking such a war for such a cause, and the second is, assuming or admitting that the war ought to have been undertaken, was it justifiable to bring it to a close on such terms? It may be taken for granted that in the England of the present day no set of statesmen could venture on proposing that a struggle of terrible moment involving tremendous risks and sacrifices to the people of these countries should be undertaken for the sake of preventing the people of Spain from accepting a particular prince as their new sovereign, even though that prince should happen to be a member of a family already reigning in another continental country. English public opinion would now regard the question as one altogether for the settlement of Spain and the Spanish people, and if the Spaniards could put up with the sovereign offered for their acceptance, England would assuredly never think of interfering with the course of Spanish succession by force of arms. But it must be owned that the existence of such a public opinion in England is a very recent growth. Even living men can remember a time when the majority of Englishmen might still possibly have thought it a duty to undertake an armed intervention in order that a member of some reigning royal family on the European continent might not be imposed or accepted as a ruling sovereign in some other continental country where the regular succession to the throne had become suddenly vacant. It may be taken for granted that if just before the time of the Crimean War the Czar of Russia had prevailed upon the ruling classes in Constantinople to accept a Russian prince as a successor to the vacant throne of an Ottoman Sultan, the majority of Englishmen would then have been fervently in favour of an armed intervention to resist that project, even though there had been no diplomatic treaties whatever in existence which seemed to give England a more or less direct title to intervention. At that time, and under those conditions, the one idea would have been that if a Russian prince were allowed to become the ruler of Turkey, that arrangement would make Russia supreme master over all the Nearer East and would deal an intolerable blow to the just influence of England. The feelings which governed the minds of many Englishmen in the days of Queen Anne were not in this sense less reasonable than the feelings which might have governed most of the English statesmen and parties in the earlier years of Queen Victoria's reign. We must not, therefore, find fault with the political leaders and parties during the reign of Queen Anne if they did not regard the increase of French influence and the expansion of Bourbon dominion over continental Europe with the calculating composure of a political economist, or study its possible effects from the exalted observatory of a moral philosopher. It has also to be borne in mind that the men and the party who at the opening of Queen Anne's reign were mainly opposed to the war with France were opposed to it not because of the vast sacrifice of English life and English treasure for a question which had nothing to do with England's domestic and vital interest, but because it was a project of war against the sovereign and the state friendly to the interests of the exiled Stuarts. If we judge Queen Anne and her leading advisers by the standard merely of practical politics in their days, and not by that of the higher morality or the more exalted human feeling, we shall not find it easy to condemn them out of hand because they ventured on such a task for the purpose of resisting the ambition and limiting the dominion of France. There is probably, on the whole, a better justification to be made for the policy of Queen Anne, which indeed can hardly be said to be Queen Anne's own policy, in preventing France from acquiring dominion over Spain, than there was for the policy of the ministers of George III in preventing France under Napoleon from spreading her power over other continental states. But then comes up for our consideration the second question to which we have already directed attention, the question whether, if we sanction the policy which began the war, we can also sanction the policy which brought it so suddenly and on such conditions to a peaceful settlement. This was the question Queen Anne's ministers knew that they must soon have to face. So far as Queen Anne herself was concerned, it is not likely that she was troubled with doubts or scruples of conscience on the subject. Her heart had never been in the war from the first. To do her justice, she was, according to her lights, a conscientious and humane woman. She had no sympathy with the war spirit. She was not touched by the glories of conquest, and she had a sincere wish for the quiet, the prosperity, and the happiness of her people. This particular war brought antagonism to some of her dearest feelings, because her inmost sympathies naturally went ever with the exiled Stuarts. But she believed that she thoroughly understood her position as a constitutional sovereign, and she did not see how she could set herself in opposition to the counsels and the pressure of her constitutional advisers. She therefore consented reluctantly to authorize the policy which began the war, and she doubtless told her conscience that no possible alternative was left to her at such a time and under all the surrounding conditions. But when the second and quite distinct question began to come up for consideration, the question whether the war ought to be carried any further, if a peaceful settlement of whatever kind could be obtained, it is hardly to be supposed that her conscience and her heart gave her any trouble whatever in coming to a decision. Every impulse which she had to control and subdue when she was called upon to begin the war was free to help in guiding and controlling her when the opportunity presented itself of bringing the war to a close. While the opening of the session of Parliament was drawing near, every effort was made by the ministers to bring all those over whom they had any influence into a frame of mind proper for the part which the government had determined to carry out. All who were in any way acquainted with public affairs were well satisfied that some proposals for peace were under consideration, and the vast majority of the outer public, who knew little or nothing of what was going on, would have been only too glad to hear that the war was coming to an end almost on any terms. Harley and Bolingbroke were nevertheless exceedingly anxious that they should have a strong body of supporters in both Houses of Parliament, ready to champion with uncompromising loyalty whatever course might be recommended by the advisers of the Queen. the Duke of Marlborough came from the Continent to take part in the sittings of the House of Lords, and Burnet tells us that he spoke very plainly to the Queen against the steps that were already made, but he found her so possessed that what he said made no impression, so he desired to be excused from coming to council, since he must oppose every step that was made in that affair. Then Bishop Burnet, as is his wont, gives some account of his own personal experiences during this moment of crisis. Among others, Burnet narrates, the Queen spoke to myself. She said she hoped bishops would not be against peace. I said a good peace was what we daily prayed for, but the preliminaries offered by France gave no hopes of such an one, and the trusting to the King of France's faith after all that had passed would seem a strange thing. She said we were not to regard the preliminaries, we should have a peace upon such a bottom that we should not at all rely on the King of France's word, but we ought to suspend our opinions till she acquainted us with the whole matter. I asked leave to speak my mind plainly, which she granted. I said any treaty by which Spain and the West Indies were left to King Philip must in a little while deliver up all Europe into the hands of France, and if any such peace should be made, she was betrayed, and we were all ruined. In less than 3 years' time she would be murdered, and the fires would be again raised in Smithfield. Bishop Burnet's talk must seem rather extravagant to the mind of a modern reader, but it is only fair to say that a good many of Bishop Burnet's contemporaries were quite ready to believe that any increase to the power of France might mean the restoration of the Stuart dynasty, the rekindling of the fires in Smithfield, and the murder of the Queen herself, either by the executioner or by the assassin. Most of Bishop Burnet's familiar acquaintances had probably come by this time to associate the fires in Smithfield entirely with the reign of Queen Mary, and had forgotten that Smithfield was also illumined by the fires of religious persecution during the reign of Queen Elizabeth. We may certainly take Bishop Burnet as a fair representative of the class and the political order to which he belonged, and we cannot doubt that the views he expressed to the Queen were the views entertained by a large proportion of Englishmen. Such as his views were, they did not seem to make much impression on Queen Anne. He tells us that he continued to urge on her his ideas of the dangers to which she might be subjected, till I saw she grew uneasy, so I withdrew. It is perhaps just possible to suppose that the Queen may have become not so much uneasy as to the consequences which Burnet was thus earnestly forecasting, as weary of the length of the bishop's futile exhortation. Whatever may have been the cause of her uneasiness or her weariness, it may safely be taken for granted that the interview with Bishop Burnet did not convert her from her inclination toward a peaceful settlement of the long dispute. The English statesmen who had set their minds on the accomplishment of peace were in a position to know by this time that their French opponents were not more anxious than they for any prolongation or renewal of the war. We read in the memoirs of de Torcy, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, that an envoy who arrived in Paris from London during this crisis began his discourse by asking the French statesman whether he wished for peace, adding that if so, the means for obtaining it were within his reach. The words in which de Torcy records his feelings are that asking him such a question was like asking a dying man whether he wished to be restored to health and strength. The task which had to be accomplished by Queen Anne and her advisers might therefore have seemed to be little more than the pronouncement of a mere formula so far as the great enemy of England was concerned. But we have already seen from Burnet's words and many other evidences that there was still a certain proportion of Englishmen who believed that the whole war must be condemned as a shameless waste of treasure and of life, if no results were now to be obtained from it which would give to England some solid pledge of security for the future. Harley and Bolingbroke, more than all other men, believed that Marlborough would bring his influence to bear against the adoption of terms which seemed to render his military triumphs futile, and give back to the enemy all that he had won. Yet it was not possible to keep on private negotiations from day to day if the results were not to be definite and immediate. Anything might happen if needless delay were allowed. Meanwhile, the negotiations were going rapidly on. A conference had already been held at The Hague, and another at the small town of Gertruydenburg in North Brabant, but nothing came of these conferences for England, and the Allies were still maintaining their hard conditions. Of late, however, the prospects of peace began to be more clear. The reason for this change soon became obvious to all who had any intimate knowledge of what was going on. In January 1711, the proposals for a peaceful arrangement began to come from the side of England, and it was arranged that a Congress should be held at Utrecht for the purpose of establishing a basis of negotiations. There was some difficulty for a while in prevailing upon the allies of England to take part in these new negotiations, but the difficulties were at last overcome, mainly by the unmistakable evidence of the fact that England was determined to enter on a discussion of terms with France, whether her allies went with her or held back. In fact, it appears quite certain that the representatives of the English government had signed the preliminaries to the final discussion before any decisive step had been taken at home to remove out of the way the one great obstacle to any further negotiation, the authority and influence of the Duke of Marlborough. The King of France was now put in quite a different position from that which he had occupied during preceding negotiations. The one harsh and humiliating condition which his enemies had then endeavoured to force upon him, the condition that he must himself unite with the Allies in the expulsion of his grandson from Spain, had been withdrawn, and there was not the slightest intention on the part of England to put forward such a stipulation again. On the former occasions, too, when peace was talked of, the King of France had been put in the position of a suppliant, and the Allies made it plain that they considered the appeal to come entirely from him, and not to have been suggested by any anxiety on their part to bring the war to a close. Now the state of affairs was entirely changed, and from the very opening of this new chapter of negotiations, King Louis had been given to understand that England, at all events, was willing and anxious to renew the discussion on a basis which he would be likely to accept. The King of France could not fail to appreciate the significance of this sudden change of front. Nothing had happened during the more recent stages of the war to suggest the idea that England was feeling discouraged by the later events of the campaign. Nobody knew better than King Louis how much the cause of France owed to the slowness and slackness of England's allies, or understood more fully that any want of success which had lately been attending the movements of his enemies was due to the difficulties placed in the way of the English commander by the states which were associated in his enterprise. King Louis understood, as well as Marlborough himself could have done, that if the English commander had been allowed his own full way, France would have to accept in the end any terms which might be imposed upon her. There was continual secret communication going on between the French court and some of the friends of the Stuart cause who still remained in England. There were leading members of the English Tory party who still maintained a close correspondence with the exiled Stuarts and their friends in France, and thus kept the French court very well informed as to the results of the recent changes in English political parties. King Louis, therefore, was quite in a position to understand that he had now at last an auspicious opportunity for making the best terms which he could possibly hope to obtain as a settlement of the whole international question. He knew that his opponents were now prepared to give him all he could possibly ask for or expect, and that they were as anxious as he could be to bring the whole dispute to a conclusion. In truth, the mere opening of the new negotiations was warrant enough that these negotiations were destined to end in peace. The conference was opened at Utrecht on January 29th, 1712. Before it had gone far in its deliberations, an important state paper was presented to the Queen by the House of Commons, the report of a committee on the results of the war thus far and the sacrifices it had imposed on England. This report set forth that the expenses of the war had gone on multiplying at an alarmingly increasing rate during its later periods, so that while the successes of the earlier years were obtained at a comparatively cheap cost, the more dragging and less decisive movements of its later stages had involved the English people in expense out of proportion to the former amount. It must be said that the whole cost of the war thus far would not appear to a modern reader a very enormous sum for the country to have to bear. About 12 millions was the cost in which, according to the report, the English people had been involved by the whole of the campaigns. The art of war has become a much more costly business in our own days, owing in great measure to the expensive inventions with which the developments of modern science have intensified the powers of destruction. But then it has to be remembered that the England of Queen Anne's reign was a poor and thinly populated country when compared with the England of Queen Victoria and of King Edward VII. An amount of outlay, therefore, which would seem but of trivial importance now, even if occasioned by some comparatively insignificant frontier war, naturally seemed a portentous burden to be imposed upon the taxation of the English people when Harley and Bolingbroke were the leading ministers of state. The report contained a great deal of information as to the relative proportions of the forces put into the field by the several states in the alliance, and there could be little doubt as to the significant bearing of these passages on the policy of the statesmen who were anxious that England should come to terms of peaceful settlement on her own account, even if she could not secure the cooperation of her allies. The terms of the agreement originally entered into among the allies were that the German states should keep 90,000 men in the field, England 40,000, and the Dutch provinces 120,000. The great disproportion in numbers which were thus imposed upon the Dutch provinces admitted of easy explanation. Queen Anne and the Emperor had each to send their troops out of their own country and to keep them employed on foreign battlefields, while still, of course, under the necessity of raising and always maintaining forces strong enough for the defence and security of their own soil. The territories of the United Provinces were, on the other hand, to a great extent the actual battlefield of the war, and Holland, while resisting the common enemy, was at the same time defending her own ground. In point of fact, the arrangement was that 42,000 of the Netherland forces were to be employed in manning and defending the Dutch garrisons at home, and the Low Countries were only under agreement to keep 60,000 men on the actual battlefield. The report pointed out that so far as the military movements in Spain were concerned, Holland had made hardly any contribution either in men or in money. The King of Portugal, who was one of the sovereigns engaged with the alliance, had never sent into the field anything like the number of soldiers which he had engaged to contribute, and for the maintenance of which he had actually been receiving subsidies. Representations having a similar bearing were made in the report with regard to the manner in which the naval forces of Great Britain had been drawn upon, and of the utterly disproportionate efforts which she had had to make by her war vessels and her transports for carrying on operations around the shores of Spain and Portugal. The report did not take much account of the fact that England, by the use of her navy around the coasts of Spain and Portugal, had gained some substantial and enduring advantages which she did not feel herself called upon, and was not expected, to share with her allies. There was, however, unquestionable justice in the statement that the more the wealth of this nation hath been exhausted, and the more your Majesty's arms have been attended with success, the heavier has been the burden laden upon us. It is beyond all reasonable dispute that after every signal victory gained by Marlborough and the English forces, the demands of the Allies became more exacting for fresh subsidies to enable them to carry on the war. Another passage of the report is well worthy of quotation. At the first entrance into the war, so runs the passage, the Commons were induced to exert themselves in the extraordinary manner they did, and to grant such large supplies as had been unknown to former ages, in hopes thereby to prevent the mischief of a lingering war, and to bring that in which they were necessarily engaged to a speedy conclusion. But they have been very unhappy in the event, while they have so much reason to suspect that what was intended to shorten the war hath proved the very cause of its long continuance, for those to whom the profits of it have accrued have not been disposed easily to forego them, and your Majesty will from thence discern the true reason why so many have delighted in a war which brought in so rich a harvest yearly from Great Britain. The report then went on to make more distinct representations with regard to the policy pursued by England's allies. It pointed out that the German Empire had already been a territorial gainer by some of the conquests during the war, and yet was drawing from England the fullest proportions of supplies that could have been demanded, even if the Empire had been a loser and not a gainer by the developments of the struggle. It also insisted that the United Provinces had already secured positive advantages for themselves against any possible encroachments by France in the future, and significantly suggested that these very advantages might be turned to account against England herself in the event of any hostility arising between Great Britain and Holland. The main purpose of the whole report was in fact to fill the mind of the sovereign and the country at large with the idea that the less England took into consideration the interest and the inclinations of the Allies in the arrangements for peace, the more would she be doing justice to her own rightful claims and to the interests of her own people. One of the closing sentences in the report contains some words which must have been well understood by Queen Anne and her most confidential advisers. These words expressed the hope and the belief that your Majesty, in your great goodness to your people, will rescue them from those evils which the private counsels of ill-designing men have exposed them to. It was impossible not to understand that the allusion to the evils brought about by the private counsels of ill-designing men referred to the part which, according to the judgment of those now in power, had been performed by the great commander whose ruin was already prearranged. This was the only passage in the report which laid itself distinctly open to such an interpretation. The main and consistent object of the report was to assure the Queen that the less regard she paid to the counsels and the interests of her allies, the more cordial and complete would be the support which she might expect from her faithful Commons. The report is an important historical study because it illumines so completely the condition of mind which prevailed among the majority in the new House of Commons and among Her Majesty's advisers, who were maintained in power by the strength of that majority. Swift, in one of his letters to Stella, speaks of the report and says, "I believe it will be a pepperer." In another letter, Swift tells that he was urged by Sir Thomas Hanmer, the chairman of the committee, to help him in drawing up the report, and had consented to do so, but adds, "I do not know whether I shall succeed, for it is a little out of my way." Burton seems to have good reason for the opinion which he expresses, that the unmistakable hand of Swift is not to be traced in the report, though it is printed in collected editions of his works. The chief interest which the report now has for us is found in the fact that it enables us to understand the mood of mind which was governing English statesmen when they offered to enter on the new negotiations. The result might have been foreseen from the very outset. The King of France must have been the most stolid or the most visionary of men if he did not see that his happiest chance had actually sought him out. He had only to ask and to have, so long as he did not put forward any demand of fantastic extravagance. Louis XIV was quite shrewd enough to see that an opportunity had come which he did not create and might never be able to restore. His favouring chance had been gained for him not on the battlefields of the Low Countries or Germany or France or Spain, but in the political, social, and ecclesiastical combinations and antagonisms of England herself. The men in power around Queen Anne had something yet to do before they could feel quite comfortable and secure in the carrying on of the Utrecht negotiations. We shall therefore have to turn back a little in the tracing of our history in order to show how they accomplished their purpose and made the way clear for convenient arrangements with the King of France. Bishop Burnet, when telling the story of the negotiations, records a fact which is well worth mentioning because of the personal interest attaching to it, and becomes still more worth mentioning because of the peculiar fashion in which Burnet sets it out. One prior, he says, who had been Jersey's secretary upon his death, on Lord Jersey's death, that is to say, was employed to prosecute that which the other did not live to finish. Prior had been taken a boy out of a tavern by the Earl of Dorset, who accidentally found him reading Horace, and he, being very generous, gave him an education in literature. He was sent to the court of France in September to try on what terms we might expect a peace. His journey was carried on secretly, but upon his return he was stopped at Dover, and a packet that he brought was kept till an order came from court to set him free, and by this accident the secret broke out. This one prior, so contemptuously mentioned by Bishop Burnet, was the celebrated poet Matthew Prior, who was employed in many important diplomatic missions and seemed well qualified for his work. Prior, like many another poet of his time, was born of humble parentage and was helped through those early struggles into literature which otherwise might have been weary and painful, by the generosity of an appreciative patron. It seems a little strange that a man like Bishop Burnet, who mixed so much in the circles from which patrons and patronage came, should not have heard anything from his court friends about the career of the rising poet and diplomatist, and should have found no other way of describing him than by setting him down simply as one prior. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 26. I fall under this plot. When Macbeth is contrasting his own condition as a living man with that of him whom he has done to death, he numbers among the troubles which wait upon his own life malice domestic, foreign levies. If Marlborough had been studying in advance the causes of his own downfall, he would have had no occasion to include foreign levies among them, and might have fairly ascribed them all to malice domestic, at least to the malice of his enemies at home. It is not too much to say that the whole conditions of Europe might have been altered for a time if the victor of Blenheim could still have retained his position of ascendancy over the movements of Queen Anne's government. Whether we approve or disapprove of the policy which brought the long war to an end, we can hardly have any doubt that the result of the war and the terms of its final settlement would have been entirely different if Marlborough had been allowed to carry on his forward movement into the heart of France. By no set of men at home or abroad was Marlborough's strength more completely recognized than by those of his own countrymen, who now found themselves compelled to choose between renouncing their cherished policy and forcing Marlborough out of their way. The Queen's advisers were confident of the strength they had acquired in the new Parliament, and were well resolved to increase that strength by whatever means the utmost straining of constitutional authority could place within their power. It may be mentioned as significant evidence of the control which the ministers had obtained over the new Parliament that they were able to get the measure against occasional conformity passed into law on March 12, 1712. This measure, it will be remembered, had been introduced again and again, and was carried in the House of Commons more than once, but was lost in the House of Lords. The title of the measure began, "An Act for preserving the Protestant religion by better securing the Church of England as by law established," and the title further described it as intended to continue the toleration granted to Protestant dissenters by former legislation. The purpose of the measure was to declare that anyone, whether he had occasionally conformed or not, who held a government or corporation office, was to be disqualified by the Act if he afterwards attended the meeting of a conventicle. Nor was this unlucky person left in any doubt as to the precise nature of his offence. A conventicle was defined to be a meeting of 10 persons or more, occupied in religious ceremonial or worship other than that authorized by the English Prayer Book, and even though the conventicle should be held in private dwelling for the purpose of concealment, the law declared the meeting equally penal if there were 10 persons present besides the members of the family who occupied the home. Even if the liturgy of the Church of England were ostensibly used on such occasions, the penalty was still to be enforced if prayer for the Princess Sophia, whose name stood next in succession to that of Queen Anne, were omitted from the disloyal ceremonial. Each offender under such conditions would be liable to a fine of £40 and would be incapable of holding any office under government or under a corporate body. The object of this act was not merely to discourage dissent, but also to prohibit any manifestation, either by omission or commission, of sympathy with the cause of the exiled Stuarts. We can easily understand that the mind and heart of Bolingbroke were not any more than the mind and heart of Queen Anne herself, profoundly concerned in the passing of such a measure, but the time seemed to require it, and both the Queen and Bolingbroke felt constrained to go with the time. The first opportunity was seized for satisfying the passion of religious intolerance throughout the community, and the measure at last was thus carried into law. The men in power began to feel that the time had come when a decisive blow must be struck for the accomplishment of the purpose they had at heart. They felt, too, that the decisive blow must be directed against Marlborough. The day of coup d'etat had not yet passed from the course of English history. Men of the time had seen what may be called the conquest of England by William III. They had seen the old dynasty of the Stuarts deposed and its hereditary representatives driven into exile. They had seen a Stuart princess called to the throne under conditions which made her the sovereign of a constitutional monarchy, a Stuart princess who was herself a devoted member of the Church of England. They had seen the hereditary succession transferred by Act of Parliament to a foreign family living in Germany. Such a generation could not yet have grown into anything like a genuine recognition of the true principles of constitutional government, and could hardly feel surprised when the practices of constitutional government itself were made available for the purpose of accomplishing something very like an act of despotic power. The result of the recent elections had made it clear to those now at the head of the state that they had a force behind them strong enough to maintain them in the carrying of measures to accomplish their immediate purpose, even though a part of that purpose might be the overthrow of the great soldier who had borne the flag of England in triumph over so many foreign battlefields. The House of Commons might be safely counted on to maintain Harley and Bolingbroke in the projects which they were determined to carry out, but it was anticipated that there would be some difficulty with the House of Lords. Now, the House of Lords has at all times since parliamentary government came to be established in England been regarded as the chief obstacle to the accomplishment of great measures tending toward political progress and the principle of civic equality and popular freedom. Of late years we have come to regard it as no longer a power to prevent the ultimate passing of such measures, but only as a power to obstruct and delay them for a time, until the loudly and resolutely expressed determination of the majority outside shall have convinced the obstructive peers that the time has come for them either to give in or to run the risk of destroying their own institution. It has, however, happened every now and then, at times since the Revolution of 1688, that the House of Lords shows in particular instances a creditable and honourable desire to resist some act of despotic force on the part of the majority in the House of Commons. The leaders of the state at that period of Queen Anne's reign which we have now reached felt well satisfied that the overthrow of Marlborough was not to be accomplished without a strong opposition on the part of the hereditary assembly, and they knew that the Constitution itself had provided them with an easy way of getting over the difficulty. On December 7th, 1711, Parliament was opened as usual by Queen Anne in person. The speech from the throne contained an announcement which could have left no doubt among all who heard and all who afterwards read it, that the mind of the government was made up to bring the war to a close under whatever conditions. "I am glad," the royal speech declared, "that I can now tell you that, notwithstanding the arts of those who delight in war, both place and time are appointed for opening the treaty of a general peace." There could be no doubt in the mind of anyone that the allusion to those who delight in war proclaimed the doom of Marlborough. Not only was a peace to be made, but an example was also to be made of the great commander, but for whose genius in war peace at any price might long ago have been enforced on England. One of the peers on whom the government especially relied, and who had travelled a long journey in order that he might be able to take a part in the debate, made a speech which showed more plainly still the intentions of the statesmen in power. This peer was the Earl of Anglesey. He emphatically declared in his speech that it ought to be left to Her Majesty herself to conclude a peace when she thought it convenient for the good of her subjects, and he added that we might have enjoyed that blessing soon after the Battle of Ramillies, if the same had not been put off by some persons whose interest it was to prolong the war. The Queen had left the throne, according to the usual form, soon after the delivery of the royal speech, but she had not left the house itself. She merely retired to the royal enclosure or pavilion, which was always prepared for her, and where she remained sometimes in order that she might listen to the debate. The occasion was assuredly one of great moment and of something like dramatic interest in the story of the crisis. The Duke of Marlborough was in the house, and his rising at once to take part in the debate showed how thoroughly he understood the entire significance of the words which had been delivered from the throne, and of those which had been spoken by the peer who had further illustrated their meaning. Marlborough was no more of an orator than Napoleon Bonaparte or the Duke of Wellington. The gift of eloquence is not often bestowed on great military commanders, and Julius Caesar remains in history one of the few examples of a great warrior who was also a great orator. Marlborough seldom took part in parliamentary debate, and was not fond of speech-making at any time or under any conditions. But his speech on this occasion showed that quiet and complete self-control which never seemed to desert him at the most trying moments of his career, whether on the battlefield or in the council chamber, and it wanted nothing of the dignity which ought to belong to the utterance of such a man at such a moment. Marlborough told the House of Lords that he could appeal with perfect confidence to the Queen herself to say whether, during the time that he had served her as general and as plenipotentiary, he had ever failed to inform her and her council of all proposals of peace that had been made, and had not constantly applied to her that she would give him instructions as to the course which he ought to pursue under the conditions which he had brought to her knowledge. Then he went on to declare in tones of the deepest earnestness that he had ever been desirous of a safe, honourable, and lasting peace, and that nothing had ever been farther from his purpose than any thought of prolonging the war for his own private advantage, as his enemies had most falsely insinuated against him. He assured the House that if there was nothing else to inspire him with a desire for lasting peace, his own advancing years and the long fatigues and troubles he had undergone made him earnestly wish above all things for retirement and repose, in order that the remainder of his life might be given up to the preparation for eternity. He called upon the House to take account of the fact that he could no longer have the slightest motive to desire a continuance of the war, seeing that he had already been most generously rewarded and had honours and wealth heaped upon him far beyond his desert and his expectation, both by Her Majesty and her parliaments. But he took the opportunity of declaring that he was of the same opinion as the rest of the Allies, that the safety and liberties of Europe would be left in imminent danger if Spain and the West Indies were surrendered to the House of Bourbon. There can be no doubt that the Duke of Marlborough's words made a deep impression on a large number of those to whom they were addressed. The opinion of such listeners was in all probability only a forecast of the judgment which history has since adopted and maintained. Whatever the public and private errors and faults of Marlborough, there seems no just reason to believe that in his great career as a soldier he was inspired and governed mainly, as so many other famous soldiers have been, by a love of war for its own excitements and its own successes, by a love of conquest and a passion for military renown and for personal aggrandizement. Given the policy of the war against France, there is no reason to accuse Marlborough of any ambition other than the ambition to conduct that war to a complete and a lasting success. The fault to be found with the policy of the war must be traced back to a period of history before the time when Marlborough could be justly accredited with any power to direct the statesmanship of England. Those who were satisfied that the safety of England and the stability of the Revolution, accomplished by William III, depended on a stern resistance to the expansion of French dominion over Spain and other parts of the European continent, could have no fault to find with Marlborough for the manner in which he endeavoured to conduct this policy to success. There was, therefore, direct and immediate significance in the words which he used when he insisted that the liberties of Europe would still be left in danger if security were not obtained against the extension of Bourbon dominion over Spain and the West Indies. At this distance of time, it is easy enough to contend that the dearest interests of England were involved in maintaining the internal prosperity of the English people and the populations under English rule, and that it mattered little to these populations whether one sovereign or another reigned over the Spanish people. But at the time when Marlborough was thus addressing the House of Lords, no idea of this order had come up as an element in British statesmanship. Indeed, the thought of a policy which merely concerned itself with the welfare of the populations under English rule and disclaimed the principle of intervention in the affairs of foreign countries would have been as strange and intolerable to the statesmanship of England just after the French Revolution as it was to the statesmanship of England under Queen Anne. It must have been clear to every mind at the time when this debate was taking place in the House of Lords that the words of the royal speech were intended to convey a censure, not upon the policy of the war, but upon Marlborough himself. An amendment to the address was moved by the Earl of Nottingham, which, if it did not actually express this sentiment, yet went at least so far as to adopt and to vindicate the warning conveyed by Marlborough at the close of his speech. The amendment called for the insertion of a special clause in the address declaring that, in the opinion of the House, no peace could be safe or honourable to Great Britain or Europe if Spain and the West Indies were allotted to any branch of the House of Bourbon. This was, of course, an amendment hostile to the ministry, and it was carried on a division by a majority of 62 against 54. The government, however, did not think it judicious to treat the amendment as one of hostile intention. This was merely a question of parliamentary tactics, and as the government were not by any means prepared to declare that further annexations by the House of Bourbon would not be fraught with danger to the liberties of Great Britain and of Europe in general, there seemed no unavoidable necessity for the advisers of the Queen to treat the amendment as anything other than a reasonable, or at all events harmless, addition to the text of the address. The clause was therefore inserted without any further division, and the trouble was over, for the time, in the House of Lords. The Queen's ministers were strong and safe in the House of Commons. There, too, an amendment was moved declaring that no peace could be lasting which allowed Spain and the West Indies to become part of the dominion of the House of Bourbon. The amendment proposed in the Commons was made additionally emphatic by words which declared that a peace established on such terms might endanger the safety of Her Majesty's person and government, the Protestant succession in the House of Hanover, and the liberty of Europe. This amendment, when pressed to a division, was rejected by a majority of 232 against 106. The government made up their minds to secure their position in the House of Lords by a bold and unusual step, the creation of 12 new peers. Such a course is unquestionably within the power of the Crown. In more recent times, the threat that the power would, if necessary, be called into actual exercise has, on more than one memorable occasion, been found enough to overcome the intended resistance of the House of Lords and to compel the peers to submit to the will of the sovereign and the majority, without subjecting themselves to the intrusion at one moment of several new and unwelcome members. The advisers of Queen Anne carried out their purpose without waiting to give to the Lords any choice of action. 12 new peers were at once added to the numbers of the hereditary chamber. So open and obvious was the purpose of this creation that 3 or 4 of the new peers were the eldest sons of noblemen who themselves sat in the House of Lords, and the sons would, in the ordinary course of events, succeed to the seats occupied by their fathers. It need hardly be said that the new men thus introduced were the heirs of peers who were known to be devoted followers of the government. A certain feeling of astonishment and even a sensation of scandal was aroused when it was announced that one of the new peers was Sir Samuel Masham, the husband of the Queen's latest favourite. 2 of the new men were distinguished lawyers who might in any case have been regarded as likely to obtain the reward of a peerage, and several others were fairly well entitled to such an elevation. But, of course, the obvious meaning of the whole arrangement was to bring at once into the House of Lords a number of steady Tories who could be relied upon to follow the ministers faithfully in whatever course it was their pleasure to take. An amusing story which has found its way into accepted record tells that when the new peers took their seats in the House of Lords for the first time, a Whig nobleman scornfully put the question whether the 12 who had thus been simultaneously summoned to attend were prepared to vote separately or through the mouth of their foreman. The whole event has a certain historical value, if only because it shows that the Queen's advisers were determined to have their way, and cared little whether such independent opinion as might then be in existence approved or disapproved of the peremptory action by which they had secured the power to carry out their policy. It was always a relief to the Queen's mind to find herself under strong and resolute guidance, and this time at least her own inclinations were entirely on the side of those who could make it clear to her that she was now following her own wishes and theirs without any actual infringement of the authority which was given to her by the Constitution. The crushing blow soon came. The Queen wrote a letter to Marlborough with her own hand, in which she announced to him his dismissal from all his public appointments. She informed him that accusations had been made against him to the effect that he had actually taken perquisites himself from a Jewish contractor who had entered into an engagement to supply the army with bread, and that the moneys received by Marlborough in this manner had amounted during the past few years to a sum of more than £60,000. The Queen also told him that he had been charged with deducting 2.5% from the pay which the sovereign allowed to her foreign soldiers, and that this latter acquisition amounted during the same time to a sum not far short of £200,000. Marlborough sent to the Queen a reply which certainly bore in it a complete vindication of his conduct according to the recognized principles of his position and his office at the time. He declared that he had received the moneys in accordance with all the precedents and practices accepted by other men who held command like his, and that in any case the money had never been employed for his private use, but had been expended for the purpose of obtaining secret intelligence about the movements of the enemy, and for other objects which were recognized as part of the regular and permissible business of warfare. Nothing could be more positive than his declaration that no part of the sums thus received had gone into his own purse, or had been expended in any manner directly or indirectly for his own personal interest. The charges which the Queen embodied in her letter to Marlborough were founded on the report of a commission appointed to inquire into and report upon the state of the public accounts. This report was published in January 1712. Marlborough was then at The Hague, and he dispatched at once to the commissioners a formal statement of his case, of his defence, as it may well be called. His letter contains the frank admission that certain sums were received by the Commander-in-Chief, but he declared that it had been the recognized privilege of the British generals commanding in the Low Countries both before the Revolution and since to accept such allowances, and he assured the commissioners at the same time in the most earnest manner that whatever sums I have received on that account have constantly been applied to the service of the public in keeping secret correspondence and getting intelligence of the enemy's notions and designs. So far as we can now judge of impartial public opinion at the time, it would certainly seem that such impartial public opinion as there was gave a cordial acceptance to Marlborough's explanation. Marlborough had followed precedents which we must now all regard as decidedly objectionable, but he had only followed precedents and had devised no evil practices of his own. That a man holding the position of Commander-in-Chief should receive any allowance or perquisites whatever from the contractors who supplied his army with stores, or should be allowed to make any deductions from the rate of payment authorized by the sovereign for the maintenance of foreign mercenaries, appears to us now an utterly unjustifiable and monstrous practice. But when Marlborough asserted that such had been the recognized practice for men in his position, both before and since the Revolution, there does not appear to have been any indignant denial on the part of those who must have been well qualified to speak as to the accuracy of his assertions. The word of the great soldier may fairly be believed when he declared that the money which had thus come into his hands had been applied by him for purposes which he considered to be advantageous to the national cause, and had not been pocketed by him as bribes and spent for his own personal advantage. Marlborough had undoubtedly acquired a reputation for avarice and love of gain, and his wife was generally believed to have always kept a steady eye on any chances of personal acquisition. Such suspicions as these, however, were prevalent and common when Marlborough was at the height of his favour with sovereign and public, but they had never before taken the shape of direct and odious charges amounting to personal corruption and peculation of state money. Marlborough's enemies had now no thought of considering calmly the charges made against him. His ruin was determined on, and the chief anxiety of those who were leagued against him was lest the Queen might be induced to delay her action, and in the meantime some revulsion of feeling in the public mind, as the whole story became known, might come to the help of the great soldier, and insist that he must at least have a fair and open trial. The charges made against him by the report of the Commission were welcomed by the men in power, because they gave what seemed to be a reasonable excuse for a decision which had already been determined on. The doom was then proclaimed. Thus the great career of Marlborough came to an end. He withdrew from public life altogether and remained but a short time in England. The death of his old friend and companion Godolphin, the statesman who had managed with skill and success the financial arrangements necessary for the opening campaigns of the Great War, occurred a few months after Marlborough's fall. Godolphin died at Marlborough's own house near St. Albans on September 15th, 1712. This melancholy event, this passing away of the colleague who had worked with him in the springtime of his fame, must no doubt have made life in England more and more distasteful to Marlborough, and it would have been trying enough in any case to such a man, who never professed to be of a philosophic turn, to endure an existence of inactivity and something like obscurity at home. He went abroad and did not return to England until the accession of George I opened for him a welcome and a restoration of the honours and dignities which had been so suddenly taken from him. At this time of day, when we can survey the whole career of the man with minds free from political partiality, we may safely come to the conclusion that he was not guilty of the worst and most ignoble charges urged against him by his political enemies. He may be freely acquitted of the charges of peculation and embezzlement which were put forward as the cause of his disgrace. Some of the financial arrangements which were imputed as crimes to him would hardly be regarded in our days as justifiable transactions on the part of an English commander-in-chief, but it must be remembered that many acts which were not considered irregularities in those days would be set down as irregular and intolerable in a time like the present. This fact, of course, would not justify or excuse some of the acts which Marlborough was accused of having committed, for if they had been matters of common occurrence in the business of a commander-in-chief, they could not possibly have been turned at a moment's notice into actual crimes, even by the most audacious and unscrupulous of political enemies. Some of the acts charged against Marlborough were undoubtedly offences against the civil and moral code of that time, as well as against the civil and moral code of our own day. But these are the charges of which Marlborough declared himself to be absolutely innocent, with regard to which he gave substantial proofs of his innocence, and about which even at the time his enemies were unable to discredit his testimony. The worst allegations that were made against him seem to have been made but as an afterthought, and in the hope of finding justification for a step which those who had had too much of him were already, and in any case, determined to take. The judgment of history must be that whatever Marlborough's faults, he was treated by his country with ingratitude. He had served England on the battlefield as she has seldom been served before or since, and his name must ever rank with the names of the greatest commanders in history. When we think of his want of political principle, we must always bear in mind that the political principles of that time were in a curiously fluid and unsettled state, that the Queen on her throne saw herself sometimes compelled to act as the agent of systems and opinions with which in her heart she had no sympathy, that the cause of the Stuarts found embattled advocates on British soil more than once after Queen Anne had passed away. Marlborough was only like some other men high in office and in power when he was found in confidential communication now and then with the representatives of that which was not even yet believed to be a cause wholly lost and a dynasty dethroned forever. He was an ambitious man and in many ways a selfish man, and he never proclaimed any exalted standard of public or private morality. But there is no reason whatever to doubt that while he was engaged in the work for which his genius so splendidly qualified him, he had in his mind and at his heart above all other objects the success of the state and of the cause which he represented on the field of battle. Whatever judgment may be formed as to the value of the peace which was brought about by Marlborough's political enemies, there can be no question that he was absolutely sincere in his conviction that such a peace would not prove to be worth the price which his country would have to pay for it. Were he entirely in the wrong and they entirely in the right on this question, the judgment of history on Marlborough's personal integrity of purpose must remain absolutely unaltered. It is easy to understand that a constitutional sovereign might have seen some danger to the crown and to the state in the popularity of such a man, and in the possibility of his becoming a sort of military dictator. But no consideration of this kind can affect the verdict of history as to the course which was taken to bring about the ruin of Marlborough, and the policy which was adopted in order to give that course a semblance of justification. The story of Marlborough's fall forms the darkest chapter in the record of Queen Anne's reign. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 27, Europe Reconstructed on Paper. The conferences to arrange the terms of peace opened at Utrecht on January 29, 1712. There was much difficulty found by the English government in prevailing on their allies to enter into the conferences, and the new German emperor held obstinately out for a long time against any proposals for a peaceful settlement. Charles, the new emperor, on behalf of whom, as claimant to the Spanish throne, the allies had begun the war, was for holding out to the bitter end and fighting the French as long as the fight could be kept up. Since his accession to the imperial throne, he had ceased to be a candidate for the crown of Spain. But he seems to have thought that he was badly treated by his allies when they began to enter in negotiations without him, and in point of fact he did endeavour for a while to maintain the war on his own account and out of his own resources. He soon found, however, that the task was beyond his strength, and the fact that those who had been his allies were already coming to terms with France made his efforts seem hopeless even to himself. Charles made a peace of his own with the King of France, but the whole story may now be told as one historical narrative, and the event which the world remembers is the settlement come to at Utrecht, and not the separate, or as it might be called, collateral arrangement agreed to between the King of France and the German Emperor. The conferences at Utrecht went to work composedly and complacently to reconstruct the scheme of the European continent. In those days, a conference of diplomatists representing sovereign states, assembled to consider the terms of peace after a long war, was not likely to trouble itself much with the interests and sentiments of the various populations concerned in the arrangement. The business with which diplomatists had to occupy themselves was only the adjustment of some terms of compromise which the sovereigns who were represented in the council chamber could be prevailed upon to accept. It was to be a give-and-take work altogether so far as these sovereigns were concerned, and if they could see their way to an agreement, it did not enter into the minds of diplomatists that anybody else could have right or inclination or opportunity to interfere. The modern doctrine of nationalities had not yet come to be a recognized force in political affairs. Much of the history of Europe since the Middle Ages is recorded distinctly enough in the annals of these various conferences, congresses, and other such settlements. It is not to be understood that the congresses and conferences really settled anything in a true and lasting sense. As diplomacy then conducted its business, there was no genuine basis sought for such a settlement, nor did the diplomatists even suspect that such a basis could be found. The story of the successive congresses and conferences becomes a record of European history because it shows how step by step, or blunder after blunder, the statesmen of Europe came nearer and nearer to the only true and real conditions by virtue of which a lasting peace could be obtained. The conferences at Utrecht had to deal with the affairs of England, France, Germany, Holland, Spain, and Portugal, and many other states, directly and immediately, and indirectly with the affairs of other states which were not represented in the diplomatic council chamber. But there does not seem the slightest reason to suppose that the diplomatists at Utrecht ever thought of asking themselves whether this or that proposed arrangement would be likely to obtain any hold over the populations of the states to which it was to apply. There was, for instance, no other idea with regard to Italy than the idea that it was a country to be divided up amongst various native or foreign rulers, a part given to reward this one, and a part given to buy over or to buy off that other. It was no more thought likely that the populations of these various allotments might raise any objection to the new arrangements than it would be thought likely now that the cattle and sheep on a farm about to be sold would have any reason or inclination to object to the occupancy of the new purchaser. The family compacts, the private arrangements between certain reigning families on the European continent, which followed and in a certain sense came out of the Utrecht settlement, were not in themselves more thoroughly narrow-minded and worthless than the arrangements seriously discussed and solemnly ratified by the negotiators who came to represent England, France, Germany, and the other states concerned in those councils, which gave another attribute of celebrity to the old Dutch city. The Congress of Vienna seems to us now a very antiquated and ineffective piece of machinery, but an entirely new stage of political development had been accomplished in Europe between its time and that of the Utrecht conferences. At the Congress of Vienna, evidence had been given that at least there were statesmen who saw that the interests and the wishes of populations would have to be considered thenceforward, as well as the inclinations and the interests of sovereign rulers. No such idea had made its way into the mind of European diplomacy at the time of the Utrecht sittings. The French Revolution intervened between the two eras of diplomacy, and although the Congress of Vienna was called together to reconstruct Europe after what seemed to be the collapse of the Revolution, yet the main principles which that revolution had asserted found at least some recognition in the minds of diplomatists whose business it was to take part in the work of reconstitution. The conferences at Utrecht had no occasion to trouble themselves about the sovereignty of peoples, or the right of nations to choose their own rulers, or the difficulties of founding any lasting system of government in a country which had never been allowed an opportunity of taking any part in the choice or in the working of its constitution. The conferences dragged on for a long time. Much of the delay was caused by the difficulty of inducing some of the allies to enter cordially into any plan of settlement, and even in the case of those who did enter into such a plan, the difficulty of prevailing upon them to recognize any but their own interests. The general result was that what may be described as a series of separate arrangements was entered into between France on the one side and the states of the late alliance on the other. The treaty was finally signed at the Congress on April 11th, 1713, by the representatives of Great Britain and her allies, except the Emperor, and by the representatives of the King of France. Perhaps the most conspicuous feature of the treaty was that part of it which established the grandson of King Louis on the throne of Spain with the title of Philip V. The war had been undertaken by Great Britain and her allies to prevent a prince of the House of Bourbon from becoming King of Spain, and now the Treaty of Utrecht declared that the prince of the House of Bourbon was to be King of Spain. Thus far the victory distinctly remained with France and Louis XIV. England, however, had her compensating advantages. France fully acknowledged the order of English sovereignty established by the Act of Succession. This article of the treaty distinctly proclaimed the acknowledgment by France of the succession of the Most Serene Princess Sophia and her heirs in the Protestant line of Hanover. The words of the treaty were explicit and almost effusive on this point. His Most Christian Majesty recognized sincerely and solemnly the said succession to the kingdom of Great Britain, and pledged to this recognition his faith and his word as a king, as well for himself as for his heirs and successors. But King Louis had to go still farther in his accommodation with England. He promised for himself and his heirs and successors that every care should be taken to prevent the person who during the lifetime of King James II had taken the title of Prince of Wales, and on the death of King James had taken the title of King of Great Britain, and who had more lately gone voluntarily out of France to live elsewhere, from ever returning into any of the provinces of that kingdom at any possible time or under any possible pretext. King Louis must have felt that there was some humiliation in all this part of the agreement to set off against the triumph accorded to him by that other part which acknowledged his grandson as King of Spain. The delicate diplomatic phraseology which described the Stuart claimant as having voluntarily taken himself out of France could not have much power to deceive even Frenchmen as to the pressure which had been brought to bear upon their sovereign to hasten his honoured guest's departure. King Louis had recognized the descendant of the Stuarts as King of England in the most solemn and ostentatious form. He had allowed the exiled prince to keep up a royal court in France, and it was only after years of warfare, and when Marlborough's forward movements seemed destined to threaten Paris itself, that King Louis found it necessary to suggest to the exiled Stuart the expediency of his voluntarily seeking a home out of France. The treaty contained a stipulation that the sovereignty of France and of Spain should never be united in the same person. Such a stipulation must have seemed even to Harley and Bolingbroke absolutely necessary in order to make the treaty acceptable to the people of England, who had made such sacrifices for the proclaimed purpose of preventing France from annexing Spain to her dominions. But this clause in the treaty had very little substantial value in itself. A Bourbon prince was now set upon the throne of Spain, and it is quite easy to understand that before many generations had passed, a descendant of that prince might, in the natural order of things, succeed to the inheritance of the throne of France. If the French people and the Spanish people were satisfied, it does not seem very likely that a new generation of Englishmen, or of Austrians, or of Dutchmen would have combined to undertake another tremendous war for the settlement or unsettlement of a foreign succession. Some such condition had to be made in order to satisfy political and diplomatic exigencies, and Louis probably found little difficulty in accepting an agreement which was not likely to interfere with the European conditions of his time. The territories which bore the name of Hudson's Bay and had been occupied by the French were to be restored to England, with the stipulation that all French subjects who had settled there were to be permitted to leave the territory and take with them whatever property they desired to remove. Nova Scotia, St. Christopher, and the neighbouring regions outside the border of Canada were yielded to England, and by this means the sovereign of Great Britain obtained undisputed right over a vast extent of territory. The treaty also contained a stipulation that the French occupants of Canada should not interfere with or endeavour to expel or molest in any way those tribes of Indians known as the Five Nations, who were understood to have attached themselves to the friendly protection of England, or any other tribes that should in future seek shelter under the strength of an alliance with their English neighbours. The French reserved the right to fish within certain limits along the shores of the Hudson's Bay and Nova Scotia territory. France agreed to demolish the fortifications and to fill up the harbour of Dunkirk, which the English government at that time appeared to have looked upon as a standing menace to British trading interests. This particular stipulation was not carried out, and the English statesmen would seem before long to have forgotten all about it. England was to retain possession of Gibraltar and Minorca was fought for, taken, and retaken several times in succeeding years, and was finally given up to Spain at the Peace of Amiens in 1802. Gibraltar, it need hardly be said, is still under the flag of England, and although during a later reign there was a certain inclination on the part of the English sovereign to restore the rock and the fortress to Spain, that inclination soon passed over, and nothing seems farther from the mind of English statesmanship and the English people today than any thought of handing back to Spain that Mediterranean stronghold which was so suddenly and surprisingly won for Queen Anne during the War of the Spanish Succession. Spain can hardly be said to have gained anything by the Treaty of Utrecht, while she lost all her possessions in Italy and in the Netherlands. Prussia gained by the treaty the formal acknowledgment of her position as a kingdom, and from that time she may be said to have set up as a rival to Austria for ascendancy over the Germanic states. Italy was parcelled out to satisfy the claims and purchase the compromise of princes who had taken a part in the war. Milan and the Kingdom of Naples were given to Austria, and Sicily was handed over to the Duke of Savoy. The King of Sicily found means some 5 years later to exchange his island with Spain for Sardinia. Exchanges of territory were also made in those days without much inquiry as to the inclinations of the inhabitants. The sovereign, who had been the Duke of Savoy before the Treaty of Utrecht, thus became the King of Sardinia, and his successors maintained that kingdom down to the days within the recollection of living men, when the kings of Sardinia developed into kings of Italy. The Elector of Bavaria, who had taken sides with France, was restored to his dominions, and the Elector of Hanover was recognized in his rights as a ruling prince. The region known as the territory of Orange passed over by process of peaceful exchange into the ownership of France. On the death of William III, the territory of Orange went by inheritance to the childless king's sister, who had married the prince now recognized as the first king of Prussia. This little territory was entirely surrounded by France, and it seemed much more convenient to the great states concerned in the Treaty of Utrecht that it should be formally consigned to the sovereignty of King Louis. There is something curiously interesting in the history of this principality, so completely a part of France, and now so completely identified with France in the minds of the numberless travellers from all parts of the world who visit the picturesque regions in the neighbourhood of Avignon. The principality had come by inheritance to one of the Nassau family, and through him gave a title to the successive heirs of that line. Then, by chance, which we have mentioned, the principality passed over to a Prussian owner. The exchange which was made by the Treaty of Utrecht was the most advantageous for all the states concerned in the engagement, and it now remains only one of the curiosities of history that an internal part of French territory should at one time have been owned by the Princes of Nassau, have given a descriptive name to William III of England, and have afterwards become the inheritance of a King of Prussia. One of the arrangements which belonged to the Treaty of Utrecht has a peculiar significance for English readers, and recalls some entirely painful and humiliating recollections. Nothing could set off in more startling contrast the difference between some of the conditions of civilization at the time of Queen Anne's rule and those which prevail in England and almost everywhere else in our own days, than the agreement which was entered into at Utrecht between Great Britain and Spain, the agreement which bore as its title the Spanish word asiento. History has kept up the name of this memorable and disreputable agreement to the present hour. The asiento was simply an agreement or assent between England and Spain that England should have the privilege or the monopoly of supplying Negro slaves to the Spanish colonies on the western side of the Atlantic. This was regarded at the time by the English statesmen as a privilege England was well entitled to ask and to receive, and concerning which there could be no possible question of honour, decency, or morality. It was regarded as the most natural thing in the world that a country like England, which had large merchant fleets, should secure for herself a good trade in the capture and sale of Negro slaves, and a monopoly in the traffic with any state which had need of such cargoes and was not so well provided with the means of obtaining the desired livestock. The Spanish colonists on American soil were greatly in need of cheap labour to carry on their work for them, and the cheapest and best labour, according to the views of the time, was to be found in Negroes captured on African soil and carried off to the country where their daily toil could be made most useful to their owners. That a Negro should be captured and sold into perpetual slavery, a slavery for himself and his children, seemed to the civilized world in the days of Queen Anne and down to a much later time about as natural and unobjectionable a proceeding as the capture and sale of wild cattle. Some of the most enlightened statesmen of England and France, at the time when the Treaty of Utrecht was made, must have been as humane according to their own code of humanity and standard of education as any of those who in a later age applauded the thrilling words of Brougham when he denounced the wild and guilty fantasy that man can have property in man. But even among professed teachers of religion in the days of Queen Anne, the doctrines of Christianity had not yet struck their roots so deeply down in the human heart as to make the recognition of man's right to an inheritance of freedom a commonly accepted principle of conscience. The conditions of the asiento were at first embodied in a treaty which had been in operation between France and Spain, but at the Peace of Utrecht it was arranged that England should have the benefit of the agreement. England was to have by this stipulation the privilege of importing 4,800 Negro slaves into the Spanish colonies of America within 30 years. The terms of the contract, which were the same as those embodied in the agreement between France and Spain, set forth precisely the kind of Negro slave to be imported into the Spanish colonies, prescribed that slaves of both sexes were to be imported, defined the limits of age within which the living property was to be captured and sold, and in every possible way made the terms of the bargain quite clear. The Asiento gave a new and vigorous impulse to the slave trade, and it has bequeathed to England the melancholy fame of having been the principal instrument in setting up the system of slavery throughout the North American colonies. It may be added that this ill-omened contract had, as one of its indirect consequences, the effect of helping to create and float the South Sea Company, or rather that strange development of the South Sea Company which was known as the South Sea Bubble, and was the cause of a tremendous commercial convulsion in the succeeding reign. The Dutch obtained, as the result of the part they had taken in the war, a certain rectification of their frontier lines, and the possession of some towns and fortresses, the ownership of which appeared to confer on them a guarantee against French encroachment in the future. This was not perhaps very much of a gain to Holland, after all the risks she had undergone and the sacrifices she had been compelled to make. It does not even seem quite clear that the new arrangement would have been much of a security to Holland if, in the course of time, any of her powerful neighbours had thought it advisable to undertake an invasion of her territory. But there was nothing else to be done when the negotiations for peace were on the way to settlement, for it was certain that England would not undertake further risks and make fresh sacrifices for the sake of satisfying her Dutch ally. The Dutch had to be content with what they could get, and the result of their alliance with two of the great European powers had probably, though indirectly, some influence in the promotion of Holland's subsequent prosperity. The Dutch seem to have learned the lesson by the war that a small state is not likely to gain much benefit from a military alliance with great neighbours, and had therefore better keep as far as possible out of all kind of warlike adventure. Since the Peace of Utrecht, Holland has for the most part confined herself to looking after her own interests, and has become a peaceful, educated, and prosperous state. Perhaps it may well be asserted that the fighting capacity which the Dutch had shown, as well in the War of the Succession as in their own great struggle for independence, would be likely to discourage even very powerful neighbours from a policy of adventurous invasion, and would prove a better security for the small state than the possession of the fortress towns or the rectification of the frontier. English statesmanship underwent severe and just reproach for one part of its policy in the settlement of the treaty. This was the part which is commonly and very fairly described as the abandonment of the Catalans. The Catalans, the population inhabiting certain regions of Catalonia, had cordially adopted the cause represented by the Archduke Charles. They were indeed the only Spanish population who had actively demonstrated their sympathy with that cause, and had sacrificed brave lives in its support. While the negotiations for peace were still going on, the Catalans were in arms on the battlefield, and were naturally counting on the support of the allies who had set up the Archduke Charles as the sovereign of Spain. It might well have been assumed that when the arrangements for peace began to take definite shape, the English statesmen would insist on enforcing some stipulation for the immunity and protection of the brave Spaniards who had fought side by side with them, and who, without their help, must now be left to the mercy of Spain's Bourbon sovereign. There was still a British force in Spain, while the arrangements for peace were drawing toward a close, and the Catalans must have expected that some measures would be taken by England to secure them against being treated as mere rebels by the incoming ruler of Spain. The English statesmen, however, did nothing of the kind, but left the Catalans without any pledge or guarantee whatever to the mercy of their new ruler. We may anticipate the progress of history for a little in order to say that after the Treaty of Utrecht had become an accomplished fact, the desertion of the Catalans was made a subject of discussion in the House of Lords. Lord Wharton and Lord Sunderland raised the question there, and contended that the Crown of Great Britain, having drawn in the Catalans to declare for the House of Austria, and engaged to support them, those engagements ought to have been made good by some arrangement in the treaty securing the Catalans against any harm. The defence of the government was undertaken by Bolingbroke, who assured the House that the Queen had used all her endeavours to secure for the Catalans the enjoyment of their ancient liberties and privileges. But he contended that the engagements into which the Queen had entered could hold for no longer a time than while the Archduke Charles was still in Spain, and that as the Archduke, who had since risen to the imperial dignity, had himself taken no steps to maintain the rights of the Catalans, the Queen was not in a position to do anything more than make use of her good offices on their behalf. Such a defence as this could hardly have imposed upon anyone who took the slightest interest in the safety of the Catalans, or who had any just perception of the degree to which the honour of England was involved in their defence. The House of Lords presented an address to the Queen on the subject, and the Queen assured them in reply that at the time she concluded her peace with Spain, she resolved to continue her interpositions upon every occasion for obtaining these liberties, and to prevent, if possible, the misfortunes to which that people were exposed by the conduct of those more nearly concerned to help them. The further interpositions, if any such ever were made, do not seem to have been pressed forward in a manner likely to bring about the results which the Queen declared she had in mind. The Catalans, in fact, were left to their fate, and it is recorded in history that the Queen's promise of protection was hung on the high altar of the Cathedral of Barcelona as a solemn protest against the worthlessness of the engagement into which England had professed to enter on behalf of the Catalan population. When the new King of Spain assumed his throne, the Catalans were regarded by him as rebels in arms against his authority. They were called upon to surrender, but they utterly refused to yield, and made up their minds to resist so long as resistance should be possible. They defended Barcelona with splendid bravery, and might have defended it effectively if the new king had had none but his own forces with which to subdue his rebels. The king, however, was able to obtain the help of French troops under the command of Marshal Berwick, and although the Catalans held out for a long time, yet the city was stormed and taken in the end, and no interposition on England's part took place to prevent this grim and tragic settlement of the Catalan question. We are now anticipating by a little the course of history, for the resistance of the Catalans outlasted the reign of Queen Anne. But it is as well to complete at once this melancholy chapter in the records of the war. The peace negotiations included an arrangement made for a commercial treaty between England and France. The whole of the Utrecht negotiations were, to a great extent, the work of Bolingbroke's inspiration, and the commercial treaty with France was almost exclusively his project. The fame of Bolingbroke is not usually associated with the business of commerce, and it does not appear that at any previous part of his life the great orator, writer, and man of pleasure had given any particular attention to the study of commercial questions or of political economy. But he suddenly became filled with a desire to establish an improved system of international relations between England and France in their commercial dealings, and he undoubtedly anticipated that policy of free trade which no English government ever thoroughly adopted until Sir Robert Peel had become a great Prime Minister and a convert to free trade principles. The main purpose of Bolingbroke's treaty was to declare that for the future the trade and commerce of England and France were to be placed on a footing of equality as regarded customs and tariffs, and that each nation was to be dealt with by the other on the same terms as those accorded by each to the foreign state, up to that time most highly favoured. In other words, the lowest duty which the financial administration of either country found it necessary to impose on imports coming from any foreign state was to be applied to English goods entering France, and French goods entering England. Bolingbroke's ideas on the subject of free trade were entirely in advance of the economic doctrines and the views on trade interest which prevailed at his time, and the announcement that such a commercial treaty had been made at Utrecht and ratified by the Queen's government created positive consternation among the commercial and trading classes in England. An outcry was raised that the very existence of English manufacture was threatened by the adoption of a policy which would throw the kingdom open to the competition of all its manufacturing rivals in France. Bishop Burnet describes the sensation which was created among the trading classes by the provisions in the treaty for removing the prohibitions and high duties imposed at that time on the productions of France. The traders in the city of London and those in all the other parts of England were alarmed, he says, with the great prejudice this would bring on the whole nation. The Turkey Company, those that traded to Portugal and Italy, and all who were concerned in the woolen and silk manufactures, appeared before both houses and set forth the great mischief that a commerce with France on the foot of the treaty would bring upon the nation, while none appeared on the other side to answer their arguments or to set forth the advantage of such a commerce. Burnet regards it as evident that none of the trading bodies had ever been consulted on the subject, while he adds that the commissioners for trade and plantations had had the project laid before them by the orders of the government, and they were invited to make their remarks on it. Then Bishop Burnet proceeds to discourse on what was one of the minor political scandals of the day, the manner in which the project had been brought under the notice of Bolingbroke and adopted by him as his own. Burnet's version of the story is that Arthur Moore, who had risen up from being a footman without any education to be a great dealer in trade, and was the person of that board in whom the Lord Treasurer confided most, moved that they might first read it every one apart, and then debate it, and he desired to have the first perusal, so he took it away and never brought it back to them, but gave it to the Lord Bolingbroke, who carried it to Paris, and there it was settled. Arthur Moore was a man whose position and dealings created much talk at that time, and who was commonly accredited with having been the instructor of Bolingbroke in all that he knew about questions of trade and commerce. It is quite true, as Bishop Burnet tells us, that Arthur Moore, whose name is spelt by some writers as Moore, with 2 O's, was originally a footman, and had little or no education to start with. But he appears to have been a man of great ability and a special capacity for making use of any opportunities of acquiring knowledge or exerting influence which might come in his way. The very fact that he was able to become the teacher and the guide of Bolingbroke, even on one great question of public policy, is proof enough that he must have had intelligence and force of character quite out of the common order. There appears to be a general agreement among writers who have commented on the character of Arthur Moore that he was sordid and grasping by nature, and that he would have recoiled from no undertaking which promised to bring him pecuniary advantage. On subjects of trade and commerce he became, for a time, Bolingbroke's constant adviser. Mr. McKnight, in his Life of Bolingbroke, says it was under Moore's great encouragement that Bolingbroke sent out the expedition to Canada, and it was Moore who received the order on the Treasury for the £26,000, of which 20,000 mysteriously disappeared into the pockets of Lady Masham. Moore was certainly a better authority on questions of international trade than on Canadian expeditions, and the fact that he succeeded in impressing Bolingbroke with a faith in his advanced views as to political economy is certainly not to Bolingbroke's discredit. Under Moore's influence, Bolingbroke put the Treaty of Commerce with France into shape and made it a part of the conditions settled by the Treaty of Utrecht. The commercial treaty had, however, to obtain the sanction of Parliament in England. Queen Anne retained the sovereign authority, as it was then understood, to enter into a treaty of peace of her own accord, but she did not claim any such arbitrary power over the arrangements for a treaty of commerce. The government succeeded so far that the House of Commons was induced by a large majority to pass the vote giving leave for the bringing in of the bill which embodied the articles of the treaty. But after this the opposition of all the trading interests concerned became too strong for the supporters of the measure. The Whig party was then supposed to be farther advanced in ideas of commercial freedom than the slow and steady Tory party, but most of the Whigs nevertheless opposed the bill, and probably would have been ready to do so in any case, if only because it was an important ministerial measure. Had Bolingbroke been still in the House of Commons, he might have done something by his persuasive eloquence, his gift of argument, and his political tact to obtain new supporters for his bill. But since his elevation to the House of Lords, there was no one in the representative chamber who could do the work which he might have done. Members of the House of Commons knew that a general election was near at hand, and few of them would have liked to face such an ordeal if their votes in the existing Parliament had turned all the manufacturing and trading classes against them. At one important stage in the progress of the measure, the government were defeated by 194 votes against 185. The majority was small, but it was convincing. Since the first reading of the bill, the feeling of the House had been growing steadily against the measure, and it was felt by the government that the longer the debate went on, the greater would be the strength of the opposition. The bill was therefore abandoned, and there was an end of the commercial treaty. Harley was understood to have had no great interest in the measure, and most assuredly he was not the man to appreciate advanced ideas on questions of international trade and commerce. The outcry of the trading interests was that such a treaty would simply impoverish the Englishman in order to enrich the Frenchman, and probably such a description of Bolingbroke's policy would have harmonized well enough with Harley's views on the general subject of international trade. Bolingbroke took the loss of his measure deeply to heart. In his letters to Prior and others of his friends, he deplored the action of the House of Commons, and through the whole remainder of his career he seems never to have lost his keen sense of disappointment. The familiar French proverb, which describes the man as unhappy who is in advance of his age, might in this instance at least have applied to Bolingbroke. Except for this one part of the arrangements, the Treaty of Utrecht may be said to have passed into realization in all its important propositions. It was signed on the 11th of April 1713 by the diplomatic representatives of England and France and of all the other allies except the German Emperor. There is not on the whole much serious difference of opinion in history as to the practical wisdom of the part which was played by English statesmanship in the making of the treaty. The motives of the English statesmen who carried the measure to success may well be questioned, and the whole policy which set the war going may easily be assailed and condemned by those who regard above all things the interests of the British populations. But when we ask ourselves directly and simply whether after so many years of war the English statesmen could do anything better than accept a peace even on such terms, we shall find ourselves compelled to admit that nothing could have been gained for British interests by a further prolongation of the struggle. The true interests of the people of these countries had never been concerned in the war, and every year of the war's continuance only involved them in new and unmeaning sacrifices. The Treaty of Utrecht brings with it no glory to the English statesmen by whom it was arranged and concluded, but the verdict of history must be that any reasonable terms of peace were better than the further prolongation of such a war. The illustrious composer Handel, who was then settled in England, was invited by Queen Anne to compose a Te Deum and a Jubilate in celebration of the peace, and he complied with the request and received from the Queen a liberal pension as to his reward. To most Englishmen the music of Handel, set to such a theme, must have seemed a fitting and noble glorification, but there must have been some Englishmen, too, in whose ears it sounded like a dirge. The one great fact was that the War of the Spanish Succession had come to an end. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 28. The Huguenot Refugees. The continued persecutions, by means of which the sovereign of France hoped to free his country from that which he regarded as religious heresy, had a distinct and marked effect upon the history of England's commerce, manufacturing industry, and intellectual development. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes made life in France all but intolerable to the Huguenots and to others who, like them, had set their hearts on maintaining their own convictions as to religion and religious worship. The study of this period of history gives us another illustration of the evil effects which come from the attempt made by rulers of any country to suppress by legal penalties individual freedom of faith and thought. France is not the only country which provides us with such examples and illustrations. The history of England herself teaches us many lessons to the same wholesome effect. Religious bigotry exercised by the ruling powers has again and again created sectarian and local hatreds, which have brought about in their time something like civil war. Now the Protestants and now the Roman Catholics are the victims of such intolerance and are driven by it to the alternative of becoming either refugees or rebels. But we have, perhaps, in the conditions which came from the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, the most remarkable and the most effective picture in little of calamities which such a policy of persecution inflicts at last on the country whose rulers have made persecution their policy. We have seen already in the course of this narrative how the severities practiced against the populations of the Cevennes created a new and unexpected danger for France at the time when she most needed national unity to maintain her against her enemies in war. But the uprising of the Camisards was little more than a passing incident in the events of the long struggle between France and the states arrayed in arms against her. The religious persecution her sovereign carried on was the immediate cause of an emigration which deprived her of the intellectual and industrial services of whole masses of her citizens who could have contributed beyond measure to her national prosperity if only they had been allowed to live at home in peace and worship their Creator according to the dictates of their own consciences. By a stroke of fate which might have seemed like a dramatic proclamation of censure on such a persecuting policy, the intellect, the industry, and the technical skill which would otherwise have been at the service of France became the means of nourishing and strengthening the power of France's greatest rival, England. A perfect flood of emigration set out from the Huguenot districts of France, and the refugees found for the most part their new home on English soil. The trade, the industry, and the industrial science of England received new and lasting benefit from the intelligence, perseverance, and orderly lives of the new settlers whom unjust and cruel legislation had driven from their own homes to find a settlement and a welcome in English cities and towns. The literature of England was improved and enriched from generation to generation by many of those who sought on English soil for a relief from religious persecution. Even the military service of England was a gainer, in many splendid instances, by the policy which had banished capable and brave soldiers of French birth from the land of their forefathers. So far as Louis XIV was concerned, there was no moral palliation to be found for his adoption of such a policy. We can all understand, even if we can't excuse, the conduct of the enthroned fanatic and bigot who firmly believes that his own form of religion is the only one which can open the way for man to the higher life hereafter. A distinguished free-thinking writer of modern days has declared that he could quite understand and even sympathize with the policy of the Inquisition when he regarded that policy from the Inquisition's own point of view. The doctrine of the Inquisition was that man's eternal salvation depended upon his acceptance of the one true faith, and the writer to whom we refer declared that from that point of view any degree of persecution, any number of burnings at the stake, any infliction whatever of temporal sufferings would be warranted by the hope of thus coercing the majority of men into an acceptance of the religious principles which alone could secure their eternal welfare. Many a fanatical ruler who made religious persecution a part of his duty was unquestionably and sincerely animated by that conviction, and for a potentate of that order our free-thinking author would have had some consideration. But even our free-thinking author himself could have found no such excuse for the policy of Louis XIV. Few men of his time could have had less feeling of religious devotion, less sentiment of any kind which had to do with religious belief, than the sovereign who revoked the Edict of Nantes. King Louis was a thoroughly unprincipled, selfish, and frivolous profligate who cared only for his own ambition, his own pleasures, his own likings, his own hatreds, and nothing that we read in the records of his life suggests that he was ever inspired by any feeling of genuine religious fanaticism. The emigration from France went on increasing day after day, and before long an entire population of French refugees had settled in England. Many fugitives from France for the same cause found their way into other countries, and wherever they made a new home for themselves, they won an honorable reputation for energy, intelligence, good conduct, and success. Up to the present day, we can see that in the various parts of the world where the French refugees found a settlement, they have proved to be meritorious and valuable members of the community. England, however, was for the most part the chosen home of the refugees, and their coming may be said to have opened a new and distinct chapter in the industrial and intellectual progress of the country. Schomberg, one of William III's famous generals, belonged to a family of Germans who had come under the dominion of the French crown when the Alsatian provinces were made by annexation a part of France. When the Edict of Nantes was revoked, the Schombergs became refugees and found a home in England. The head of the family, Frederick Schomberg, took service under King William, was by him created a duke in the English peerage, and rewarded for his services by liberal grants of money. Schomberg was killed in Ireland in the Battle of the Boyne. John Hill Burton, in his History of the Reign of Queen Anne, points with especial attention to the service rendered to English literature and to the story of England's progress by Rapin de Thoyras, who is known to fame as the historian Rapin. He belonged, we quote the words of Burton, to a family of the original Huguenot stock, and he was 28 years old when the Revolution of 1688 brought him to the conclusion that the sure place of refuge and comfort for one of his nature and opinions was Britain. He served under his countryman de Rovigny, whom we know better as Lord Galway, and was wounded in the Irish War. Conscious of the freedom enjoyed in the country of his adoption, he studied its laws and constitution, and it dawned and gradually strengthened on him that he should trace to its origin the national progress that had developed itself in the English Constitution. He was a close observer of the existing working of the Constitution, and gave a signal rebuke to the common opinion that no foreigner can understand it, in a thoroughly instructive commentary on the political divisions such as he found them during his abode in Britain. This first study of Rapin's was a dissertation of the rise, progress, views, strength, interests, and characters of the two parties of the Whigs and Tories. Rapin had greater work in his mind than any mere essay on political parties, however keenly studied and carefully explained. Burton observes that, with the singleness of purpose necessary to the accomplishment of great discoveries or other intellectual triumphs, he resolved to devote his life to the task of bringing into light the hidden treasures of which he had discovered the external traces, as a geologist believes that iron or coal or copper will be found in the rocks distributed under his feet. For such a design, the resources of life must in the first place be secured. These would not come as the immediate fruit of his labor, for that was not available until he had spent 17 years on his task. He had some little remnant of the patrimony of his old respectable family. Bentinck, Duke of Portland, King William's favoured minister, countenanced him, and he managed so to live as to be able to pursue his great project in freedom. But one item in his arrangements showed that he was not endowed with much more than the bare necessaries of life. He found that he could not afford to live in England until his work was completed. Hence, having made collections of such materials as he could only find in England, he settled himself in Rhenish Prussia for the completion of his work and his life. The English reader is not likely to be free from a feeling of regret that no means could be found to enable Rapin to continue his work and his life in the country which he had hoped to make his home, and where he had won some distinction in battle before he had sought renown in books. When the Edict of Nantes was revoked, Rapin went in the first instance to seek refuge in Holland, where he enlisted in a corps of Huguenot volunteers, made the acquaintance of William of Nassau, became devoted to him and to his cause, followed William, then only Prince of Orange, to England in 1688, and distinguished himself as a soldier at the Boyne and the siege of Limerick. The natural course of things would have been that Rapin should settle down for the remainder of his life in the country which he had freely chosen as his home, and should not have been compelled by the mere necessity of cheap living to complete his work and his existence in another country. The English reader is perhaps inclined to feel a little ashamed that some means was not found in England for the historian to conclude his English history among the people whose national growth and development it was the main work of his life to describe. Much has been said in later days about the degrading effect of the patronage system in literature, and Thackeray made it a proud boast that in modern days no Englishman of letters would condescend to accept the bounty of a patron. It is indeed a better time for literature when the patrons of literary men are the publishers and the public, but it cannot be denied that in former days many a work which we now regard as a perennial treasure of English letters could never have been completed, could probably never have been undertaken, but for the help given by some rich man who had an appreciation of literary promise. Goethe, in one of his writings, records the fact that if he had been an indigent young author, he might have had, for the mere sake of earning a living, to seek popularity by producing some dramatic piece in the style of Schiller's Robbers, which was then the rage in Germany, a style which Schiller himself entirely abandoned when he had created a public willing to welcome his nobler dramatic efforts. No author now in any country could desire or could tolerate a revival of the patronage system if such a restoration were possible or were needed. But the readers of books must nevertheless feel some regret that at a time when the patronage system did exist and flourish in England, some patron was not found who could have enabled Rapin to complete his history in an English home. Rapin made a complete study of such materials as he could get hold of in chronicles and libraries. Foremost among his studies were the works of Holinshed and the chronicles of Scotland and of Ireland. Of course, the works of Holinshed and the various other chronicles from which Rapin had to draw his materials were to a considerable extent made up of fable and romance. Holinshed was, as Burton says, essentially the standard historian of the three kingdoms, and his works were popular in England in editions profusely adorned with picturesque woodcuts. Burton rightfully defends such authors as Holinshed and Bourset from the charge that they must either have been afflicted with intellectual imperfections or guilty of telling gross falsehoods when they reproduced as serious history narratives which clearly belong to the realms of oral tradition, romance, and fable. But at the same time he does, we think, less than justice to the chroniclers in his anxiety to do full justice to the conscientiousness, the judgment, and the intellectual skill of Rapin in extracting the genuine reality from the surrounding mass of legend and fable which the chroniclers gather together. No praise can be too high for Rapin's penetrating and methodical labor in distinguishing between authentic history and mere legend in the books which alone were to furnish the material for his monumental work. Burton, however, goes on to say, "It may surely be at last pronounced as an established opinion that absolute fact is the foundation of all history, and that it must come clearly to the surface and be seen uncorrupted by any element of dubiety, as the foundation whereon any decorative elements, rhetoric or philosophical, may, if they are desirable, be raised." Then Burton declares that the great merit of Rapin was in his striving to complete a history subject to this condition, and it is almost as touching as the old image of the good man wrestling with the storms of fate to follow him in the struggles of his task. Not a word too much can be said in praise of Rapin's purpose and of its result, but we find it hard to believe that Rapin could have worked at his history without any regard for the legends and the fables preserved by the old chroniclers, or could have accepted as his guiding principle that there can be no foundation for history but in matters of ascertained fact. There can hardly be a surer guide to the early history of any people than may be found in the legends and traditions of their ancestors, which in the days before scientific research were accepted as truthful narratives. The mere fact that such stories were accepted at one period of semi-darkness as an actual account of what had happened in days more distant and yet more dark supplies the historian with most valuable material for the formation of a judgment as to the earliest growth and development of the race whom he has set himself to describe. We may reject, if we will, the whole Homeric story as mere legend and fable, but we have none the less to acknowledge that a history of the Hellenic race constructed without any reference to the traditions and beliefs which these poems illustrate would leave us very imperfectly informed as to the growth and character of the people for whom the Parthenon was built and the plays of Sophocles were written. We may feel quite certain that a really capable student of history like Rapin did not fail to take the fullest account of all the traditions and legends preserved by the old chroniclers when he was preparing his history of England. A record of ascertained facts and dates must be indispensable to history, but it cannot be history itself. Burton rightly observes, "It was not until he reached the period of the Saxon Chronicle and the history by the Venerable Bede that the historian of the British Isles at that time could find his feet on any firm ground." Burton gives a very interesting account of the chronicles, manuscripts, and libraries which Rapin was able to study in order to make a safe beginning of his great work and bring it to a satisfactory completion. Nearly 30 years of his life were occupied in his task, a life work indeed in every sense. Rapin brought his book, which he called L'Histoire d'Angleterre, down to the execution of Charles I. A continuation, compiled for the most part from notes and unfinished passages left by Rapin, was published by David Durand, which carried the reader on to the death of William III. The whole work, of course, was written in French, but an English translation was afterwards brought out by Nicholas Tyndall, and Tyndall himself carried on the historical theme until he had brought it down to the close of George I's reign. Rapin's work at once found numerous students and earnest admirers. It won for itself the high encomium of Voltaire, to whom we must at least accord the merit of understanding, as not many other men have done, the art of writing history. Voltaire's admiration, we may take it for granted, was not the less readily given because the author of the book had been driven into exile to escape from religious persecution. Perhaps we shall think all the more highly of Voltaire's appreciation when we remember that the two historians did not in the least resemble each other in narrative style. Voltaire wrote history with a peculiar light and brilliant touch, which could lend the charm of romance to the driest and most exact record of mere facts, while Rapin's main idea was to put his readers in full possession of all that could be relied upon as authentic record of England's growth and development. Rapin's work may certainly be regarded as the first history of England complete up to its own time, and the foundation of all the histories following, and yet to follow it would tell to the world the story of the English people. It would hardly be possible to overrate the advantages which the skilled labour of the British Islands derived from the settlement here of Huguenot refugees. In those days, skilled labour of the better order was not very common among English mechanics. Such of the Huguenots as were compelled to find a means of living by handiwork of any kind were for the most part gifted with a skill and an intelligence which peculiarly adapted them for the crafts that required manual dexterity, a certain refinement of taste, and something like scientific precision. The craft of clock-making and watch-making, the construction of ornamental wares, the production of tasteful fabrics, these and similar branches of industry soon began to be recognized as the special occupation of the exiles, who were crowding into the poorer and busier quarters of London and other important cities and towns. It began to be observed at the time that however poor and hard-working these foreign refugees might be, they usually showed a taste and refinement in the decoration of their humble homes which could rarely be seen in the tenements occupied by English mechanics. The public of England was benefited at the expense of some of the great manufacturing communities in France. Lyons, for instance, which was growing to be the great centre of industry for the production of fabrics made out of silk, was a heavy sufferer from the ill-omened policy which revoked the Edict of Nantes, and saw some of the best of her silk weavers compelled to give up their homes and seek for shelter and for customers in English communities. If silk was wrought in England, Burton says, before the refugees came over, it was of a coarse fabric and trifling in extent, generally for the casual decoration of other textile fabrics. But with the immigration of the French refugees, all manner of figured silks and satins, silk velvets and brocades became familiar to the English purchasers. The phenomenon was seen, we quote from Burton again, of the French silkworm's cocoon imported into England to be worked into a fabric by French workmen and then exported to France or elsewhere abroad. The refugees also took a leading part in the invention and adaptation of machinery to do the work which up to that time had been accomplished altogether by hand. It need hardly be said that the mechanism of those comparatively distant days has long since been superseded by machinery of an entirely superior and different order, worked by forces the use and application of which had not been discovered at the time when the Huguenot refugees were settling down as occupants of workshops in England. But it is quite certain that in many of our industrial departments, even of those which have come to be regarded in later days as distinctly English, the first application of mechanism to productions formerly wrought by the human hand is to the credit of the skilled artificers who were driven from their native country and found a home in the British Isles. Many of the refugees, or at least of the descendants of the refugees, who had become accustomed to English life and English ways, and saw no prospect, or had no longer any wish to separate themselves from the fortunes of the country which had sheltered them, began to change their French names and adapt themselves to their new home by the substitution of anglicized translations of their French patronymics. A writer whom Burton describes as a close observer and student of the old and recent history of the French working refugees in London tells us that the Lemaitres called themselves masters, the Leroy king, the Tonnelier cooper, the Lejeune young, the Leblanc white, the Lenoir black, the Loiseau bird. Not all refugees, however, followed this practice, for we are assured by the same authority that there were many of the Huguenot exiles, and even of the poorest among them, who still held firmly and faithfully to their family names, and that at one time there might be found in London slums and garrets men depending for their daily bread on the least remunerative of handicrafts, who still bore names which had once held high distinction in the history of France. Indeed, if we come down to a much later period, we may find in literature, in science, in art, in law, in commerce, in politics, in the army and navy, the names of men who had won distinction for themselves, and whose names, still carefully preserved and not transformed by any anglicizing process, proclaim that their bearers belonged to some of the Huguenot families whom religious persecution had driven from France. But whether the names remained unchanged and were French to the last, or grew slightly modified in the course of generations, or became translated for popular convenience into genuine English, the descendants of the expatriated Huguenots were always known in England as intelligent, valuable, and in some cases most distinguished citizens of the country in which they had found a home and a welcome. In later days, some of the most eminent men who devoted their lives and their abilities to the cause of advancement and progress in every department of English life, philanthropists, reformers, leaders in every movement for the welfare of humanity, were the descendants of the Huguenot exiles. To mention only one instance out of many that could be given, we may refer to Sir Samuel Romilly, a man who rendered inestimable service to the mitigation and reform of the criminal code, to the abolition of slavery, and to every great educational work for the benefit of the poor and the lowly, the son or grandson of an Huguenot watchmaker whose ancestor had settled as a skilled workman in London. In literature and thought, it is only necessary to give the name of Harriet Martineau and her brother, James Martineau. The policy of Louis XIV. Had conferred almost as much benefit on the country of his most powerful enemy as it had brought injury upon his own. We must not, however, seem to give countenance to any idea that France was the only offender in those days, or ever since, against the great moral principle of liberty of conscience. Every other country in Europe had sinned, or was sinning, or was about to sin against the same principle. The policies of rulers and states in those days, and even in later times, was too often inspired by the idea that the first duty of men in power was to enforce their own religious doctrines by penalty or disqualification of some kind. Even those who had themselves suffered most severely from religious persecution were only too apt, when the opportunity came in their way, to enforce in their turn the same principle of religious persecution. The reader of this book will have seen already in its pages that many in exile from France fought in the ranks of the English army against England's French enemies. But he will also have seen how at the same time Irishmen, driven by persecution from their own country, were fighting under French generals against the forces of England on many a continental battlefield. The Puritans from Britain, who went out to find a free home for themselves in the New England on the other side of the Atlantic, were for a long time as keen in the repression of any faith or worship not in conformity with their own opinions as if they had never themselves known what it was to feel the injustice of religious persecution. In truth, the doctrine which maintains the right of every man to follow the dictates of his own conscience in all that belongs to religion and its forms of worship is but a modern idea in the development of civilization. The more broadly that idea is expanded, and the more faithfully it is illustrated in the policy of government, the closer civilization will approach to what we may hope to be its destined consummation in this world. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 29. The Spectator. On Thursday, March 1st, 1711, an event took place which was destined to make an abiding impression on the history of English literature. This event was the first appearance of the Spectator, a periodical which made as distinct an impression upon English journalism of that time as was produced, although in a very different way, by the publication of Punch during the early part of Queen Victoria's reign. The Spectator was not by any means the first of the journals composed altogether of bright literary essays, humorous and satirical, for the most part, on living men and manners, nor was Punch by any means the first of English comic newspapers. But the Spectator and Punch alike made a distinct fame, and each is always regarded as the highest illustration of that order of literature which it professed to illustrate. The first issue of the Spectator opens with some lines which may appropriately be quoted here as an excuse for a brief story of the creation of the journal and the men who created its fame. "I have observed," says this opening essay, "that a reader seldom peruses a book with pleasure till he knows whether the writer of it be a black or a fair man, of a mild or choleric disposition, married or a bachelor, with other particulars of the like nature that conduce very much to the right understanding of an author." Probably the writer of the essay would not have been prepared gravely to defend the opinion that men and women seldom enjoy the reading of a book unless they know a good deal about the private history of the man who wrote it. But the writer of the essay found it convenient to start this ingenious proposition in order to get an opportunity for a delightful imaginary narrative concerning the promoters of the Spectator. In this narrative there come to life some of the most fascinating figures known to English literature. For the moment, however, we shall follow the impulse given by the opening sentence of the Spectator, with the object only of describing in veracious record the man who was mainly concerned in the production and the maintenance of this famous journal. The name of Joseph Addison has been already mentioned more than once in this history, and is indeed brought into immortal association with the reign of Queen Anne. Addison was born in 1672, was the son of a rector in Wiltshire, was educated at various schools, Charterhouse among them, and at Queen's College and Magdalen College, Oxford. He took to literature at an early age, and was fortunate enough to obtain the powerful patronage which was then almost absolutely necessary to anything like a prosperous career for a young beginner. He was able to spend 4 years in travel through the continent, chiefly in France, Italy, the Netherlands, and the German-speaking states, and thus obtained inexhaustible stores of observation to stimulate and feed his brilliant and genial, ever kindly, albeit satirical humor. His natural tastes were such as to lead him into a variety of fields, and he seemed for a while to feel equal delight in them all. He cultivated the muses, as the phrase would have gone in his day. He loved to write poems, he was fond of music, and actually produced an opera, as at a later period he produced a comedy and a tragedy. He enjoyed describing his travels in Italy. He developed a taste for historical narrative. He revelled in essay writing, and he was drawn into political and parliamentary life, in which afterwards he came to hold more than one high official place. Now, the man who attempts success in so many fields is likely in most cases to prove nothing more than that he has been endowed by malign destiny with the fatal gift of the amateur. In other words, that he is ever trying new fields of labor and never finds any which seems especially his own. Joseph Addison was saved from such a fate by the fact that he possessed that distinctly creative gift which we call genius, the gift that always finds sooner or later its own special work to do. The world now regards, and we venture to think will ever regard, Joseph Addison as the chief writer in the Spectator, and not as the author of the Campaign or of Cato, nor as the Member of Parliament, and not as the Secretary of State. No literary essays in any language have ever surpassed or are ever likely to surpass some of those which Addison contributed to the pages of the Spectator. His principal colleague in the work was Richard Steele, afterwards Sir Richard Steele, one of the most brilliant figures in the life and the literature of this time. Steele was an Irishman by birth. He was born in Dublin, where his father practiced as an attorney in the early part of the year 1672, only a few weeks before the birth of Addison. His father and mother both died while he was yet a child, and he came into the care of an uncle who was secretary to the Duke of Ormond. The Duke took an interest in the boy and sent him to Charterhouse School, where he came for the first time into the companionship of Addison. Then he was sent to pursue his studies at Oxford, and under the sudden impulse for a military life, he enlisted in the Horse Guards during 1694. Steele was lucky in finding patronage from the very first. Some of the verses which he published on the funeral of Queen Mary attracted the attention of a noble lord, who appointed him his private secretary, and afterwards obtained for him an ensigncy in the Coldstream Guards. His love of literary work still held possession of him, and he tried his hand at writing plays. In the meantime he had fought a duel, severely wounding his man, and this exploit appears to have brought him into a penitent mood, from which came his production, The Christian Hero. Then he varied the monotony of the devotional mood by writing a play, gave up for a time his military pursuits, and wrote another and yet another play. His dramatic works were successful enough to encourage him to further efforts in the same direction, but once again he found it convenient to diversify his existence by becoming captain in a regiment of foot, and further by engaging in the then somewhat popular researches and experiments for the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. He did not discover the Philosopher's Stone, but he married a widow who had large estates in Barbados, and it may be that in this way he did succeed in turning something into gold. Soon afterwards he was made gentleman-in-waiting to Queen Anne's husband, Prince George of Denmark. His wife lived but for a short time after their marriage, and Steele did not devote himself for long to the disconsolate state of a widower, but contracted a love match with a beautiful young woman to whom he was tenderly attached. Steele, still a comparatively young man, had by this time seen a good deal of life, had studied humanity from various points of view, and ought to have been peculiarly qualified for the kind of literary work which concerns itself especially with men and manners. He attracted the attention of Harley, who gave him the post of gazetteer with a salary of 300 a year, and at a later period he was appointed Commissioner of Stamps. He it was who originated the Tatler newspaper, and in its production he had the helping hand of Joseph Addison. The Tatler was, in a certain sense, the precursor of the Spectator, but, as we shall see presently, the Spectator started on a distinct and original plan of its own, which had not been foreshadowed by any previous project of newspaper essay writing. There is much difference of opinion as to the original author of the plan. There are contemporary chroniclers who distinctly maintain that the original idea came up in the mind of Addison, and that he communicated and explained it to Steele, who was taken with it instantly, and was delighted to render it all the service in his power. On the other hand, there are writers of the same time who insist with emphasis and with assurance of precise information that Steele first conceived the idea, and that Addison cordially adopted it and lent it all his help. It does not much matter now whether this friend or the other was the author of the original idea, but considering the initiative taken by Steele as founder of the Tatler, it seems not unreasonable to suppose that it was he also who became possessed of the happy inspiration which led to the starting of the Spectator. It is quite certain that the names of both friends must remain alike and inseparably associated with the Spectator in literary history. Addison and Steele were the Gemini, the heavenly twins, to adopt a more modern literary phrase, whose light illumined that generation and many later generations through the medium of the brilliant and successful journal. The Spectator had a very peculiar plan of its own. The natural and ordinary form for such a newspaper to take would have been to devote itself merely to a series of essays on the doings and manners, the fashions and follies, the public and private life of the days to which the essayist belonged. But the Spectator was not content to issue its daily essays in this disconnected, and so far as the public was concerned, anonymous form. The Spectator called into being a whole set of figures, the dramatis personae of its performance, the men who were to lecture and instruct the town as to its whims, its follies, and its errors, and each of whom was to maintain his own point of view from which to direct his preachings. The idea was to create a Spectator Club, and to make the ways and the characteristics of its leading members perfectly well known to the town, as if these members had been living creatures who might be met in St. James's Street or the Temple Gardens, or in some country seat on any day of the year. These chosen personages were to favor the world with their own peculiar opinions concerning everything going on in the regions of society, and their expositions were intended to draw forth expressions of approval or opposition, counter-criticisms or congenial disquisitions from society in general. Much in the constructive scheme of the Spectator might have suggested the development of the society novel, which made its most lasting manifestation at a later day by the issue of Vanity Fair. Addison and Steele worked together in the closest literary companionship and with perfect harmony for the daily production of their unique Spectator. The essay which one had written was commonly touched and retouched by the other, and it is not always easy to be quite sure whether any was the exclusive work of either of the gifted writers. Some critics are found to differ even as to the original creation of certain of the figures who had principal parts in this marvelous drama of talk without action. There has been interesting and animated discussion as to the original parentage of Sir Roger de Coverley and of Will Honeycomb, some claiming the creation absolutely for Addison and some absolutely for Steele. The controversy now seems to have scarcely a more practical interest, even for literary mankind, than a dispute as to the individual part taken by Beaumont and by Fletcher in the dramas which bear the associated names of these two authors. Many men of literary mark, whose names are still remembered by the reading public, were frequent contributors to the Spectator. One man who ranks among the immortals of the reign, Alexander Pope, was actually a contributor, but he cannot be reckoned amongst those who illumined its pages by frequent flashes of light. He published his famous Messiah in one of the numbers of the Spectator, and for another number he wrote a short article which contained a few verses. Some critics have maintained that they could identify other articles as coming from his pen, but we believe that these assertions belong to the field of conjecture only, or are founded merely on what is called intrinsic evidence, an evidence very little to be relied upon when a great author has made his style an object of enthusiastic imitation. Dr. Thomas Parnell is known to have contributed 2 somewhat allegorical and fanciful essays to the pages of the favoured periodical. Parnell was the author of a poem called The Hermit, which was much admired in his day and is but faintly remembered in ours. Indeed, it would be hardly quite unfair to his literary fame to say that in our day his name is chiefly remembered because of the conspicuous position taken in public life by more lately born members of his family. Thomas Parnell was born in Dublin, studied in Trinity College, and entered into holy orders. He was, however, Irish only by birth and belonged to an old Cheshire family. Sir John Parnell, a member of the same family, played a distinguished part in the Irish Parliament of Grattan's day. Sir Henry Parnell took a prominent part in an English Parliament of a later day, and the name of another member of the family, Charles Stuart Parnell, is likely to be long remembered in political history. Besides all these writers, who may be regarded as professional literary men, the outer public itself furnished many contributors to the columns of the Spectator. The conductors of the paper freely invited and cordially encouraged such contributions. The object was to obtain expressions of opinion from all classes and orders on any subject of interest which was then engaging attention. Every letter sent in was carefully read, and if it was found to have in it anything worth printing, it was published at the earliest possible moment. All such contributions were gone over by Addison or by Steele, more often by Steele, and any letter that appeared deserving of a place in the paper was touched up and put into better shape if it were found to require such remodelling. In rare cases the letters were given to the public exactly as their writers had penned them, nor was this always a tribute to the excellence of their literary style. It happened now and then that some contributors, sadly wanting in literary education, put forth ideas of sound common sense, with an emphasis and a bluntness which became all the more telling from the homely phraseology in which they were clothed, and sometimes, too, they were so exquisitely absurd that to publish them exactly as they were written was the most effective way of showing up the absurdity which they strove to defend. Steele took a special delight in going over these contributions from the outer world, and it was said of him by one of his colleagues that he had often, by a few happy touches, converted a commonplace little epistolary homily into an essay sparkling with humorous illustration. The fame of the Spectator began to spread abroad everywhere. The paper became the fashion, and it was the right sort of thing that everybody who claimed to be anybody in what was considered the best society should be able to talk about the Spectator, to quote from its essays, and to argue about its arguments. Fine ladies were delighted to show their familiarity with its contents, and some went so far as to send contributions to it, and were so fortunate as to be able to show their contributions in print to their acquaintances. Over 20,000 copies of the paper were sometimes sold in a single day, and to those who bear in mind the limited extent of the reading population just then, this fact alone will seem a wonderful tribute to the success of a journal which did not even profess to be a newspaper, and chiefly gave out humorous sketches, satirical essays, and weekday sermons. Into the remotest parts of Great Britain and Ireland the Spectator found its way, and it was largely read and discussed by men and women of education in France and in other parts of the European continent. It certainly is not too much to say that the story of the Spectator forms one of the most delightful and most important chapters in English literature. Each volume of the Spectator as it came out had prefixed to it the name of some eminent person to whom the more or less editor of the work professed to feel himself under particular obligations. The first volume was thus dedicated to John, Lord Somers. None, says this first dedication, but a person of a finished character can be a proper patron of a work which endeavours to cultivate and polish human life, by promoting virtue and knowledge, and by recommending whatever may be either useful or ornamental to society. Then the writer goes on to say, I know that the homage I now pay you is offering a kind of violence to one who is as solicitous to shun applause as he is assiduous to deserve it. But, my lord, this is perhaps the only particular in which your prudence will be always disappointed. While justice, candour, equanimity, a zeal for the good of your country, and the most persuasive eloquence in bringing over others to it are valuable distinctions, you are not to expect that the public will so far comply with your inclinations as to forbear celebrating such extraordinary qualities. The second volume is addressed to Charles Lord Halifax, the third to the Right Honourable Henry Boyle, and the fourth to the Duke of Marlborough. This last dedication begins with an ingeniously graceful fashion of compliment. As it is natural to have a fondness for what has cost us much time and attention to produce, I hope your Grace will forgive my endeavour to preserve this work from oblivion by affixing to it your memorable name. There are dedications to the Earl of Wharton, the Earl of Sunderland, and to Mr. Methuen, the author of the famous treaty with Portugal. And there is a dedication to one purely imaginary person, William Honeycomb, Esquire, who began life in the pages of the Spectator, and has not yet ceased to live in the memories of all with whom the reading of delightful literature is a pleasure beyond price. This dedication is in itself a most charming little essay, full of humour and frolicsome fancy. It is made up of affection, admiration, and genial, kindly banter, and the object of the dedication, if he were really a living man and capable of appreciating the happy union of badinage and compliment, might be pleased to see a lifelike picture of himself, with all his good qualities and all his personal weaknesses blending into a very harmonious and yet a very realistic whole. We may now say something about the story of the Spectator itself, for it is in fact a story with a purpose. The first number begins with a personal description by the supposed author's own hand of the Spectator himself. I designed this paper, he says, and my next as prefatory discourses to my following writings, and shall give some account in them of the several persons that are engaged in this work. As the chief trouble of compiling, digesting, and correcting will fall to my share, I must do myself the justice to open the work with my own history. Then he goes on at once to tell us that he was born to a small hereditary estate, which, according to the tradition of the village where it lies, was bounded by the same hedges and ditches in William the Conqueror's time that it is at present, and has been delivered down from father to son, whole and entire, without the loss or acquisition of a single field or meadow during the space of 600 years. The writer informs us that he was born a very grave and solemn child, so grave indeed that, as his mother had often told him, he threw away his rattle before he was 2 months old, and would not make use of his choral until they had taken away the bells from it. The gravity and stillness of his youth appear to have been equally remarkable, and at the university he distinguished himself habitually by a most profound silence. Whilst I was in this learned body, I applied myself with so much diligence to my studies that there are very few celebrated books, either in the learned or the modern tongues, which I am not acquainted with. On the death of his father, this prodigy of thoughtful silence made up his mind to travel into foreign countries, and therefore left the university, with the character of an odd, unaccountable fellow that had a great deal of learning, if I would but show it. An insatiable thirst after knowledge carried the youth, we are told, into all the countries of Europe where there was anything new or strange to be seen. We are even further informed, to such a degree was my curiosity raised, that having read the controversies of some great men concerning the antiquities of Egypt, I made a journey to Grand Cairo on purpose to take the measure of a pyramid, and as soon as I had set myself right in that particular, returned to my native country with great satisfaction. This latter illustration of a traveller's tale was understood to be a touch at a then living author who had published a book bearing the sesquipedalian title of Pyramidographia. The European travels might well be understood to illustrate the tastes and the experiences of Addison himself. The Spectator then tells us how he settled down to a life in London, where I am frequently seen in most public places, though there are not above half a dozen of my select friends that know me, of whom my next paper shall give a more particular account. We are told that there was no place of general resort in which he did not make his frequent appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politicians at Will's, and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those little circular audiences. At other times he enjoyed smoking a pipe at Child's Coffee House, a place of much attraction to which the clergy in especial were apt to resort, as it stood conveniently for them in the immediate neighbourhood of St. Paul's Cathedral. There he is careful to tell us he seldom talked to any one, but contrived to overhear the conversation at every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James's Coffee House, and sometimes join the little committee of politics in the inner room as one who comes there to hear and improve. His face, he tells us, is very well known likewise at other coffee houses and in the theatres of Drury Lane and the Haymarket. Apparently his especial gift was that of a spectator and of a listener, not a talker, and so little was his motive for frequenting public assemblies understood by those with whom he sometimes silently mingled, that I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes passed for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. In short, wherever I see a cluster of people, I always mix with them, though I never open my lips but in my own club. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species, by which means I have made myself a speculative statesman, soldier, merchant, and artisan, without ever meddling with any practical part in life. I am very well versed in the theory of a husband or a father, and can discern the errors in the economy, business, and diversion of others better than those who are engaged in them, as standers-by discover blots which are apt to escape those who are in the game. So much of his personal character and history the Spectator tells us he has felt bound to communicate to his readers, in order to let them see that he was not without some qualification for the business he had undertaken. He explains that of late he had begun to blame his own taciturnity, and since I have neither time nor inclination to communicate the fullness of my heart in speech, I am resolved to do it in writing, and to print myself out, if possible, before I die. For this reason, he tells his readers it is his intention to publish a sheet full of thoughts every morning for the benefit of my contemporaries, and if I can any way contribute to the diversion or improvement of the country in which I live, I shall leave it when I am summoned out of it, with the secret satisfaction of thinking that I have not lived in vain. But he declares there are limits to the confidential revelations which he is willing to make to his readers. He positively declines to tell his name, his age, and his lodgings. Such revelations, he explains, would indeed draw me out of that obscurity which I have enjoyed for many years, and expose me in public places to several salutes and civilities which have been always very disagreeable to me, for the greatest pain I can suffer is the being talked to and being stared at. Then this first essay comes to an end, with the intimation that the work of the Spectator is carried on in a club with a number of friends who are afterwards to be described. that the club meets only on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but that it has appointed a committee to sit every night for the inspection of all such papers as may contribute to the advancement of the public weal, and he invites all among the outer public who have a mind to correspond with him to direct their letters to the Spectator at Mr. Buckley's in Little Britain. This is, in point of fact, the plot of the Spectator. Any reader who has gone thus far, and only thus far, can easily foresee the blending of the real and the imaginary which makes so much of the charm that belongs to it. The Spectator, as he is described by himself in this opening essay, represents and embodies the principal experiences and characteristics of Joseph Addison. An almost unconquerable shyness restricted the ways and movements of Addison in general society, and still more especially in political and public life. Addison, during his career, occupied more than once a commanding position in administrative and parliamentary affairs, but his shy taciturnity rendered it utterly impossible that he could achieve any personal distinction in such fields. One of his only faults, and it was not accounted a fault in those deep drinking days, consisted in what writers of that time would have described as his devotion to the wine cup. Macaulay makes this excuse for him, which has charity as well as justice to support it, that wine unlocked the spell under which his fine intellect lay, and gave him some chance of freely expressing his thoughts in the companionship of his fellow men. Posterity is not likely to censure with too much harshness this one weakness in a nature otherwise so pure and so exalted, seeing that his love of wine, however it may have helped him to fluency of speech, did not lead him to mar the beauty and accuracy of his unsurpassed literary style. The second number of the Spectator begins to describe the other leading members of this observant club. The first of our society, we are told, is a gentleman of Worcestershire, of an ancient descent, a baronet, his name Sir Roger de Coverley. That name, it is hardly necessary to say, has passed into literary history with the names of Dr. Primrose, Uncle Toby, and Colonel Newcome. His biographer records of him that his great-grandfather was inventor of that famous country dance which is called after him. The Sir Roger de Coverley of the Spectator Club is described as a gentleman that is very singular in his behaviour, but his singularities proceed from his good sense and are contradictions to the manners of the world, only as he thinks the world is in the wrong. This humour, however, creates him no enemies, for he does nothing with sourness or obstinacy, and his being unconfined to modes and forms makes him but the readier and more capable to please and oblige all who know him. The more modern reader may be a little surprised to hear that the London home of this well-born country gentleman is in Soho Square. The editor of the edition published in 1823 thought it necessary even then to explain by a marginal note that at the time of Sir Roger de Coverley's existence, Soho Square was the genteelest part of town. The essay gives us some further insight into the life and character of Sir Roger by telling us that it was said he keeps himself a bachelor by reason he was crossed in love by a perverse, beautiful widow of the next county to him. Before this disappointment, Sir Roger was what you call a fine gentleman, had often supped with my Lord Rochester and Sir George Etheridge, fought a duel upon his first coming to town, and kicked Bully Dawson in a public coffee-house for calling him youngster. Another note in the same edition informs the world, or at least that part of it which came later than Sir Roger's time, that Bully Dawson was a noted sharper, swaggerer, and debauchee about town. He was well known in Blackfriars and its then infamous purlieus. Sir Roger took this hard treatment at the hands of his perverse widow so much to heart that he became very serious for about a year and a half, and although his naturally jovial temperament got the better of him after a while, he always remained careless of his personal appearance and never troubled himself to dress according to the prevailing fashion. He continues to wear a coat and doublet of the same cut that was in fashion at the time of his repulse, which, in his merry humours, he tells us, has been in and out 12 times since he first wore it. At the time when we make his acquaintance he is in his 56th year, cheerful, gay, and hearty, keeps a good house both in town and country, a great lover of mankind, but there is such a mirthful cast in his behaviour that he is rather beloved than esteemed. His tenants grow rich, his servants look satisfied, all the young women profess love to him, and the young men are glad of his company. Oddly enough, Sir Roger appears to have some of the peculiarities which Thackeray in his Irish sketches describes as having impressed him in the manners of Father Matthew, the famous apostle of temperance. When he comes into a house, he calls the servants by their names and talks all the way upstairs to a visit. He is a justice of the peace, fills the chair at quarter sessions with great abilities, and 3 months ago gained universal applause by explaining a passage in the Game Act. Thus we are introduced to the principal figure in the Spectator Club, and the reader has even from this brief description a very clear idea as to the peculiarities and the general character of Sir Roger de Coverley. Some other members of the club are then described, over whose likenesses, however interesting in themselves, we do not need to linger here, and then we come to one whose name, like that of Sir Roger de Coverley, has become classic in our literature. The author of the essay is anxious that the members of the society may not appear a set of humorists unacquainted with the gallantries and pleasures of the age. He therefore thinks it right to tell them that we have amongst us the gallant Will Honeycomb, a gentleman who, according to his years, should be in the decline of life, but having ever been very careful of his person and always had a very easy fortune, time has made but very little impression, either by wrinkles on his forehead or traces on his brain. His person is well turned and of a good height. He is very ready at that sort of discourse with which men usually entertain women. He has all his life dressed very well, and remembers habits as others do men. He can smile when one speaks to him, and laughs easily. He knows the history of every mode, and can inform you from which of the French king's wenches our wives and daughters had this manner of curling their hair, that way of placing their hoods, whose frailty was covered by such a sort of petticoat, and whose vanity to show her foot made that part of the dress so short in such a year. As other men of his age will notice to you what such a minister said upon such and such an occasion, he will tell you when the Duke of Monmouth danced at court, such a woman was then smitten, another was taken with him at the head of his troop in the park. In all these important relations he has ever about the same time received a kind glance or a blow of a fan from some celebrated beauty, mother of the present Lord such a one. In this easy and lively way we are introduced to the leading members of the Spectator Club. The reader will meet them again and again as he follows the continuance of the essays. These are the observers who make it their agreeable duty to study the manners and customs of society in town and country, and to record, each after his own fashion, his judgment as to the improvement or the deterioration of the men and women, the orders and classes who pass under his eyes and provoke his criticism. Each of these students of human nature and human life criticizes from his own point of view, and it need hardly be said that Sir Roger de Coverley and Will Honeycomb do not form a judgment according to the same ethical standard. Each member of the club invites contributions from those with whom he is best acquainted, and as every one from the outer world who is fortunate enough to obtain a place for his contribution is certain to make known the proud fact to all his acquaintances, the result is that each succeeding week there are more and more men and women who aspire to give to the world, through the same medium, their ideas as to the behavior of their neighbors in general. Learned divines and even bishops, eminent lawyers, country squires, court ladies, were thus led on to cooperate with the poets and moralists who chiefly conducted the work of the paper. There were many contributions, too, which professed to come from members of various classes, having nothing to do with the world of education or of fashion, from shop assistants, apprentice lads, working girls, rural labourers, a representative of English life as nearly complete as possible being the great object which the Spectator Club was endeavouring to accomplish. Some, at least, of the contributions thus professing to come from the outer fringes of life were obviously not genuine, and bore visible marks of being ingeniously constructed to serve the occasion. The fashion then still prevailed in literature of giving humorous names to every fictitious character, which left the reader at no trouble to understand the part played in life by that particular personage. A poacher who writes to the Spectator signs himself Isaac Hedgeditch. A worthy serving man signs himself Thomas Trusty. A dressy young lady signs herself Alice Bluegarter, and so on through an infinite variety of self-revealing appellations. We have completely outgrown this species of humour in our time, and literature has not lost much by the change, but the habit seems much more tolerable in the pages of the Spectator than in those given to the world by writers of a later date, who adopted the mannerism or the trick out of sheer imitation. The Spectator was but a small paper, containing its literary matter on 2 of its pages and some scraps of news on the other, and each number cost 1 penny. Many of the essays were noble specimens of the higher criticism, many were weekday sermons of which any pulpit might well be proud, many were short, pathetic, or humorous stories. Whatever men and women were doing furnished matter of observation and comment to the watchful spectator. But a consistent purpose animated and inspired the whole literary work, and made it read more like a discursive story than like a series of disconnected essays. The principal figures of the Spectator Club were presenting themselves again and again in the narrative, now describing their own experiences, and now recounting the adventures or discussing the humours of their friends, and each acting in turn the part of showman to that particular scene in the life drama which it was his part to introduce. The Spectator came to an end, not because its leading conductors might not have carried it on as long as their lives lasted, but for the reason that its work was done, its story was told. It came to an end, in fact, very much as the story of the Pickwick Club came to an end in a later generation, and as in the case of the Pickwick Club, so in the case of the Spectator, there was a short resumption of its existence before it was allowed to pass wholly into retrospect and into fame. Most readers will think that after the death of Sir Roger de Coverley there could not be much life left in the story of the Spectator Club. Most of those who worked in the project had bright careers still before them, and were to win new honours as they went along. But it may fairly be said for the 2 or 3 leading men in the immortal literary enterprise that they never won higher fame than that which the world has given to them for their work in the Spectator. During the existence of the Spectator came into force the Act of Parliament, which imposed a stamp tax on all printed newspapers. There had already been a duty on paper, vellum, and parchment, and on certain legal documents. The Act which imposed these duties belonged to the reign of Charles II, but in the days of Queen Anne such a tax was made for the first time upon newspaper publications. Lord Bolingbroke, as Secretary of State, was understood to have been chiefly responsible for the imposition of this tax, and one of the reasons given for imposing it was said to be the necessity of endeavouring to put some restriction on the license displayed by newspaper writers in their criticisms on public men. In February 1712, the Queen sent a message to Parliament in which she directed attention to the false and scandalous libels such as are a reproach to any government, which were then in constant circulation, and she asked her faithful Parliament to find a remedy equal to the mischief. A measure was introduced in the session of that year, the object of which was to impose duties on silks, calicoes, linen, and other articles of ordinary use, and into this measure was put a clause declaring that all newspapers or papers containing public news, intelligence, or occurrences were to pay a tax at the rate of a halfpenny each if printed on half a sheet of paper, or a penny if on a whole sheet and not more, and of 2 shillings a sheet if any audacious publisher were to venture upon starting a newspaper of what would then have been considered an extraordinary size. A tax of 1 shilling was inflicted by the same measure on every advertisement appearing in any manner of publication which could be liable to the impost already mentioned. This act was passed on June 10th, 1712. The act was to come into force on August 1st, and Addison, writing in the Spectator on the day before, described that date as the day on which many eminent authors will probably publish their last words. I am afraid, he goes on to say, that few of our weekly historians, who are men above all things who delight in war, will be able to subsist under the weight of a stamp and an approaching peace. A sheet of blank paper that must have this new imprimatur clapped upon it before it is qualified to communicate anything to the public will make its way in the world but very heavily. In short, the necessity of carrying a stamp and the improbability of notifying a bloody battle will, I am afraid, both concur to the sinking of those thin folios which have every day retailed to us the history of Europe for several years last past. A facetious friend of mine who loves a pun called this present mortality among authors the fall of the leaf. But Addison also announced that he and his companions in literary work were by no means disposed to give up the field because of the new difficulties put in their way. On the contrary, he declared that he and his colleagues intended to continue the issue of their paper and would meet the tax in the best way they could by charging an additional penny for each number. No, he says, with a light tone of satire in his voice, I shall glory in contributing my utmost to the public weal, and if my country receives 5 or 6 pounds a day by my labours, I shall be very well pleased to find myself so useful a member. The Spectator then did not die with the stamp duty, but survived it, and only came to an end, as we have said already, when its story was told. But the stamp duty on newspapers long survived the days of the Spectator and continued to interfere with the issue of cheap newspapers for popular circulation down to the time well within the memory of living men, when Gladstone carried his famous measure for the abolition of that tax upon knowledge, as it was so justly described by the enlightened men who had led the way to his work and lent him their cordial help in its accomplishment. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 30. Ireland under Queen Anne. We have described the relations which existed between England and Scotland before the accomplishment of the Act of Union, and the conditions which rendered the Act satisfactory and propitious to the inclinations and welfare of the one country and the other. Nothing could be more unlike the relations between England and Scotland up to the time of the Union and after than those which existed between England and Ireland. England and Scotland, even when parts of the same kingdom and governed under one crown, were to a great extent independent states, equal partners in one imperial system. They were rivals in trade, commerce, and navigation, and each had her own system of laws and her own national institutions. Scotland had won her great victory of Bannockburn, and when, at a later period of history, the two countries came to be ruled by the same sovereign, it was Scotland which gave a king and a succession to England, and not England to Scotland. Ireland, on the other hand, since her conquest by England, had always been treated as a conquered country. The great object of England seemed to be the suppression or eradication of Ireland's national customs, sentiments, and tendencies. There was little or nothing in common between the traditions of England and of Ireland, and England seemed ever anxious to emphasize the fact that no such community should be allowed to grow up so far as she could prevent it. When England accepted the Reformation, Ireland held fast to the faith of Rome, and her English rulers strove in vain during many generations to crush the religious worship of the Irish people by the most widespread and at the same time most minute persecution. Ireland had had but little opportunity for success in manufactures, in commerce, and in trade, and her English rulers did all they could to put a stop to every attempt at rivalry in those directions. Ireland was mainly an agricultural country, and each succeeding struggle against her conqueror had ended alike in the expatriation of the old Irish families and the planting of stranger landlords with English ways, successful soldiers for the most part, in the place of the expelled Irish owners of the soil. Even when England was still ruled by Catholic sovereigns, the treatment of the Irish Catholic population had been just as severe and oppressive as in the days after the Reformation. Ireland remained faithful to the cause of the Stuarts, not that she had any particular love or devotion for the Stuarts, or any reason for such love or devotion, but because the Stuarts represented that religion to which Ireland clung through all pains and troubles, the religion which England was then persistently persecuting on Irish soil. Ireland had also a strong sympathy with France, partly because France was believed or supposed to have had friendly feelings toward the Irish people, and partly, too, no doubt, because France was the avowed enemy of England. There had been at one time a Spanish settlement in parts of the west and south of Ireland, and some of the old towns in these places still kept up the evidences of their Spanish origin, and indeed evidences to the same effect are even yet to be seen among the southern and western peasantry. Cromwell had done his best to plant a whole population of English masters in Ireland, and James II had made the island a battlefield during his later struggles to maintain the crown of England against the invasion of William of Orange. Down to a much later day, few English statesmen seem to have thought it worth their while to consider whether the Irish people might not be won over to a real companionship with England by a policy of justice, of mercy, and of brotherhood. The one prevailing idea appears to have been that for the welfare of England and for the security of England's rule, it was absolutely necessary to suppress the Catholic worship by any process, and to convert the Irish tiller of the soil into a mere serf and vassal, depending for his very life upon the will of his master. There were, at the time with which we are at present dealing, no United States across the Atlantic where the Irish peasant might find a home and the means of prospering, and there were no great self-governing English colonies which could hold out to him any fair prospect of religious equality and personal independence. When the Irishman of those days had the means to seek a new career outside the power of the English crown, he was ready to devote his services to some foreign state, all the more ready if that foreign state happened to be an avowed enemy of England. We have seen already in this history that the representatives of many famous Irish houses gave themselves up thus to the service of some foreign state, and died on continental battlefields fighting against the armies of England. The visitor to Rome may see at this day, in one of the great churches there, the tombs of two illustrious exiles who had striven in vain to maintain on Irish soil the struggle against the English conquerors. Even amongst Irish Protestants, although many of them were naturally drawn by religious affinity to accept the English supremacy with welcome and devotion, there were some in each generation who threw in their lot to the last with the losing national cause. It is a somewhat curious fact, well worthy of grave consideration, that down to days very near our own, every effort at armed rebellion in Ireland and for Ireland has had Protestant leaders at its front. This fact cannot be too earnestly impressed upon the minds of readers who might be apt to think that the whole question between England's rule and Ireland's resistance was merely a conflict of religious sects. Statesmanship in England had not yet risen to the idea that the killing of rebels is not the best way of extinguishing rebellion. Ireland had a parliament of her own in the days of Queen Anne, but it was not by any means an independent parliament like the Estates of Scotland, and it was of no value whatever as a representative of national opinions and interests. Long before the fall of the Stuart dynasty, a measure had been carried into law which rendered the Irish Parliament a mere dependent on the Parliament of England, or in other words, on the English government. This measure, which had become famous in history as Poyning's Act or Poyning's Law, was passed during the rule of Sir Edward Poyning, then Lord Deputy, or, as we should now say, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, at the close of the 15th century. It made all measures passed by the English Parliament absolute law in Ireland, and it further prevented the Irish Parliament from passing any measures applying to Ireland alone which did not receive in advance the approval of the Sovereign and the Council of England. Thus the legislation for Ireland was made wholly dependent, even for its initiation, on the will of the English Sovereign, and whatever that Sovereign and the English Parliament chose to enact became law for Ireland. It has also to be remembered that the Irish Parliament was in no sense whatever a representative institution, and that during the greater part of its existence all those who belonged to the national faith or could be supposed to represent the national opinions were excluded by law from any share in its deliberations. Poyning's Act was not repealed until April 1782, when the peaceful but very ominous agitation of Henry Grattan and the Irish Volunteers compelled the English Sovereign and his Parliament to give for the time to the Irish Representative Assembly the right to make laws applying to Ireland. In Queen Anne's days, as in all other days, the Lord Deputy was generally some English nobleman who stood high in the favour of the political party then prevailing in England. Many enactments had been passed under these conditions which dealt invidiously with whatever trading and commercial enterprises might be undertaken in Ireland, and made the interests of the smaller island entirely subservient to those of Great Britain. No one professing the national faith in Ireland could hold any public office in Parliament or out of it. Even in the comparatively enlightened days of Queen Anne, measures were introduced again and again with the object of abolishing, or at all events restricting, the sort of toleration which was allowed to Catholics in Ireland during the reign of Charles II. When the Duke of Ormond, who had played a part not particularly distinguished in the great campaign, was sent over to Ireland to manage affairs in that country as Lord Deputy, the Irish House of Commons, constituted under the conditions we have just described, presented for his approval a list of new measures intended to prevent the further growth of Popery. Bishop Burnet tells us that the House pressed the Duke with more than usual vehemence to intercede so effectually that it the first of the proposed measures, might be returned back under the Great Seal of England. This was, of course, a necessary condition for any further proceeding with the measure, and the Duke of Ormond, entering warmly into the spirit of the whole business, gave his gracious promise that he would recommend it in the most effectual manner, and do everything in his power to prevent the growth of popery. The modern reader may be well excused if he finds something broadly farcical in all this process of legislation. The country to which it was to be applied had a population the vast majority of whom were then, as now, devoted adherents to the Church of Rome. The Irish Parliament, to whom was entrusted the right, at least, of asking leave to introduce measures for the government of the Irish people, was a body from whom all persons professing the religion of the Catholic Church were rigorously excluded. This curiously constructed representative Irish chamber became a supplicant to the British Lord Deputy that he would graciously obtain the sanction of the English sovereign to a series of measures devised for the purpose of preventing the further growth of popery. I might indeed suppose, says John Mitchell, an Irishman who, although a strong nationalist, was not a Catholic, nor in any manner of religious sympathy with Catholics, that popery had been already sufficiently discouraged, seeing that the bishops and regular clergy had been banished, that Catholics were excluded by law from all honourable or lucrative employments, carefully disarmed, and plundered of almost every acre of their ancient inheritances. The Irish Parliament of Queen Anne's day was, however, of opinion that a good deal more yet remained to be done for the discouragement and eradication of the faith which was held by 6 out of every 7 of the Irish native population. One clause of the proposed measure was intended to enact that if the son of a papist should at any time become a Protestant, his father might not from that time sell or mortgage his estate or dispose of the whole or any part of it by will. The meaning of this was, of course, that the moment the son of any Roman Catholic landowner went over to the Protestant faith, his father found himself instantly transformed into a mere occupying tenant of the land, and had no more right or power to dispose of it than if he were a labourer living in a hut on the estate. Another clause provided that a papist should not be guardian to his own child, and that if the child, no matter how young, should conform to the Protestant religion, he reduced by that act his father to the position of a mere occupant for life, and that the child was at once to be taken from the guardianship of his father and placed under the care of the nearest of kin who happened to belong to the church recognized by the state. Yet another clause declared papists incapable of purchasing landed estates or receiving any rents or profits arising out of land, and excluded a papist from the right of succeeding to the property of any Protestant relative. Other clauses declared that the estate of a papist who was not fortunate enough to have a Protestant heir should be parcelled out in equal shares among all his children or his next of kin, and that papists must take the oath of abjuration and the sacramental tests in order to qualify them for holding any public office or for voting at any election. When the royal assent had been given to the introduction of this measure, the process of passing it into law was not accomplished without considerable trouble to Queen Anne herself and to her advisers. Queen Anne was at this time in alliance with the sovereign of Catholic Austria, and the English government was bringing active pressure to bear upon the Emperor for the relief of his Protestant subjects from certain disqualifications imposed upon them because of their religious faith. It seemed somewhat inconsistent with these efforts to obtain religious equality in a foreign state that the government of Queen Anne should occupy itself at the same time with the introduction of additional penalties for the profession of the Catholic faith in Ireland. Queen Anne's government easily got over any scruples of conscience which might have arisen in their minds with regard to this apparent inconsistency, and the Irish executive obtained full authority to take all the necessary steps for carrying the new measure safely through the Parliament of Ireland. There was not much trouble in the accomplishment of this feat, and the measure, when it passed through the Irish Parliament, was sent on to England to receive the confirmation of what we should now call the Imperial Parliament. The English Parliament not only approved of the measure, so far as it went, but actually added a new clause, the object of which was to introduce still further disqualifications and penalties for the practice of any religion not recognized by the sovereign and the state. This new clause was directed not merely against Roman Catholics, but also and especially against the Protestant dissenting bodies in Ireland. There was at that time a large and increasing body of Protestant dissenters in the province of Ulster, many or most of them men of influence and comparative wealth, and the new clause declared that no one in Ireland should be capable of holding any public office or should be entitled to belong to the magistracy who had not qualified himself for the position by receiving the sacraments according to the rites of the State Church in England. This was, in fact, only an extension to Ireland of the Test Act, which had up to that time been applicable only to England and had not been made part of the system of laws governing the smaller island. Thus the only alteration which the English Parliament made in the measure imposing new disqualifications on Irish Catholics was the introduction of a fresh clause imposing further disqualifications and penalties on Irish Protestant dissenters. It has been pleaded in defence of the course taken by the Queen's government that the very introduction of this further clause only testified to their lack of sympathy with the intolerant spirit which impelled the Irish Parliament at such a time to embarrass Queen Anne by demanding further measures of persecution against the Irish Catholics. In one of George Eliot's novels we are told of a somewhat sour-tempered old lady who, when asked by her husband to give him some more tea, filled his cup so full with the desired liquid that it ran over and was spilt into his saucer, thereby conveying to him the intimation that if he wanted more tea he should have it with a vengeance. According to the theory set up by those who defend the government of Queen Anne in this instance, the idea was that if the Irish Parliament at that moment wanted more religious disqualifications, it should have them with a vengeance, and that the Protestant dissenters in Ulster, who were an important body, and might be supposed to favour the inconvenient measure in its original form, should be made to feel that it could be brought to bear on them as well as on their Roman Catholic fellow subjects. The good Bishop Burnet is apparently inclined to favour this idea. According to his view of the matter, it was hoped by those who got this clause added to the bill that those in Ireland who promoted it most would now be the less fond of it when it had such a weight hung to it. If any of the advisers of Queen Anne were cherishing this secret hope in their minds, the hope was doomed to complete disappointment. Some of the Irish Protestant dissenters did indeed strongly object to the new clause, but their remonstrance was entirely unavailing. The desire to impose further disqualifications upon the Catholic body in Ireland was too strong among the ruling classes in both countries to give the Irish Protestant dissenters any chance of asserting with effect their own claims to religious equality. The bill was passed into law and in due course received the royal assent. During the progress of the bill through the Irish Parliament, a strong protest against its passing was made by certain leading Catholics who claimed their right to be heard by counsel against the provisions of the measure. During the debates on the petition which they presented, there were many references made to the provisions of the famous Treaty of Limerick, which was supposed to have guaranteed among its conditions the recognition of religious equality for the Catholics of Ireland. The controversy which long prevailed over the manner in which the conditions of the treaty had been set aside by the ruling powers was still in Queen Anne's reign a bitter dispute, and was regarded by the Irish people as one of the greatest grievances ever imposed upon them by their English conquerors. Although the facts on which the controversy was founded do not strictly belong to the history of Queen Anne's reign, yet the effect which they produced on the relations between England and Ireland was still a most serious element of dissatisfaction among the Irish people, and an abiding cause of Ireland's profoundest discontent with English rule, and it is therefore of some importance that a summary of the whole controversy should be introduced into this part of the present work. Up to our own days, the Treaty of Limerick and the manner in which its conditions were made to fail in their application is the subject of eager interest among Irish populations at home and abroad, and may be heard of again and again at every meeting of Irish nationalists in any of the great cities of the United States, Canada, and Australia, as in Ireland itself. The Treaty of Limerick was the agreement by virtue of which the great struggle William III was carrying on in Ireland against James II had been brought to a close, and William had been recognized as King of Ireland. The city of Limerick had held out to the very last against the forces of King William, and it was especially important for William to bring the Irish struggle to an end for the good reason, among many other reasons, that he saw in prospect a great war to be undertaken against what then seemed the ever-increasing power of France. William was himself in the Netherlands at the time when the siege came to an end. The city was defended by the celebrated Irish patriot and soldier Patrick Sarsfield, who had been created Earl of Lucan by James II in return for the military services which he had rendered to the king on English as well as on Irish battlefields. The siege of Limerick was conducted by General Glinkle, a Dutch officer who had accompanied William III to England in 1688, served at the Battle of the Boyne, and when William returned to England was left in chief command of William's forces in Ireland. The besieged garrison held out with such spirit and tenacity, and King William's further purposes rendered it so imperative to bring the Irish war to a close, that Glinkle thought it desirable to enter on some terms of surrender with the defenders of the place. The defenders of Limerick soon made it clear that they would not listen to any terms which did not contain stipulations for the securing of religious liberty to those who might now be regarded as the conquered race. One of the principal conditions of the surrender, therefore, was that the Roman Catholics of Ireland should in the future enjoy such privileges in the exercise of their religion as were consistent with the laws of Ireland, or as they had enjoyed in the reign of King Charles II. Other words of the same article undertook that their Majesties, King William and Queen Mary, as soon as their affairs would permit them to summon a Parliament in Ireland, would endeavour to procure for the Irish Roman Catholics such further security as might preserve them from any disturbance on account of their religion. These were the provisions of the treaty on which the whole subsequent controversy set in. The articles, which referred only to the terms and mode of the capitulation, need not engage our attention here. Now it must be said that in stipulating for such measure of religious liberty as the Irish Roman Catholics had during the reign of King Charles II, the defenders of Limerick were not stipulating for any great concession. Even in the reign of Charles II there were many severe and utterly ignoble disqualifications and penalties to which Irish Catholics were liable. Disqualifications and penalties which in more modern days would be regarded as utterly inconsistent with the first principles of civilized government. Still, it is clear that the defenders of Limerick believed that the acceptance of their stipulation would give some extension of religious liberty to their fellow countrymen to recompense them for their reluctant consent to the proposals for capitulation. we may briefly summarize the history of this whole transaction by saying that the terms of the treaty were never carried out, that the Irish Parliament, constituted as we have described it, declared the concessions made to the Irish Catholics by the treaty to be entirely outside the limits of the law, and that not merely were no special concessions made to the Irish Catholics, but that immediately after the surrender of Limerick, both the English and the Irish Parliaments went on passing further measures of disqualification and penalty for those who openly practiced the worship enjoined by the Church of Rome. Sarsfield and his comrades left the country, most of them to fight against England on the battlefields of the Continent, Sarsfield to give up his gallant life to the service of France on one such field. Limerick is still called by Irish writers and speakers the city of the violated treaty, and the residents of the place are still proud to show the treaty stone on which Sarsfield signed his name to the terms of capitulation. There have been many ingenious arguments set up to justify the disregard which the Sovereign and the Parliament of England showed toward the special conditions on which alone the defenders of Limerick gave up the struggle they had so long and gallantly maintained. It was argued, of course, with some plausibility, that the British Commander-in-Chief, General Ginckell, had no authority to make such terms without the sanction and consent of the English Crown and Parliament, and that if Sarsfield and his companions were so unwise as to believe that he had any such authority, they had only themselves to blame for their delusion and disappointment. It has been seriously argued by one eminent English historian that the concessions of religious liberty made in the terms of the treaty were so absurdly generous that no Roman Catholic in his senses could possibly have believed there was any chance of fulfilment. These are arguments which fill one with a curious interest, showing as they do how the minds of even grave and responsible historians may sometimes be diverted from the recognition of the plainest principles governing all agreements by an instinctive sympathy with one or the other of the parties to the agreement. Let us assume for a moment that it was in the power of Sarsfield to maintain his forces still in the garrison long after the treaty had been signed, and after Ginckell had sent away most of his troops on the faith of an honourable surrender, and that King William's plans had thus been wholly marred for the time. It is hardly to be supposed that any English historian would hold Sarsfield to be thoroughly excused from his breach of the agreement by the fact that James II had, after some delay, declined to approve of it. When the Commander-in-Chief of a British army, placed in a position of supreme difficulty, is allowed to make an arrangement greatly to his advantage with the opposing force, it is not usual, after all is done and the opposing force has actually withdrawn, for him to be told by his sovereign that he had no right to make any such arrangement, and that the conditions which he accepted are not to be carried out. At all events, one thing is perfectly certain. Sarsfield and his companions believed that they were entering into an agreement which Ginckell had full authority to make, and England was certain to carry out, and that except under the influence of such a belief, they would never have surrendered the garrison and allowed the Irish war to come to a close. The Irish House of Lords had, even before the union between England and Scotland, shown themselves strongly in favour of an act of union between England and Ireland. In 1703, the Irish peers actually issued an address to Her Majesty praying that she would be graciously pleased to direct measures for the passing of an act uniting the Parliaments of England and Ireland. After the union with Scotland had been accomplished, the Irish House of Lords renewed the appeal to the Queen, and once again urged her to institute measures for the legislation which they desired to put in motion. The Duke of Ormond was the Viceroy of Ireland. Queen Anne and her ministers paid little or no attention to the urgent appeal made by the Irish House of Lords, and supported by at least some measures of the Irish House of Commons. Froude, the historian, has made severe comment on the inaction or indifference of the ruler and her council. No excuse, he says, can be pleaded for Queen Anne's ministers or for the English nation whose resolution they represented in meeting these overtures of the Irish Parliament. Froude goes on to moralize in eloquent words on the neglect of what seemed to him an auspicious chance for an early and complete union between the parliaments of the two countries. Opportunities occur in the affairs of nations which, if allowed to pass, return no more. The offered union was thrown away when it would have been accepted gratefully as the most precious boon which England could bestow, was thrown away in the meanest and basest spirit of commercial jealousy. No rational fear of present danger, no anxiety to prevent injustice, no honourable motive of any kind whatever can be imagined as having influenced the persons, whoever they were, that were generally responsible for the decision. In fatal blindness they persuaded themselves that the union would make Ireland rich and that England's interest was to keep her poor. The Queen returned a cold reply that she would have no particular answer at present, but would take the question into consideration. The consideration never came. The wisdom of the precious resolution was never doubted or reviewed, and from this one act, as from a scorpion's egg, sprang a fresh and yet uncompleted cycle of dissatisfaction, rebellion, and misery. Froude was a man of high intellect, sincere purpose, and a most vivid descriptive power, but nature does not seem to have endowed him with the faculties which create a safe guide in political history. On no other political questions, moreover, is Froude so apt to go astray as on questions which have to do with the relations between England and Ireland. He seems in this particular instance to have allowed his own feelings to carry him as far astray in judging of the motives which inspired the action, or rather the inaction, of Queen Anne's advisers, as in estimating the real value of the advice given by the Irish House of Lords. It is not necessary to assume that Queen Anne and her ministers were governed only by a desire to pander to England's commercial jealousy and to persuade themselves that England's interest was to keep Ireland poor. Queen Anne and her advisers might well have seen, without any marvellous inspiration of foresight, that a real union between England and Ireland would have been absolutely impossible under the conditions which then existed. They had probably the best reasons also for knowing that the resolutions of the Irish House of Lords, or even of the Irish House of Commons, were absolutely worthless as a representation of the feelings and interests which belonged to the Irish people. By no possible ingenuity of statesmanship could the great majority of the Irish people have been prevailed upon at such a time and under such conditions to accept a legislative union with England. The Irish Parliament, as we have already shown, was a parliament merely of the conquerors, and had no claim whatever to represent the sentiments of the conquered. Indeed, the Irish Parliament, if such a question could have fairly been put to it, would probably have rejected with scorn and anger the bare suggestion that it had anything whatever to do with the sentiments and the opinions of the Irish population. The English Parliament under Queen Anne was at that very time engaged, as we have seen, at the suggestion of the Irish Parliament, in passing fresh enactments for the repression of popery, as it was called in Ireland, the religion to which the vast majority of the population were still clinging with unabated devotion. The one central idea influencing the actions of the Irish Parliament was to make the Protestant Church absolute in Ireland, and if possible to compel the Irish people to accept its ministrations. Let us do justice even to the members of the Irish Parliament, the representatives of English conquest and of the English conquering race. These noble lords and honourable members had convinced themselves, no doubt, that it would be an immense benefit for the Irish people to be made converts by any process to the Protestant faith, and were quite satisfied that any amount of coercion applied for that purpose would, if only successful, have tended to the moral and material benefit of the Irish people. The same sort of thing has to be said, we may take it for granted, on behalf of every conquering race. The conquerors do not enact their penal laws merely for the wanton purpose of oppressing and torturing the races over whom they have come to rule. They are convinced in their own minds that their religion and their ways are the best for everybody, and that any needful coercion which can be exercised in the hope of compelling other races to adopt them must be amply justified by the possible result. But however the conquerors may satisfy their own minds on this point, the process of coercion is not one which is likely to lead to satisfactory and genuine union between those who exercise and those who have to endure the oppression. It would probably have been no worse for the Irish if at that time the Irish Parliament had been completely merged in the Parliament of England. No English Parliament, even if it had been composed exclusively of Englishmen, could have been less fitted to represent the majority of the Irish people than the Parliament which was allowed to exercise its subordinate jurisdiction on Irish soil. Froude's eloquent indignation over the supposed loss of happy opportunity by Queen Anne and those with whom she consulted is wholly thrown away. The first condition of a real and enduring legislative union between England and Ireland would have been the abolition of all the laws inflicting penalties on the practice of that religion to which, as a nation, the Irish people were uncompromisingly attached. Even such a measure, were it possible at the time, could hardly have reconciled Ireland to those decrees which had dispossessed so many of her ancient families in order to bestow their lands and possessions upon the favorite soldiers of successive invaders and conquerors. The Irish peasant of the West, the South, or the Midlands could hardly wander far from his own hovel without seeing the ruins of some castle which had been in former days the possession of an ancient family whose history was identified with the traditions of the region, or some castle still in proud repair which had been handed over by this or that conqueror to a successful follower as a reward for his military enterprise, or the mouldering walls of some abbey where the forefathers of that peasant had worshipped in the days gone by, before English sovereigns had made it their duty to resist the growth of popery. Everywhere he turned, the Irish peasant met with evidences telling him that he belonged to a subjected race and was living in a conquered country. The Irish peasant has a natural love of old memories and old traditions. It is a question whether even a system of government which gave him a fair chance of individual security, prosperity, and happiness would have quite made up to him for the changes forced upon him by the new owners of the land. But in those days the Irish peasant found no chance left open to him of individual security and prosperity, and he was indeed one of the most hardly used and impoverished human creatures on the earth. Irishmen of means who were able to leave the country were already fast flying from it to seek service in foreign armies and in foreign lands, and those Irish who had to remain at home found the truth forced on them more and more with the life of every day that in their imported rulers they had only enemies, or at the best had only men who did not care enough about them even to try to be their friends. Under such conditions it mattered little or nothing to the majority of the Irish population whether the so-called Irish Parliament was actually merged or not in that English Parliament to which the laws of the Conqueror made it in any case subservient. The readers of Walter Scott's novels, and one is glad to know by the constant publication of new editions that his novels find still increasing numbers of readers in our own days, will remember some of the powerful and painful chapters in The Bride of Lammermoor, which picture the constant state of strife between the representatives and followers of the ancient and dispossessed families and the members and followers of those families whom revolution and conquest had settled in the ancient homes. But at no time in Scotland had there been anything like the widespread unsettlement and resettlement which conquest had accomplished in Ireland. Scotland had never been a conquered country, and even when her condition was most disturbed by war and revolution, she had always maintained her national existence. Her people had never been threatened with extermination. By the time that Queen Anne came to the throne of England, the Irish people had seen so many unsuccessful rebellions that they had little heart left for any new attempt of their own just then, and they clung to the cause of the exiled Stuart sovereigns, mainly because it seemed to promise some hope of a movement from abroad against England which might give Ireland a chance of asserting her national claims. The time had not yet come when English statesmanship could raise its mind to the contemplation of any better means of making Ireland a contented, loyal, and prosperous member of the imperial system than by passing measures to prevent the growth of Roman Catholicism and to provide against any possible rivalry in commerce or manufactures which might tend to the disadvantage of English trade. The conditions under which alone the union with England could have been tolerated by Scotland, no English sovereign or statesman would have thought of conceding to Ireland, and the Irish people had no means of enforcing the conditions by any power of their own. There is no need, therefore, to feel any particular surprise when we read that Queen Anne and her councillors did not pay much attention to the urgent request of the Irish House of Lords for some measures to bring about a formal union between the Parliament of the conquering country and the so-called Parliament of the conquered people. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 31. The Rise of Robert Walpole. During the years which we have lately been following, a new and very remarkable figure in political life was coming to the front. Sir Robert Walpole, afterwards to become Earl of Orford, was establishing his claim to that position of commanding and enduring influence which he was destined to assume in the succeeding reign. Robert Walpole was the son of an English country gentleman and was born in 1676. Robert Walpole the father had represented an English constituency in the House of Commons and was owner of a large estate. Robert the son received his education first at a private school, afterwards at Eton, and then at King's College, Cambridge. He was the third son, but both his elder brothers died young, and in November 1700 he found himself owner of the family property. He had not any natural inclination for study, but he devoted himself with characteristic steadiness to the ordinary course of work during his school and college days, and he succeeded in becoming at least a respectable classical scholar. On the death of his father, he became elected as member for Castle Rising, the constituency which the elder Walpole had represented in the House of Commons. It may be said that Walpole the father was a man much given to the enjoyment of country life and of all the habits then supposed becoming in a country gentleman. One of these habits was an indulgence in the ways of hospitality and in the consumption of good wine, and the story goes that the elder Walpole used to press his son Robert to drink glass after glass, on the ground that it would not be fitting for a son to see his father under the influence of what fine writers would then have described as the flowing bowl. Robert Walpole the younger seems to have had from his first entrance into public life a thorough interest in the business of the House of Commons. He was one of the men to whom parliamentary life becomes at once a natural sphere of activity, and he attended most closely to all the parliamentary work that came within his range. He joined the Whig party and made something almost like a display of his devotion to the cause of the Protestant succession. He took part often in debate, and although he had not and did not pretend to have any of the gifts and arts that belong to the genuine orator, he soon attracted attention by his capacity for close and practical argument and his faculty for adapting himself to the comprehension of his listeners. The House of Commons was then, as it is now, an assembly where, if a man can say anything really well, he is sure to find appreciative listeners. Great influence can always be obtained in that House even by men who never rise to eloquence, provided only that they can display commanding intelligence, a comprehensive knowledge of the subject in debate, and skill in the array of clear and coherent argument. A man with such capacity is all the more likely to make a lasting impression on the House if he shows that he has no inclination to speak for the mere sake of delivering a speech, and that he only desires to address the audience when he really has something to say which ought to be said. Walpole soon proved to the House of Commons that he had in him the making of a political leader, and the ministry of the day were not long in finding out that he was just the sort of man whose services would be useful to an administration. In 1705 he was appointed a member of the Council to Prince George of Denmark, who then held the office of Lord High Admiral, an office which it need hardly be said had been given to the prince for no particular reason but that he was the husband of Queen Anne. Walpole had not an easy time of it in this position, and he was not a man who could be content to hold what may be called an honorary place in any department. He applied himself with so much care and assiduity and promise of success to this unsatisfactory office that he won the confidence and approval not only of Godolphin but of the Duke of Marlborough. From this time forth he was recognized by the Whig party as one of their leading men, and in 1708 he was appointed to the office of Secretary at War. Nor was this official promotion the only testimony offered to the value of his political services. The leadership of the administration in the House of Commons was entrusted to him, and he soon proved himself thoroughly equal to the duties and the responsibilities that came under his control. The House of Commons always shows a marked inclination toward a minister who can make a clear statement of facts, can set forth his arguments in sentences easily understood, can give his hearers the impression that he thoroughly comprehends what he is talking about, and does not attempt to bewilder them by sudden flights of eloquence. The great orator always has his place and can maintain it in the House, but if a man be not in the true sense a great orator, the next best thing for him is that he shall never make any pretension to oratory at all, and shall always impress his audience with the comfortable conviction that they are sure to hear nothing which will put a strain on their minds, and at the same time are sure to get something in return for the attention they bestow. In every political generation we shall find illustration of the fact that a man of this order is more likely on the whole to be an effective leader of the House of Commons than one who is endowed with a genuine gift of eloquence. Robert Walpole soon proved himself to be a man of this mould, and every one could foresee that a great ministerial career was opening for him. When the impeachment of Sacheverell became a parliamentary question, Walpole was appointed one of the managers to conduct the business on behalf of the House of Commons. Now, Robert Walpole was conspicuous above all things else for what may be called his plain common sense. His keen, shrewd intelligence saw clearly into the real force and weight of contending elements at a time of sudden political storm. He knew very well that there were certain forces of political passion and religious fanaticism supporting the partisans of Sacheverell, with which it would not be quite convenient for a ministry to contend. Walpole strongly opposed in private the idea of impeaching Sacheverell, but when Godolphin and the other ministers showed that they were determined to carry out their project, Walpole was not by any means the sort of man to separate himself from his influential friends on a question merely of principle. He therefore performed his part in the impeachment with all becoming earnestness and display of skill. Perhaps his feelings on the subject underwent some change, as he found that he had more and more to identify himself with the business of the impeachment. Perhaps the resolve came to him to make the best of an uncongenial position and to turn the impeachment to the most practical account for the advantage of those by whom it had been instituted. The fact is that he published a pamphlet on the subject bearing the title of 4 Letters to a Friend in North Britain upon the Publishing the Trial of Dr. Sacheverell. In those days, even a minister of state sometimes found it convenient to make an appeal to public opinion through the medium of a pamphlet, and Walpole was not a man to neglect any means of serving the interests of the party to which he had attached himself. Walpole's pamphlet directed itself against the influence of the Sacheverell partisans with characteristic sagacity and skill. The argument of the pamphlet was that the whole object of those who maintained and worshipped Sacheverell was to establish a conspiracy with the Jacobin party at home and abroad for the purpose of raising the Pretender to the throne of England. Nothing could be more calculated to discredit the Sacheverell agitation with the more reasonable part of the general public than such a charge as this, if it could once be effectively brought home. The majority of the outer public would be likely to grow alarmed at the prospect of any new revolution whatever, having had revolutions enough within recent memory, and of course no true follower of the Church of England could have had any inclination to see a prince of the house of Stuart brought back from France to rule over England. But the influences of the time were too strong for any ingenuity of argument or adroitness in the raising of alarm to prevail against them, and as we have seen, the result of the general election was that Godolphin and his colleagues could no longer remain in office. Harley and Bolingbroke came into power, and Harley was so much impressed with Walpole's capacity that he invited him to become a member of the new administration and strongly pressed the invitation on him. Harley had been naturally drawn toward Walpole for the same reasons as those which had guided the judgment of Godolphin. Walpole had shown from his first entrance into public life a remarkable understanding of financial questions, and this was a capacity not common among rising administrators at the time. There was much beside this which also influenced Harley in his effort to obtain Walpole's cooperation. Harley had himself no gift of eloquence, and no appreciation of the orator's style even in its highest order. He was above all things endowed with a faculty for management. He had none of the higher faculties of statesmanship, and was hardly qualified to judge of them or to care about them in others. He probably saw good reason to believe that in Walpole he could have just the sort of colleague who would suit all his purposes and would not be likely to hesitate over much about fine-drawn distinctions of principle where the work of successful administration was concerned. Walpole, however, positively declined to join the new administration and made up his mind to wait for some more suitable opportunity of exercising his capacity for the business of government. Mr. J.R. Green, in his Short History of the English People, gives a striking picture of Walpole in this earlier part of his career. Mr. Green describes him as a young Norfolk landowner of fair fortune, with the tastes and air of the class from which he sprang. His big square figure, his vulgar, good-humoured face were those of a common country squire, and in Walpole the squire underlay the statesman to the last. He was ignorant of books, he loved neither writing nor reading, and if he had a taste for art, his real love was for the table, the bottle, and the chase. He rode as hard as he drank. Even in moments of political peril, the first dispatch he would open was the letter from his gamekeeper. In another passage, Mr. Green says that Walpole's prosaic good sense turned sceptically away from the poetic and passionate sides of human feeling. We read in this passage of admirable description that Walpole laughed at all oratorical appeals to the loftier or purer motives of human action as schoolboy flights, and Mr. Green adds that, for young members who talked of public virtue or patriotism, he had one good-natured answer. And that answer includes a colloquial phrase which many readers might have supposed to be of much more modern and even of transatlantic origin: "You will soon come off that and grow wiser." Mr. Green, as might well be supposed, does full justice to Walpole's powers of administration. All the greater statesmen, he tells us, who have guided the fortunes of England since Harley's day have been found in the Commons, and of these great commoners Robert Walpole was the first. How great a part Walpole was to play no one could as yet foresee, but even under Marlborough his practical abilities had brought him to the front. At the moment when the House of Commons was recognized as supreme, Walpole showed himself its ablest debater. Commerce promised to become the main interest of England, and the merchants were already beginning to trust to his skill in finance. As a subordinate member of the Whig ministry at the close of the war, he gave signs of that administrative ability which forced his enemies to acknowledge that he does everything with the same ease and tranquillity as if he were doing nothing. How great was the sense of his power was seen in the action of the triumphant Tories on Marlborough's fall in 1712. The Tories proclaimed their sense of Walpole's importance as an opponent in the most effective and dramatic way. From having been one of the managers of a parliamentary impeachment, he suddenly found himself brought before the public as the victim of an impeachment. Harley and Bolingbroke accused the former ministers of corrupt dealing with the public accounts. Walpole undertook the defence of his late colleagues and conducted the case with so much ability and such a force of argument and evidence that the charges were believed by almost all impartial persons to be nothing more than the common general accusations made against the leaders of a fallen administration by those who had turned them out of office. To punish Walpole for his effective defence, the statesman in power now made a much more direct and positive charge against himself. Walpole was formally and circumstantially accused of having been, while Secretary at War, guilty of a high breach of trust and notorious corruption. He was charged with having accepted a sum of about £1,000 as a reward for having passed certain contracts for forage in Scotland. Walpole utterly repudiated the charge, and the whole question became the subject of a formal accusation. It might be called a formal impeachment in the House of Commons. Those were days when political partisanship asserted itself emphatically where the character of a political opponent was at stake, and the result of the debate was that a majority of the House found Walpole guilty and ordered him to be expelled from the representative chamber and committed as a prisoner to the Tower of London. The vote of the House also declared that Walpole could not be re-elected to serve in the Parliament then sitting. It has to be recorded, however, that even the Tory House of Commons, under the control of Harley and Bolingbroke, did not show itself quite up to the desired level of partisan hatred. Considering the strength of the Tory majority in the House, the vote of condemnation pronounced against Walpole was not very large numerically, even at its flood tide, and it soon began steadily to ebb. The resolution proclaiming him guilty of notorious corruption was carried to success by a majority of only 52 votes. The significance of this fact will be more clearly understood when it is mentioned that a distinctly partisan question raised by Walpole himself at the beginning of the session had been defeated by a majority of 126. The difference between the majority in the one case and the majority in the other may be taken as satisfactory evidence that the charges against Walpole could not carry conviction with them to the minds of any reasonable and impartial men. As the proceedings went on, the majority grew smaller and smaller. The motion for Walpole's expulsion from the House was only carried by 22 votes, and when the resolution ordering his committal to the Tower came to be decided, the majority against him had dwindled to 12. It is perhaps not too much to say that there was a certain carelessness displayed in the management of the contracts which might have justified even the most impartial member of the House of Commons in declaring that the whole management of the business was not such as an ordinary employer would have endured at the hands of his paid servants. If some member of the ruling party had proposed a vote of censure upon Walpole for the carelessness he had shown in conducting the financial affairs of his office, the judgment of history would probably be that Walpole deserved the censure, but that he was no worse than most other ministers who held the same office in preceding administrations. When the House had taken its final decision, Walpole declined to make any appeal to the consideration of his enemies, or to offer just then any further vindication of his character. He was accordingly committed to the Tower. At times of recent revolution and of revolutions still believed to be threatening, it would have been no very uncommon incident in the career of a rising statesman to find himself suddenly removed from his place in the House of Commons to a cell in the Tower. But Walpole's was not an imprisonment of the heroic order, and it is probable that most of his opponents then believed that a sentence of imprisonment following a charge of mere peculation would be quite enough to bring the political life of a man like Walpole to an ignoble close. Walpole probably felt well satisfied in his own mind that he would have no difficulty in living down the kind of opprobrium which was put upon him by a decision mainly due to the spirit of partisan hostility. He went to the Tower and remained there until the prorogation of Parliament, which followed not long after, and then the sentence was supposed to have worked itself out. The prisoner was released and had nothing to do but to await a favourable opportunity in order to present himself once more as a candidate for a seat in the House of Commons. The charge made against Walpole was, of course, only a part of the great attack directed with success against Marlborough. There was much better ground for the charges of somewhat the same kind which were brought up against Marlborough, although even the acts of which Marlborough was accused were not then uncommon or unrecognized practices in the business of such a department as that over which he had control. The substance of the accusations made against Walpole was that he had received, either by himself or through an agent, 2 separate sums of money from the forage contractors in his department. Mr. McKnight, in his Life of Bolingbroke, gives a clear and concise summary of the explanation which Walpole set forth for the instruction of his friends and the public after the majority in the House of Commons had done its worst. Walpole explained, Mr. McKnight says, that a 5th share in these contracts had been expressly reserved for his friend Robert Mann, that the contractors chose to pay Mann these sums rather than admit him into the partnership, that such arrangements were then very usual in the public service, and that, as Secretary at War, he received no advantage whatever from the bargains. It might well be said that the public revenues were not fairly dealt with when any such arrangements were allowed to interfere with the freedom of competition for government contracts. But at the same time, it would have been hard to hold Walpole personally responsible for defective practices which had been allowed to grow up in the public service and from which it would not be shown that he derived any personal benefit. Mr. McKnight is naturally a great admirer of Bolingbroke, whose life he has written, but he candidly admits that in stimulating and supporting this charge against Walpole he did not act with that honourable fairness which might have been expected from a great minister, even though he also happened to be a vehement partisan. Mr. McKnight, indeed, does not hesitate to call the attention of his readers to certain passages in Bolingbroke's own official conduct which would compare very unfavourably with the worst of the charges brought against Walpole. St. John, too, his biographer tells us, as his correspondence with the Duke of Marlborough shows, had, while himself Secretary at War, been far from averse to pocket all the percentages he could obtain. Only during the preceding year as Secretary of State he had allowed Jack Hill and Mrs. Masham, on account of the expedition to Canada, to appropriate an immense sum of public money to their own use in a manner much more flagrant than, the difference of circumstances and persons considered, anything that had been charged against either Marlborough or Walpole, and it was with the greatest management that the House of Commons was at this time prevented from inquiring into this misappropriation of at least £20,000. Mr. Green pronounces the charge of peculation against Walpole groundless, and Burton, while not hesitating to find fault with the manner in which the business of the contracts was conducted, believes that Walpole's defence of his own personal action was well sustained by the facts. Army contracts in times of war have been the frequent source of trouble and of scandal in the civilized countries of modern times, and we may be quite sure that the great campaigns of classic history were not conducted without frequent instances of nefarious jobbery in the providing of supplies for the armies. Within the recollection of living men, various illustrations of this ignoble historical fact have come before the world. During the Crimean War, such questions were brought under the notice of Parliament and led to more than one ministerial crisis. In the war between France and Prussia, some of the leaders of public opinion among the French insisted that the success of the German arms was mainly due to the fraudulent manner in which the money set aside for the supply of the French troops was misapplied by scheming politicians for the benefit of themselves and their favoured contractors. Much more lately still, the war between the United States and Spain gave occasion, even among the victorious Americans, for many charges of dishonest practice between the agents of the government and the competing candidates for government contracts. At the very time which we have now reached, we find that one of the most exciting questions brought up in our own Parliament has had to do with contracts for the supply of horses to the British troops employed in the South African campaign. It would not be in the least degree reasonable to impute any extraordinary aptitude for corrupt practices to the public men of Queen Anne's reign merely because of the charges made against Marlborough and Walpole in connection with government contracts, or even because of the evidence of a careless and indefensible way of doing business which these charges brought to light. Walpole was not long in getting out of his troubles and making a new start on his parliamentary career. The charges made against him left no real stain upon his character, and his committal to the Tower left no darker shadow upon his record than if he had been called to order by the Speaker of the House of Commons for some infraction of parliamentary rules. Any intelligent observer of public life must have seen at the time that the newly released prisoner from the cell on Tower Hill was only at the opening of a great political career. But the history of Queen Anne's reign has not much further occasion to deal with the doings of Robert Walpole. It was only when that reign came to a close and the Hanoverian succession established itself on the throne of England that the real capacity of the man had a full opportunity of finding its field of action. Soon, however, events were to show how uncertain was the basis on which Walpole's political enemies were endeavouring to establish their power over the destinies of England. Walpole, whatever his defects of character and however lacking he may have been in an exalted sense of principle, whether politics or morals were concerned, would appear to have been sincere in his practical devotion to the Whig party and his anxiety for the maintenance of the system established by the Revolution. He was inferior to Bolingbroke in those mental endowments which obtained for their possessor the title of a man of genius. But he could see into the realities of things much more clearly than Bolingbroke, and he could estimate the relative strength of the conflicting tendencies in the political world just then with an accuracy to which Bolingbroke could make no pretension, and would not have understood how to appreciate in another man. Walpole was evidently quite able to see that the principles of the Revolution had established themselves satisfactorily in the minds of the great majority of those British subjects who had anything to do with the movements of political life. It would not have been possible to persuade him that the exiled Stuarts had the slightest chance of being restored to the throne of England. Therefore, even if he had been so far wanting in consistency and in principle as to lend his help toward a Stuart restoration, he was far too sensible, shrewd, and foreseeing a statesman to find himself tempted in the slightest degree by the prospects and the adherents of such a cause. Walpole already saw his way and was only waiting for his time. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Reign of Queen Anne, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 32. Alexander Pope. The name of Alexander Pope is inseparably associated with the reign of Queen Anne, although most of the works which made him especially influential and popular in the society and the literature of his time were not published until after Queen Anne's reign had come to a close. His fame, however, had been quite assured, and his position as a poet had been won for him by such poems as The Rape of the Lock, The Messiah, Windsor Forest, and the Ode to St. Cecilia's Day. Pope was born in London in the year of the Revolution which dethroned the Stuart kings and made William of Orange ruler of England. He was of lower middle-class parentage, but was fond to believe that his father could boast of high descent. His father was in business as a linen draper, some say a hatter, in the Strand, and the young Alexander Pope does not seem to have had anything like a finished education according to the standard of that day or of ours. His poetic gift showed itself in very precocious verse, according to his own account. While yet a child, he lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. Some of his earliest poems have a peculiar gravity and stillness about them, little resembling the strains of exuberance and emotion generally given to the world by the earliest efforts of inspired youth. Pope had the good fortune, in one sense at least, to attract the attention of Wycherley by some of his youthful poems, and Wycherley became his literary patron and introduced him to the society of London men of letters. Pope had much of the temperament which satire and comic literature have in almost all ages associated with the character of the precocious poet. Many of his personal qualities would have needed but little satirical exaggeration in order to construct an effective and lifelike caricature of egotistical and dissatisfied poetical aspiration. Pope was always in weakly health, with a feeble and deformed frame. His lack of physical strength and his bodily ailments had done much to make him morbidly sensitive. He was quick of temper, changeful of mood, impatient of restraint or contradiction, ever craving for sympathy, and too often finding the sympathy, even when sincere, wholly unsatisfying. With such a temperament, he was naturally too ready to get into quarrels with his friends, and could easily be brought into the mood which made him apt to believe that his friends of yesterday had become his enemies today. He quarrelled with men and he quarrelled with women, and some of his quarrels have become famous episodes in the history of literature. Yet his life was, on the whole, one of remarkable prosperity, and he was drawn into close association with some of the most famous men and women of his time. In those days, the workers in literature were brought into intercourse with the leaders of political and social life more than was usual in most of the former and most of the later periods of English history. We do not find Tennyson and Browning, Dickens and Thackeray brought into close companionship and actual cooperation with the great statesmen and political leaders who conducted or disputed the rulership of the country during the reign of Queen Victoria. But Alexander Pope and other literary men as well were in constant comradeship with such political and parliamentary leaders as Bolingbroke and Harley, and the author of a great poem or romance not infrequently interrupted or varied his career during Queen Anne's reign by becoming a great political pamphleteer. A man like Bolingbroke claimed to be an author and a thinker as well as a director of state policy. A man like Harley loved to be regarded as a patron of literature, an authority on art, and the chosen friend of artists and authors. Pope, therefore, lived at a time and came into a social life especially favorable to the encouragement and development of rising poetic genius, and he can have known but little of the hard and bitter struggles which other men, not inferior in natural gifts, have had to go through in their efforts to climb that steep where fame's proud temple shines afar, as another poet has described the attempt. Few poets have ever been more successful than Pope in acquiring what may be fairly called a wide and lasting popularity. Genius of the highest order he certainly did not possess, and some of his most influential critics have not hesitated to assert that he never possessed the true gift of genius at all. It is not easy to maintain any profitable disputation as to the precise descriptive power, the exact, and if it may thus be phrased, the scientific meaning of words which are employed in the effort to establish certain distinct grades and orders of intellectual capacity. Whether the combination of mental and lyrical gifts with which Pope was undoubtedly endowed did or did not amount to actual poetic genius would perhaps be a futile subject of discussion, so uncertain are the standards by which we can pretend to test the existence of that undefined element we call genius. That Pope possessed anything like the highest order of creative genius, that he belongs to the highest rank of poets, nobody in our time would think of asserting, and indeed the tendency for several past generations has been rather to disparage Pope than to overstate his gifts of poetry. But it will probably be admitted by all that he created a new poetic form, and that in some of his poems at least we come on passages and thoughts, on imaginings and fancyings, which appear to be entirely original, and can hardly be set down as indicating the possession of anything less than the gift of that genuine poetic fire which we regard as the light of genius. There is, for instance, an exquisite imaginative and creative faculty in the Rape of the Lock, which could hardly be the work of the most felicitous imitation, even supposing that it bore any evidence of imitation at all. There are passages in the Messiah over which the most casual and careless reader, even though he may have learned from modern criticism to think little of Pope, may be compelled to linger in deep and delightful thought, and in which he recognizes the thrill of that touch associated with poetical genius. The very fact that both these poems are professedly founded on literary models is in itself but another proof of Pope's poetic originality. The Messiah was given forth as an imitation of Virgil's Eclogue Pollio, and the most delightful passages in the Rape of the Lock were suggested by a once famous fantasy which had to do with the sprites and other aerial beings sacred to Rosicrucian mysteries. but in both instances Pope only took from his model the mere suggestion for his poem, and treated it entirely and absolutely after his own fashion and according to his own fancy. In order to make a work of art truly original, it is not necessary that the first idea of it shall have come up in the mind of the poet who undertakes to give it a new form. The greatest critics of the ancient and modern world have laid it down as a law that the originality of a work of art consists in the treatment of the materials and not in the mere conception of the idea the artist intends to work out. Lessing has declared that no matter how often a certain subject has been used before, the latest poet who deals with it is entitled to be regarded as the creator of an original poem if he treats his subject in his own way and has the gift of modeling it into a work of art. Goethe has contended that Troilus and Cressida may be regarded as one of Shakespeare's most original plays, because although Shakespeare found his story and its principal characters in Homer, he treated story and characters entirely according to the guidance of his own inspiration. Indeed, if this artistic doctrine, which at first may seem somewhat paradoxical, were not strictly true, some of the noblest works of art produced by the literature of all times would have to be set down as wanting in originality. Virgil's great epic would have to be described as a mere imitation of Homer, Shakespeare's finest dramas as mere borrowings from history or legend, and Goethe's Faust as the 10th transmitter of a well-known and popular story. The sprites and sylphs and gnomes of The Rape of the Lock become entirely original creations as the fancy of Pope has made them live and move before us. It is not, therefore, because of any want of originality that Pope must be refused a place among the greatest English poets, but because his imagination, his intellect, and his constructive genius did not enable him to create out of any materials such works of art as those which Shakespeare and Dante and Goethe have given to the world. Nothing can be more perfect in its way than the smooth and measured melody of Pope's verse. One is sometimes surprised to find that the English language, which is not in itself essentially musical in sound, can have been wrought into lines of such harmonious cadence as those which come before us almost everywhere in Pope's finer poems. The truth has to be admitted that Pope, whether consciously or unconsciously, relied too much on measure of rhythm and melody of sound, and the most sympathetic reader grows a little weary now and then of the smooth and regulated cadence which falls upon his ear as every line is read aloud. Pope had an exquisite gift of phrasing, and we have had occasion to remark before in this history that many of his phrases and his lines have become part of the familiar stock of conversation, and are repeated again and again in our own time by many who have forgotten or who never knew the source from which the phrases or the passages have come. Pope's popularity, which was probably unequalled among English-speaking peoples in his own day, and has perhaps been fading ever since, may be made intelligible even to the younger readers of the present generation when their attention is called to the fact that so much of him still lives with us and comes so often almost unbidden to our lips. Bentley said with justice of Pope's translation of the Iliad that it was a fine poem, but that it was not Homer. Pope's version of the Iliad is indeed in all but the story and the personages curiously unlike the Iliad of Homer. The style of Pope's rendering is too ornate, too elaborate, too verbose, to have any affinity with the simple, strong, inspired style of Homer. But it has to be said for Pope's rendering of the Iliad that he brought home the story of Troy's fall to millions of readers from that time to this, who might otherwise have never known the whole story of the marvelous epic. There have been greater English translations of Homer than Pope's, but there was never any other English translation which exercised such a charm over what may be called the average or the popular intelligence as was wrought by Pope's captivating version. In every generation since Pope's time, thousands of schoolboys in these countries have learned in the first instance to appreciate the wondrous tale of Troy divine from Pope's translation of the Iliad. Something more even than this may be said. A large proportion of young men have in every succeeding generation been drawn to a study of Homer in his own tongue by the charm of Pope's translation. Many a middle-aged and scholarly man who has learned to appreciate Homer in Homer's own language has frankly owned in his maturer years that it was from Pope's Iliad he first acquired that love of the epic story which could not be satisfied with anything short of a direct acquaintance with the original. To have accomplished such a success as this would be enough to entitle its author to the gratitude of the world and to a noble place among the world's poetic benefactors. Pope's translation of the Iliad does not belong to the literary triumphs which adorn the reign of Queen Anne, for it was not published until after Queen Anne's death, and it is only mentioned here as one of the evidences which go to prove the title to immortality awaiting the author of the Messiah and the Rape of the Lock. Perhaps it is not exaggeration to say that if these two poems were the only productions of their author, they would of themselves secure for Queen Anne's reign a renown in poetic literature. Too much of Pope's life and genius was wasted on futile and deplorable quarrels, and on the infuriate satire in which his anger could not be kept from expressing itself. Some of Pope's satirical pieces are amongst the finest things he ever did, so far as eloquence and impassioned poetic vituperation and exquisite melody of sound can make a poem fine. And it is hard when we read one of these masterly satires not to lose for the time, in our enjoyment of the thoughts, the images, and the words, our just sense of regret that such a master of English verse should have wasted his best powers on ignoble personal controversy. The closing lines of the Dunciad, another of Pope's poems which did not make its appearance until years after Queen Anne's death, have been described by critics of great authority as displaying Pope's imaginative faculty at its very highest reach. The lines which picture the darksome fate to come over the world in punishment for its worship of false poetic gods, the time of doom when art after art goes out and all is night, the time when universal darkness covers the whole world of thought and intellect, show beyond question a power of poetic imagination which we rarely find in those works of the author that are devoted to higher and more noble themes than personal satire. Pope was only too ready to find offence where no offence was intended, and no warmth of previous friendship could prevent the sudden chill which sometimes came over him when he fancied some friend had done him wrong. As we have already mentioned in this volume, the Messiah was originally published in an earlier number of the Spectator, and at that time Pope was one of Addison's most devoted friends. When afterwards a quarrel sprang up between them, or when Pope believed he had reason to quarrel with Addison, he assailed Addison in satirical verses all the more bitter and wounding because they professed to come from one who, for the sake of old friendship, would gladly have refrained from uttering a word of condemnation, if only the condemnation could be suppressed without injustice to the cause of truth. Pope's quarrel with Lady Mary Wortley Montagu is one of the standing comicalities of literary history. It must be owned that the poet does not show to much advantage in the stinging verses with which he assailed the lady, and the contrast which he suggests between her diamonds and her dirty smock seems to belong to the order of dispute which might have been popular in the region described by Hogarth as Gin Lane. The fame of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu survived, however, even the satire of Pope. She was a woman of remarkable and original intellect. She had a rare gift as a letter writer. She wrote letters which have taken an abiding place in literature, and the world owes much to her courage as the promoter of a great and successful experiment, the practice of inoculation. It was believed at one time that Pope had been treated with sudden and merciless contempt by Lady Mary, when the friendship which she always showed him had been misunderstood by him, and he offered himself to her as a lover. The story went that Lady Mary had been cruel enough to heap insulting ridicule upon him because of his personal deformity, and without any excuse for such an outburst of scorn. There does not seem any reason to believe that Lady Mary had acted with such unprovoked and merciless cruelty. But it is certain that she did in some way wound the feelings of the oversensitive poet, and Pope thought no satirical language could be too strong or too coarse in which to express his resentment. The quarrel and the manner in which Pope conducted his part in it, and his attempt afterwards to explain his words away, did more harm in the end to the man than to the woman. Lady Mary's claims to the esteem and admiration of the world are not much affected by any satirical imputations as to the condition of her underlinen, while every true admirer of Pope must regret that such a poet should have demeaned himself by so ignominious a display of enmity in such a quarrel. When we are considering and endeavoring to study the development of Pope's poetical genius, we must, of course, take full account of the conditions under which its development had to work its way. We must consider the general character of that public to which he had to address himself. A great original poet, a poet of the highest order, follows no doubt the inspiration of his own genius and does not think of shaping his verse so that it may find a ready acceptance from any particular audience. The minstrel in Goethe's poem declares that he sings but as the songbird sings, without any thought of public favor or personal reward. It has also been said that oratory is heard, but that poetry is overheard. This latter distinction seems to be scarcely accurate, for it is not possible to think of the poetry of Homer as something merely overheard by an audience of whose existence the poet is unconscious and to whose attention he is indifferent. Even the declaration of the minstrel in Goethe's poem could hardly apply to any but poets endowed with thoroughly original inspiration, whose only guiding impulse is the genius that compels them to pour forth their thoughts. Pope, at his very best, was not endowed with this gift of absolute originality. There was in him a natural tendency to imitation. Some poetic form had an especial charm for him at one moment or another, and his poetic faculty shaped itself accordingly for the time, although the method by which he made use of his own materials secured for his work, according to Lessing's principle, a just title to originality. The form of Dryden had at first a great attraction for him, and it is only as he became bolder and stronger that he came to obey more freely the impulse of his own inspiration. There are passages in Dryden which show a boldness of imagination and a vigor of expression never equalled by Pope. But then it must be owned that the finest verses ever produced by Pope are those which show least evidence of the early influence exercised on him by Dryden. The influence which seems to have had most to do with the moulding of Pope's verse was the influence of that social life to which his verse was chiefly addressed. There was in Pope's time no such reading public in existence as that to which the authors of our own day may hope to appeal. During the reign of Queen Anne, and for long after her reign had come to an end, there was really no reading public according to the meaning which we now attach to the words. The great majority of the people in these countries during that time may be described as men and women who never read books at all. The poorer classes generally had not learned to read, for there was no system of national education going on, and the voluntary efforts made by churches and charitable institutions and beneficent individuals for the instruction of the people could not accomplish much in the way of enlightenment to the common mass of ignorance. Only in the large cities and towns could a writer expect to have many readers, and even in the cities and towns his readers were limited to a comparatively small section of society. The audience to which a book had to appeal in London was confined almost altogether to those belonging to what were called the higher classes, and to those orders of society which looked up to the higher classes for guidance and illumination as to the books they ought to read. The various clubs in London, which were frequented by men of rank or by men of intellect, by poets and essayists, by wits and politicians, constituted the audience on whose favourable reception the young author had in the first instance to depend. If such an audience were to appreciate and welcome his early efforts, to pronounce its judgment decisively in his favour, and declare him entitled to a place in literature, then our young author's fame might spread so far as to procure for him a certain proportion of readers outside the privileged circle of society in the clubs. But in no case was it possible for a mere poet to find such a public for his works as he might have found, if he deserved it, in days nearer to our own. Nothing was more common during the reign of Queen Anne and long after than the publication of a book by subscription, as it was called. A young poet appealed to some of his influential friends on behalf of a new volume which he was eager to publish, and the influential friends agreed among themselves and obtained the agreement of others to subscribe toward the expense of printing and publishing the volume at so much per copy. Thus the author and the printer were secured in the first instance against loss on the venture, and thus only in many cases was there any chance of a book ever coming before the public. Pope himself, when he was preparing his translation of the Iliad, issued an appeal to his friends and the public in general for a list of subscriptions which might enable him to encounter the risk of presenting his translation in printed form to the world. It must be said that Pope, like many other literary men of his time, got some of his work done for him on the plan which may be described as the farming out system. When he had shaped a literary project of considerable magnitude, he sometimes entrusted the construction of certain portions of it to the hands of men whose skill and capacity might be safely employed for the work, and he gave to the whole composition the benefit of his name. All the more important passages, if we can fairly make such a distinction, when speaking of a literary production, were no doubt his own, and in the case of Pope's translations we may fairly assume that all the finer passages were his. But it was not then thought beneath the dignity of a poet or an author of any kind to accept frankly and without concealment the help of a literary cooperation which was nevertheless not formally acknowledged, a cooperation which, if accepted without formal acknowledgment in our days, would be kept a secret even from the most intimate friends of the author whose name appeared upon the title page. When Pope was engaged in the translation of the Iliad, it must be owned that some manner of cooperation was decidedly necessary for the accomplishment of his task. Pope was not a scholar, even in the sense which the word bore during the reign of Queen Anne. It would hardly be true to say of him, as Ben Jonson said of Shakespeare, that he knew little Latin and less Greek, but he certainly had not a scholar's acquaintance with the language of Homer, and he must have helped himself sometimes, as a modern schoolboy might do, with his Latin translation to supply his deficiencies in Greek. It was therefore only natural and reasonable that he should avail himself now and then of the assistance which could be given to him in his work by Englishmen possessed of more scholarship than he could pretend to. Whatever help Pope may have had in this way, it may be taken for granted that the construction, the arrangement, and the final polishing up of the whole rendering were kept in his own hands. Pope may be said to have popularized that peculiar form known as English heroic verse, which we find in his translations and in so many of his original poems. It is exquisitely smooth, well balanced, and melodious. It often delights and never offends the ear. But it must be owned that the verse sometimes becomes monotonous when it is not broken by vivid descriptions of action or by animated dialogue. Pope appealed to a circle of readers with whom form and phrase ranked higher than nobler and more poetic qualities. A public chiefly composed of authors, wits, and scholars who take it on themselves to give literary laws to the contemporary world is very apt to fall into ways and dogmas and fashions of its own, and to accept the ordinances of its own school as eternal laws of criticism. Every literary or artistic school or clique established at any time is apt to degenerate into such a mental condition, and to regard mere imitation of the mannerisms which belong to the recognized masters as the best evidence of high artistic culture. This was especially to be observed at the time when Pope was becoming famous among English poets, and it led him, when once he had found his way into the charmed circle, to believe that his whole mission was accomplished when he had obtained its approval and applause. A poet of the highest creative order would never have allowed himself to be fastened down by the rules of a school. But then Pope was not a poet of the highest creative order, and he naturally believed that the supreme seal of approval had been set upon his work when it won for itself the hallmark of the order to which he presented it. Queen Anne's days will rank with the highest epoch of English literature so far as prose writing is concerned, but it can claim no such exalted place in poetic composition, and Pope's poetry may be regarded as illustrating very effectively some of its finest qualities and most of its prevailing defects. There are passages in his best original poems which seem to fill the reader with the sudden hope that the poet is about to break through all conventional rules and to strike a bold original note which shall soar into the most exalted poetic atmosphere. But the reader or the listener is doomed to disappointment, and according to his mood of mind is either inclined to turn away from Pope altogether because Pope has not fully satisfied his yearnings, or returns to him with renewed admiration and love because he has gone so near to the full accomplishment of the heart's desire. It has often been observed that many readers, even in our own days, have found themselves compelled, sometimes against their own will, to belong to this latter order. They have felt, and frankly acknowledged to themselves, a certain disappointment with Pope's best efforts, and yet have returned to him, found that his work could never lose its charm for them, and that they could not open a volume of Pope without being compelled to linger lovingly over its pages. In our own time, Pope commands a far larger number of readers than Dryden, even among readers who can clearly see for themselves and are quite willing to admit that Dryden had a quality of genuine originality which never belonged to Pope, and that Dryden reached poetic heights to which Pope does not seem even to have aspired. Pope has been on the whole one of the most liberally rewarded of men, both by the applause of his own time and by the praise of the generations which came after him. In our own times, the number of Pope's readers is but small when compared with the numbers of those who are familiar with the poets of the 19th century. But even in our own times it is doubtful whether any poet whose period of production came between the Elizabethan age and the time of Byron, Wordsworth, and Shelley has so large a number of readers as Pope can yet command. Those who still read him may be said to feel something like a real affection for many of his poems. When they open a volume of Pope, they are drawn to read on, and they put him down with a distinct sensation of reluctance. Many passages in his poems are like dear old friends, or like the loved notes of once familiar music, which can never fail to touch the ear. This is the more surprising because of the artificiality which shows itself so much in Pope's mode of construction, and even in the very melody of his verse. But it is none the less true. Despite all the irritability, the quarrelsomeness, the jealousies which were part of the poor deformed poet's nature, there must have been in him a sincere and loving heart, or he could not have maintained such a hold on the affectionate interest of so many generations of readers. The world is accustomed to think of Pope in association with the shore of that beautiful stream, beside whose translucent wave he lived so long, in that home which still preserves his name and is made famous by his memory. Perhaps the character of Pope's poetry may be compared, not unfairly, with that of the river which he loved so well. The poetic stream of his verse was not a Rhine flowing between ranges of hills and beneath antique and legend-haunted castles. It was not that Italian river with the wild wave and headlong speed which Byron celebrated. It was not a Mississippi making its way through a vast continent, from the winter snow of the north to the semi-tropical regions of the south. It was like the Thames as it flowed past Pope's home, beautiful, tranquil, musical, not driven by tempest, not calling up images of passion and destruction, but holding always the love of those who from the first are able to appreciate its charm. End of section 12.